All right. Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? You are familiar. Yes, you are. BMP. Thank you, sir. One of these times we need to do like a collab stream or something. I'm sure that's a thing. You got something to do at 7 a.m. It is 10 p.m. right now. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you probably don't want to be here for too much longer. All right. So, I will I'll just start grabbing them, I suppose. Oh, that's a big deal. And you don't have to go through Discord or anything. You can just put your ID in here. It's fine. I'll take a look. And I'll try to keep it short for each person. I'm not going to go like too in depth because you might have some things in your inventory that maybe I don't know about. In which case, you kind of got to just like use your brain about it, right? It's not a big deal. Okay, so this is definitely your better one. Stormrack is good here. Revoker's good here. Revoker Eclipse is kind of mid, but it's pretty good in free-for-all. This is good only if you have the reload implant. You have an epic one, but that's not bad. And then this is also pretty good. This is a solid hangar. I would say that the Railgun Orion is not going to stay. That's something you're going to want to probably phase out eventually. But the rest of this stuff you can essentially just keep working up. You can kind of keep growing the rest of these fourth builds. Rank up the mechs, get higher energy weapons, stuff like that. Yeah, it's mostly just a matter of the Stormrack 16, I think. Stormrack 8? Why do you even have that? That's weird. Yeah. So you rank this up, you want to use double 10. You rank this up, you probably just keep using 16 and 8. That's fine. You rank this up, you want to use double 10. You rank this up, you keep using like a 12 and 6. I would probably swap this for like something ranged, maybe. Like Burrow Beam is obviously a good choice for both of these, right? But I would say potentially like Minigun or Overdriver is probably better on Eclipse than Revoker is, unless you're playing free-for-all, right? That's kind of the only exception there. And then this you just replace with something else that's decent. All right, it's you. I'm hoping that I don't end up covering the same guy multiple times. I'll probably recognize the hangar if I do, though. That's fine. Yeah, if you guys are online, if you guys have the game, like if you have the game up, it would be really convenient for me if you were to just delete your other two presets and just leave one preset that you want me to review as just like the one best preset that you have. Make sure that it's good, right? Make sure that it's all set up and it's the main hangar that you use, and then delete your other ones. That would make it so easy for me. That would be so good. This is decent. I mean, Revoker Zephyr's not bad. Disc launcher. I'd probably replace this with pod gun. I actually don't know why you don't have pod gun. It's kind of way better and costs the same. Well, you get disc launcher for free, I guess, if you're kind of newer. Burrow beam, not bad. Disruptor 8. Wait, why in the world do you have Disruptor? Did you get this? Was this a Crit Rush event? Was there a Disruptor 8 Crit Rush event? I think maybe there was. Maybe there was. Guys, don't spam it. If I'm in the middle of reviewing somebody, then by the time I get to the chat, your thing's gonna be like long gone. So like, don't bother spamming it while I'm in the middle of reviewing one, right? There was, yeah. That's kind of what I thought. Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say, like, why in the world would you buy that? And then Gemini 6s, that's pretty good. These are all decent. I wouldn't say there's anything like particularly crazy going on here, but they're all decent. I would probably try to put an Aegis in here, to be honest. Like Aegis, Orion, Panther. You have Sentinel, but like Aegis, Orion, Panther are all way better epic mechs. You have like how many epic? There's 6 epic mechs total, and I'm not gonna lie, you have like 3 of the worst ones. The only one that you're not using is Cheetah. Like you're kind of using, or no, there isn't 6 epic mechs total. There's 8 epic mechs total. But yeah, you're not really using the good ones, if I'm being honest. I would go with at least Orion. Aegis is also a good one. Panther, if you really want to. Killshot's also not bad, to be honest. Probably replace some of these things. Don't keep ranking up your low tier stuff. I get it, it's cheap, but like especially these two, the Sentinel and Stalker, I would not upgrade those. They're kind of garbage. This Redeemer's also kind of low key, kind of garbage. I probably wouldn't bother with it. I would mostly focus on getting better mechs. The weapons you have are okay though. Hello? I tried to put. Okay. I was gonna say, what the heck? All right. You have 1 preset. Thank you very much. That's very convenient for me. Burrow beams on. I don't think this is gonna work very well. Railgun Stalker. Okay. Podgun 8 and 10 Guardian. Again, I don't really think that investing in the low tier stuff, I get it, it's cheaper, but I don't really think it's worth it most of the time. Now, like I've done it a bit, but I get mine to rank 6, right? Like the only way that I think my, like, let's say Tengu, because I've been using Tengu a bit. I got my Tengu to like rank 6, but before that, it kind of wasn't even usable. Even like rank 5, it kind of wasn't even usable. So like, sure, if you really wanted to invest a lot in it, then it would probably be okay. But I mean, even for me, I'm mostly just doing it to kind of just try it out, right? Like I'm mostly just trying to, just mess around with stuff. So it's like, no, I'm not even like upgrading my Tengu because I think it's like, oh, it's just the best tactical decision. No, I'm just doing it because it's like people say that it's good and I kind of want to try it myself. So yeah. In that regard, I'd continue focusing on like the better epic mechs, to be honest. This is a good one. Missile racks on it, I wouldn't say is the best, but I would maybe even swap these two. Because here's the reason for that. This one takes a little while to unload. It's like 3 or 4 seconds unload time. And you can be fully protected with Panther during that. Whereas Guardian, not really. Guardian is a lot more of an ambush thing, so having something that deals a lot of damage really quickly is actually much better for Guardian. So I think maybe swapping those two would be a good idea. Burrow Beam on that, Gemini on that. The Gemini here is fine. I'm not sure about these. You may even swap these 2 weapons. I don't know. There's no way that... I do not think that Burrow Beam Redeemer is going to be good at all. There's no way that it's even remotely good. It's going to be pretty garbage. I don't think Railgun Stalker is going to be phenomenal either, to be honest, though. If you have a different weapon that you could put on Redeemer, then I probably would do that. Like some other like burst type weapon, not close quarters. People use close quarters on Redeemer all the time, and I don't know why. It doesn't really work. All right, let's see. I have to just guess which one is your main... What the hell? I have to just guess which one is your main one, I guess. Kind of most of these are garbage. Should you buy Panther or Orion, is what he says. Or should he buy Panther or Orion? Okay, this is good, Bill. This is a good one. This is probably okay. Washer 6, and you didn't rank it up, so that's fine. This is not the worst. It's not that bad. Hornet 6s. Where the heck did you get the 6s from? There's a 8 crit. There's crit rush for the 8s, but I don't remember the 6. But on Redeemer, that's not a bad idea. It's kind of similar to like a pod gun. And then close quarters slingshot. Again, it's like it's not. No, I don't think any of these are explicitly awful builds, especially for this SP. But you could be doing better. I will definitely say, like, pod gun and storm rack are probably 2 weapons that you're gonna want to get for sure. So a lot of these you probably got from like random crate rush events, and like sure, yeah, you could whatever, but you're not necessarily gonna want to keep them. He said Orion or Panther. If you have Aegis, that kind of works the same as a Panther, like similar anyway, similar enough to where I'd say probably go for Orion first. And I would probably replace the. I mean, I'd probably replace the Stalker, to be honest, because it's kind of the exact same playstyle. And you should be able to put mods on your Orion, you know, that's what it appears to be. And that would be good. You also probably want to replace, like, this isn't worth ranking up, I'll be honest. It's not worth ranking up Redeemer. It's rank 3. You just buy something else to replace it. Like, for you guys who can't see. It's rank 3. Rank 3 Redeemer is not really worth investing in. The first one is your main hangar. Okay, this guy. Thank you. This one is your main hangar. Okay. Pod gun Redeemer. Again, I'm not sold on Redeemer, fellas. I think it's like kind of just a worse version of Eclipse. And it costs a lot to get it and it's only good if you have it maxed out, right? And that would kind of mess with your matchmaking. Like, even if, let's say, for example, theoretically, let's just assume that you have a maxed out Redeemer. You probably start getting matched up against people with like 6,000-7,000 squad power. It's not going to end well. Gemini Lacewing, that's fine. Revoker Search, that's fine. Stormrack Seeker. Baroque Beam Deathwalk. I'd like swap these, not replace, but swap these two. Swap these two. People are saying, I've heard people saying that Baroque Beam Seeker does really well, and I can believe that. And then also Stormrack Deathwalker does better than Baroque Beam in my opinion. So I think swapping these 2 weapons would just be overall benefit. Like, all of these mechs are good except for the Redeemer. Like, you're really, really holding on to this one mech, which I don't think is really worth it. Obviously, if it's up to you. If you really want to keep it, then go ahead. But you're asking for my advice, so I'm giving my advice, right? And the pod guns are fine, but I wouldn't do Redeemer, to be honest. I wouldn't do Redeemer. I'd do something else, like one of the other S tier legendary mechs. Okay, hold on. Do you think I should go for Eclipse or Aegis first? And which implants to use on Stormrack? I mean, Stormrack's pretty simple. Okay, these 2 are kind of the same. Yeah, these 2 are kind of the same. Say Eclipse or Aegis first? Again, I wouldn't go for Redeemer, really. Lancer, that's kind of fine. Orion, this is kind of fine. Baroque Beam Parasite is pretty good. Overdriver Panther, that's also pretty good. You don't have... So, like, these 4, honestly, are all kind of passive to a degree. These 3 are ultra passive. This one kind of can't leave spawn, right? Like, you can be aggressive with it, but then you use your ability and you just go back to right where you were, right? So you kind of remain in the same area. And the same thing kind of happens with Parasite, where it's like you can be aggressive in short bursts, but then once your ability is not active, you have to be like ultra passive most of the time. I would probably go with something that's capable of being a bit more aggressive, and so that would be Eclipse. Aegis, obviously... Aegis is, yeah, it's again, it's kind of passive because you have to stay inside your dome the entire time. So I would use something that affords you a little bit more movement, because all these things are like they're really encouraging you to just stay in one spot the entire match, and that's not necessarily a good thing. In terms of, he said implants for Stormwreck, I mean, I don't think it really matters. Like, you use Legendary Reload, that's a given. And then you can go with Radius if you really feel like it. I prefer damage because I'm not bad at aiming. So, well, I mean, not bad at aiming in this game. And I don't need the Radius in order to hit stuff. So I don't need the Radius implant. If you can't hit stuff without the implant, then go ahead and use the implant, but I prefer the damage implant, personally. And that's about it. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Oops. Your main hangar is 5k. Does that mean your other ones... I assume... this one? You kind of have two that are 5k. This one's closer to 5k, though. Nah, I have to assume it's this one. This one's got to be your main one. I don't know why you use a single Viper 16 on report. I guess that makes sense. I guess that's fine. Stormwrack Lancer, sure. Podgun Solas, sure. Railgun Orion, sure. Burrow Surge, sure. Like, all these are fine. All these are fine. I don't have any, There's not really any big issues with that. I think Vortex is going to be probably your weakest one, to be honest. Vortex is kind of... it's not that good, which is sad. It's not that... even if you have a mod on it, which you do, it's level 4, sure, it makes it a lot better. But it's more of like... Vortex is like the sort of thing where it's like you spawn and you're just like ultra aggressive for like maybe 10 seconds. And then you're probably dead. Right? You're probably just dead after that. You're just like kind of GG. And you can maybe do a lot of stuff while you're being ultra aggressive. Hey, much appreciated. Winterwolf. Thank you, sir. Yeah, you could probably do some good work while you're being ultra aggressive, but it's not really a tank in the sense that you can hold ground with a Vortex, because you can't. And none of these other things are things that you can hold ground with either. So if I'm being honest, if you have an Aegis, I would probably just replace it with that. Because that's a lot more of like a stand your ground type thing. If you start to lose traction in a battle, you can spawn that just to make sure that people don't gain any more advantage than they already have. Really secure, like a beacon or just a key location in like 5v5 or something. Which is, yeah, it's more than all these other mechs can say. Like, oh, these are good builds, right? They can each do their own specific thing, but none of them can really hold their ground. Would Orion be worth it? You have it at rank 4. This is a 6-digit ID. This guy played like, this is literally for an eternity old. When was this last online 4 hours? I'm just making sure this is the right ID. Okay. He's going pretty hard on the, yeah, okay, this one. I see it. Otherwise, it's like Savant Killshot. Killshot's okay, but... I think okay, so Orion is the best epic mech. If you're going to invest in an epic mech, then I probably would. But I think apart from that, what it looks like is like you're a very old player who's just trying to catch up, getting some good stuff. So to be honest, I would just save A coins for like the crate rush events that come around, and you can just get the good mechs from those crate rush events every every so often when you have enough to guarantee them or whatever, or if you just get lucky with a free token or something. So in the meantime, should you be upgrading your Orion? You can. I think it's the best epic mech, but I also think that at this SP, you probably should be leaving epic mechs behind. To be honest, I think you should be doing your best to leave epic mechs behind. So to that extent, I'm not really sure it'd be worth it. Even still, though, not too bad. Not too bad. Lace wing, these things. I'd probably use the A coins ranking up Lacewing and Stormwreck to be, if anything, and then just keep the kill shot in there for now as like a placeholder. Yeah, I don't think it's really worth it because in order to make Orion really effective, you'd either need to put Stormwreck on it right first off, which would take it off of one of these two, and that's right not ideal, right? Oh, hey, much appreciated. Yeah, I'll get to yours next. Hold on. Yeah, so and like Savant on Orion's not that good because Savant doesn't have that good of range. You could use Pod Gun, but that'd take it off of Eclipse. It just creates problems, right? Because otherwise, if you don't do that, you have to use Railgun, and that Railgun costs an arm and a leg, so you'd have to buy that unless you already have it. So it's just very expensive. It's just very expensive. And I think it's probably a little late to be going for Orion. Like, if you were 4 or 5 KSP, it'd probably be okay. Well, it'd definitely be okay, but... Okay. You have multiple hangars. Let's see. Double Revoker, this one. Treacher, that's a lot of guided stuff on this one. Which one do I think is the best one? Maybe this one? You got some decent weapons, some decent mechs. It seems like most of these you bought at, like you just bought them and those were the cheap offers, which is fine. Hornet 6s again. There must have been a Crate Rush event that I don't remember. Because I got the Hornet 6s from the Crate Rush, or I got Hornet 8s from the Crate Rush event. I don't know where the 6s came from. Berserker 8s are fine. Revokers, sure. Revoker 8, sure. Railgun Solus. I don't know. I don't think Railgun Solus is going to be that good, to be honest. I don't expect it to be that good. And the reason I don't expect it to be that good is because anyone, if anyone even just own a multi-layered mod shield, it's kind of just GG for your Solus, right? And you have to wait for somebody else to take it out. And that's kind of really inconvenient, right? I would probably replace that with Podgun 8. You have the Savant 8s here, but they're rank 3. It's so not worth ranking it up. You'd have to rank it up 2 times just to make it kind of okay. Like, just to make it sort of equal to Podgun 8, which you could just buy with credits. So you really shouldn't be cheaping out. You really shouldn't be trying to buy low-rank weapons. It's kind of a waste. I would go for Podgun 8. It's a weapon that you're going to want to get either way. And like, this is a good one. This is, honestly, I think this is a good one. This is okay. This is also pretty good, though maybe you want a little bit more range on this build. Potentially. You could go with Stormwreck as well. Like Stormwreck 6 and 10, I think would be another good one. But yeah, Railgun, unless it's on Orion. The thing is, I recommend Railgun Orion a lot. It has nothing to do with the shield. It has nothing to do with the damage boost. People think it's like, oh, because Orion has big damage boost. No. It's 100% because of the shield pierce that the ability gives you. When you mark an enemy with Orion, it gives you like a 60% shield pierce or something, or 40% shield pierce or something like that. So a lot of your damage goes completely through shields, and that is the reason that I think it's good. It has nothing to do with the damage boost. It has nothing to do with like the high damage output, right? Like Solus has high energy capacity, but yeah, I don't think that has much to do with it. The rest of these are kind of fine. They're kind of fine. Like, you'll probably move into something a little bit more meta later on, but it's like you're at 3,500 SP, right? Like, at that stage of the game, you don't really need like a super synergized hangar. You kind of just need 5 good builds, and that's about it. You only have one hangar. Hold on. Should you upgrade Vortex to rank 4 or buy Rhine? I don't think Vortex is necessarily worth ranking up. Like the egg coins, I don't think it's really worth the egg coins to rank up. Oh, hey, much appreciated. I'll get to yours right next. Yeah, for sure. Gemini, yeah, sure. Charge Dragon. It's funny, but rank 3, I doubt it does much damage. Burrow Beam 8, sure. Oh, somebody else as well? Okay, I got you. I got you both, guys. Don't worry. 100%. I appreciate you. Podgun kill. I don't think Podgun kill shot's the best move. Probium Aegis. Dang. It's kind of rough. I probably would replace the Vortex at some point, but it seems like your other mechs are like not phenomenal, so you could probably keep it for now. You're gonna want to get. This I assume you got from the Derby event, right? So when you get to tier 6, when you get the Acorns, you're gonna want to get Orion first and foremost, right? And that's gonna be a really good one to replace one of these two, probably this. Again, this is like, it's not that tanky, all things considered, but it is the only legendary mech that you have, so I think that's okay for now. This is a good one. You can keep this. I'd probably go close quarters with the kill shot, and then put the pod guns on Aegis, and then put the burrow beams on Zephyr, and ditch the charge rocket. If I'm being honest, rank 3 charge rocket's kind of not worth using. It's really funny, don't get me, it's really funny, but I probably wouldn't bother using it unironically, right? You could use, like, if you have Stormrack 6s, you could continue using this missile pilot. It's a very good missile pilot. You could put like Stormrack 6s on Killshot, right? Or you could even put Stormrack 6s on Vortex, which I think probably would be even maybe a little bit better. And then put the close quarters like Ember Guns or whatever, or Ember or Revoker on the kill shot instead. So, yeah, I think it's mostly... I imagine you're trying your best to continue getting decent mechs, but I think it's mostly like weapon management that you're having issues with right now. All right, so... TKSUB, yeah, I got you. Hold on. Let me find the other one so I don't forget it. All right. You guys don't like spam unnecessarily, because again, while I'm actively viewing somebody's hangar, I'm locked in, right? I'm looking at it. I'm saying the stuff that's on my mind, and while that's happening, I'm not going to be checking anybody else's hangar. So you can wait until I'm done and then do it. Savants on... I like Savant Tango. It's actually really good. You do have a mod on here. I wouldn't cheap out on these. I think sometimes people cheap out on like the perimeter mods, and I don't think it's worth cheaping out on them, especially if it's something that you're... I mean, clearly... Rank 5, right? Clearly you're kind of investing in this. Clearly you're kind of dumping some A-coins on this, and you're kind of trying to make it work long-term. And I think that's fine, but you shouldn't cheap out on it, is what I'm saying. And it seems like you're cheaping out on pretty much all of them, which is fair. Like Zephyr, probably it's probably okay to cheap out on that. You're not going to use it for that long. The Lancer, you did not, and that's a good decision, especially if you plan on using it, for a while longer. Killshot Panther, whichever one of these you plan on using for a long time, probably get a better perimeter multi-layer mod for it, to be honest. Burrow Beam Panther, not bad. Podgun Killshot, not the worst. Gemini Lancer, not bad. Cryo Launcher Zephyr. At this SP, I think I remember using Cryo Launcher Zephyr, and it was pretty good. So I don't think this is bad. I would probably, like, if you have Ember Gun 8s or something, it would clearly do better on Zephyr, right? Obviously. But that's kind of the only thing that I would say for now. I imagine, like, what's your idea? Hold on. What do you mean 8 digits? I don't think, I don't think you're one of the people who got Panther from before the Great Update. Okay, it's rank 3. His Panther's rank 3, guys. So, double Burroby Mate's kind of the best he can do. That makes sense. In that case, yeah, I would just try to get to tier 6, get like Orion, right? I would also probably get Aegis in tier 5. You got Zephyr, sure, but I would definitely get Aegis. I think it's worth it. Aegis is better than Panther at lower SP. That's what I think. I think Aegis is a bit better than Panther at lower SP. So I definitely go for that. Yeah, just kind of work on the mechs, making sure you have some good ones. All right, let's see. 3rd hangar. All right. 3rd, yeah, okay. It starts on the 3rd one. That's fine. Let me make sure I'm caught up here. All right. Stormwreck 6 is on rank 3 Hemlock. Overdrive. I wouldn't go Overdrive or Orion. Assault weapons on Orion, I think, is kind of a waste, because Orion has the capacity to insta-kill stuff, especially at this low of SP. It has super easy ability to absolutely insta-kill stuff. And so you waste that by using weapons that deal slow damage. So I would 100% go with something that deals a lot more immediate damage. Railgun 8 is my my preferred weapon of choice. Railgun, I think, is the best weapon for Orion, just period. At any SP, right? And yeah, but apart from that, if you really don't want to use Railgun, or if you really don't want to get Railgun, then that's fair, because it's really only good on Orion. You could also go with like Tetra Rifle, that's fine. So you could use Stormrex on it, that's fine too, but I mean, it's probably better on Hemlock, to be fair. You could use Pod Guns, that's also decent. Like if you were to get something different on Panther. This Revoker Surge, obviously that's good. The Gemini Lancer, obviously that works. I'd mostly try to, maybe it's double eight. I would honestly just for the time being, I'd probably just swap these 2 weapons. Yeah, Podgun, Orion, Overdrive, or Panther, I think makes way more sense to me. I think that makes way more sense to me. I'd probably just swap these 2 weapons for now, until you get like Railgun or Tetra Rifle or something to really put the work in with the Orion, essentially. I think that's a good idea. Orman, much appreciated. You're entering. Hold on. You're entering tier 6 in 2 days. Got you. Oh. Does not. Okay, so one. Excuse me. All right, so mech priorities for tier 6, I'd say, is just Orion. He says he's entering it in 2 days, but he already has Orion. So in that case, like, he doesn't necessarily need a lot. It does afford you to get, like, Stormwreck 10, for example, right? Because you have double 6s on your Zephyr. Stormwreck 10 is nice. You could also get Revoker 10. You could also get Panther if you wanted to, though I think Panther's, like, not really necessary. I don't really use Panther that much on my account at this point. I use Aegis more than I use Panther. Your minigun 8s are rank 4. Wow. Mine are only rank 3. It's not worth using them, to be honest. The Revoker, Deathwalker, Stormwreck. The thing with tier 7, not 6. I got you. Fair enough. That makes sense. Okay. Well, all right. Well, one thing I will say, I much prefer Stormwreck Deathwalker over Revoker Deathwalker. because Deathwalker is kind of not that fast, and Stormwreck allows you to get a lot more range. It also, as soon as you fire it, you keep firing it, even if they teleport you back. As soon as they send you back, your damage just stops with Revoker, but with Stormwreck, it just keeps going. You become a lot bigger of a problem, in my opinion. Now, Revoker, obviously, if you get close, then it's a big deal, but I think it's hard for you as a Deathwalker to get close a lot of the time. So Stormwreck just kind of ensures that you're the biggest problem over, just kind of overall. It makes sure that you're kind of the biggest problem that you can be. Barobian Block, this is pretty good. You kind of need a pilot, though. Even a rare one at this point would probably be okay. Though if you're investing in like epics and legendaries, that makes sense. But I think it's better to just like, buy some stupid rare pilot rather than to have no pilot, right? This is fine. I think the ideal would be like Stormrax on Deathwalker, Revoker on Zephyr until you get Surge, and then put the Revoker on Surge. You could put the pod guns on Aegis and probably do slightly better than these rank 4 miniguns. Oh, you do have legendary spread, though. That's pretty good. But yeah, the fact that these are rank 5 and you have an epic pilot still, it's probably going to be slightly better. And then you put like maybe Railgun on Orion, and that would be the ideal way to set up those 4. And I think that's about it. Yeah, that's about it. You're going to be getting in tier 7 soon. The thing I will say about like tier 7 people are like, should I get Surge or Eclipse or whatever? At this point, is it even worth buying mechs at full price? That's the question I have to ask myself. I'm not even sure if it is. Because it's so easy to buy mechs at massive discounts from these Crate Rush events. Chat is too fast. Yeah, I know. Try not to spam, guys, and especially like if I'm actively reviewing somebody's hanger, then don't. You can chill a bit. Yes, I can only do one at a time. But yeah, I don't know if it's really worth buying mechs at full price anymore. That's kind of the thing that I'm going to say. Now, obviously you can, because like, how long is it going to take for them to make another Crate Rush event for Surge, for example? Like if you're looking for Surge specifically, just as an arbitrary example, how long is it going to take for them to do that? I don't know. Probably a long freaking time. But at the same time, you could probably get it way cheaper if you waited. So it's kind of up to you. It's kind of player choice, but I'm not sure it's necessarily worth it anymore. It's kind of just like a little thing for you guys to think about yourselves, right? It's not necessarily something I can tell you one way or the other. Blank, hold on. We played a few times. I can give some recommendations. Not using the red one was for achievements. And Outlaw has just been fun with the cooldown modifier. Usually a Railgun Orion. Okay. I got you. Oh, you're in my clan. How about that? Yeah, no, I recognize the name now. It took me a second. All right, so he's not using the red one. He's using mostly these two. I think Outlaw's fine. I mean, Outlaw versus Lancer with Gemini, I think it's probably not that different. I think Outlaw is going to be better in some cases, maybe even on some maps. I think on the maps where Lancer is really obviously broken, right? Like where the ones where you could just get up on the rooftop and it just spams constantly and it never dies. Those are obviously the good maps for Lancer. But at the maps that don't have that, I would probably just use Outlaw instead. So it's a good one to use even without the modifier, to be honest. Blizz Frost, that's pretty good. Hold on, what are the other differences here? Not much, just a couple weapons. I would say that this Hangar is better overall. So Stormwreck, Deathwalker, that works well. These two work well. And this also maxed Blizz Frost. What the heck? There's no way that's good for your matchmaking. There's no way that that's good for your matchmaking. And also, you only have a pod gun. Fellas, he's got a Max Blizzler and a 5K hanger. It's wild. I probably wouldn't do... Well, I mean, it's too late, right? You can't un-upgrade it. But at this point, what I would say is probably a good idea to get like at least all of these other mechs to like rank 6, right? It's like I could get Deathwalker up a couple ranks, get these two up a couple ranks. Try to make sure that your other mechs can at least sort of fit that. Because my guess is this guy alone is causing you to fight people who are like 7,000 or 8,000 squad power. You maxed it for the event. No, it's fair. It's a good mech. I don't really blame you, but I think it's dangerous in terms of matchmaking to upgrade your stuff unevenly. I think is essentially that's all I'm trying to say. Is that it's gonna potentially cause you some matchmaking issues. And so long as it's fine, then it's fine. But I would try to just sort of rectify that, right? Like put some Aquans into rank ups probably pretty soon. Otherwise, yeah, these are fine. Is it? Oh, you have a Plarium 12 and 8. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, once you rank up one of these, you could use 12 and 8 on Eclipse at rank 6. I think maybe even ranking up your Surge before Eclipse to get it to rank 6, then you use Burrow Beam 12 and 8 on Surge, which is better than Revoker at max level, from what I hear. And then you can put the Revokers on Eclipse, so you kind of just swap these two builds for a while until you get your Eclipse up a bit. And then obviously Stormax on Deathwalker or whatever. Yeah, these are all fine. And then this kind of just gets replaced with Outlaw, essentially. All right, hold on. What are you saying? Uh-oh. I think Juggalo timed you out. No, Juggalo timed somebody out. I don't know. I grabbed somebody. Oh, it's Shadowman. Okay. Here we go. So I grabbed somebody, and you said something, but I don't know what it was. Oh, there we go. I used Railgun Orion instead of Outlaw and Pod Lacewing instead of Nomad in the preset I deleted. So, okay, so you're just telling me what else you generally use? Okay. This is good. Strike Rocket Outlaw is it's very solid. It's very solid. Double Stormwrack Deathwalker, it's the most ideal. Overdriver Eclipse, sure. Revoker Surge, sure. Revoker Nomad, sure. I don't really have any notes for this. I think this is mostly fine. I think the only thing that you would consider changing is on the maps where it's really good, like really broken, like I was mentioning earlier. Just have like a Lacewing in one of your presets. That's about it. I put maybe a pod gun, maybe like pod gun, strike rocket, or Stormwrack Lacewing, one of those 3 weapons. Put that in one of your presets, and then the rest of these are probably fine, to be honest. The Nomad can be replaced with like maybe Seeker if you have it. In some cases, maybe like your Railgun Orion if you want to go for like, you can like min-max it for like different ranged maps, right? Like, cause like certain, especially like 5v5, there's some wild variation in terms of the maps. So like some maps are like extremely close quarters indoors, and you want to use Nomad. Some other ones are like extremely long range, like Agora or Hanging Gardens, and you'd probably want to use Railgun Orion instead. So like you could just kind of, min-max for the things, but otherwise I think it's fine. You're gonna want to get a better pilot for probably your Assaultant Guided at some point, but I mean, legendary pilot crate rush events come around every so often, so I probably wouldn't even buy them I probably wouldn't even buy them for the Gear Hub. I'd just save up like 4,000 Aquans and then wait for it to come up in a crate rush event and then just buy from there. Is probably the way that I would do it. Use Pod Lace instead of Nomad in different preset. That's fair. That's fair. I'd probably replace the Outlaw. Your gambling account. Big Umbrella has a gambling account. Does that mean that it just has a lot of random stuff? Like, do you actually care? Because if this isn't your main account and you're just kind of messing around, do you actually care what my advice is for this account? I think that's kind of the real question. What's the difference between these? It's Podgun, Aegis, and... Okay, it's Podgun, Deathwalker, Burrow Beam, Aegis versus Burrow Beam, Deathwalker, and Podgun, Aegis. I would say probably this way around is better. Pods on Aegis, Burrow Beams on Deathwalker is probably better. The rest of these are fun. I don't think Tetra Rifle Lacewing's ever going to do you very much good, pal. I would maybe even swap these two weapons. I put the pod guns on Lacewing. The Tetra Rifle can go on Aegis. It's not the most ideal, but if you have like Overdrive or 8s, it'd probably be the better idea. That'd probably be the better way of going about it. Yeah, and then the rest are fine. Obviously, you need another pilot here for that. Toxic, I got you, bro. All right, 6. Dude, what the heck is this? A Carbine 10, bruh. All right, between these two, what is the difference? Okay, it's Railgun Orion versus Stormwrack Lacewing. Stormwrack Lacewing's way better. So I'm going to use this as your base hanger. Revoker Nomad, sure. Revoker Surge, sure. Stormwrack Lacewing, Deathwalker, sure. Both of these are good. Podgun Solace, sure. That's all good. I think this is fine. The only thing you're gonna want is like maybe you have one mech that replaces the Lacewing. You have Orion currently, right? That replaces the Lacewing when it's not a good Lacewing map. But that's about it. Everything else looks okay. It's just a matter of, building up building them up, right? Like you rank up the mech, you get like higher energy weapons, whatever. And that's kind of it. You're gonna come across a bit of an issue with these two, though. That's the thing. Is that you're gonna come across an issue trying to put Stormracks on both of these while you're ranking them up. You're gonna need to get probably Stormrack 16 in order to make it work. So I try to see the implants. Are any of them like particularly wild? I don't think so. I think they're fine. They're probably okay. I mean, like, you obviously know getting Legendary Stormwrack Reload is important, but it's like, apart from that, like, what am I don't think I'm really need to say anything about it. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that needs to be said about it. Like, I don't think you're an idiot. So I don't think you need to be told to get Legendary Stormwrack Reload. But anyway, yeah, you're gonna have a problem with these two. Because they're fighting for the same weapons, the 10 and the 6. They're fighting for the same weapons. And if you use double 10 on, let's say, Deathwalker, which you could, you'd end up having to use double 6 on Lacewing, and that's just kind of really garbage. So you're going to want to try to get yourself into tier 8 so that you can, if you haven't already, you're going to want to get yourself into tier 8 so you can get to Stormwrack 16. And then you could do like what is it? You could put a single 16 on Lacewing for the time being. You could put double 10s on Deathwalker for the time being, once you get it, right? And then you rank up Deathwalker one time. It then gets 24 energy. You use a 16 and 6 on Deathwalker, and then the 10 and 6 on Lacewing until you rank it up, and then you use... until you rank it up twice, that you could just use double 10s, and then eventually you use double 16s on Deathwalker. Yeah, you just keep 10 and 6. You keep 16 and 6 on Deathwalker until you get to max level, and then you use double 16. And then you basically just keep double 10s on this for pretty much forever. That's probably the way that it would go. Hold on, who is that? DJ, much appreciated. Thank you. I will check your hangar, yes, sir. All right, let's see. 7,000. One preset, thank you. That makes this so easy. Double Stormwreck 10s, sure. I wouldn't say Vortex is worth the rank up. It's sad. It seems like you invested a lot of mods in this. My main account, my Vortex is absolutely stacked on mods. It has some really high-level mods on it, because I really like the mech, but it doesn't work that well. So, sad. But I probably wouldn't... I'd probably stop here is what I'm trying to say. Like, don't invest in it any further. I don't think it's worth it. Gemini Orion is pretty good. Stormwreck Stalker. It's a Mag Stalker. He's got a Mag Stalker, fellas. That's kind of cool. I like that. It's funny. Deathwalker, Hemlock. Okay. So the ideal here. Hey, Tim, much appreciated. If you got your ID on you, I'll check yours out next. So the ideal here, I think, would be Stormwreck on both of these instead of Podgun on the Hemlock. Should you swap it for Killshot? If that's the best that you have, then I guess go for it. Yeah. If that's the best that you have besides Vortex, then I'd say go for it. But I think the ideal would be put Stormwreck on both of these two mechs, right? And then the Podguns can go on Stalker, I suppose. But I'd probably go with... What would I go with? Because you got... Honestly, you have two... Like, this is not a brawler. This is not an aggressive mech. You have to stay back with this. This is aggressive in bursts. You can't be that aggressive for it for that long. It'll send you back, and then you have to be really careful until you get your ability back. This is aggressive, but only one time. Like, you be super aggro with it one time, and then you die. And I can actually see the value of this Vortex now that I'm looking at the rest of your hangar as a whole, because every single one of your builds are, like, ultra passive, with the exception of these two. This one can't be that aggressive for that long. This one can be this is the most, like, aggro thing that you have, but it's not that good is the problem. You're going to want to get Surgery Clips at some point, obviously, like as everyone does. And that would be a good replacement for this. It will probably swap the Stalker or the Orion. Like, I'm going to guess that you're probably at least mildly attached to one or both of these, considering you maxed out your Stalker. But I would probably replace one of them at very least, because you don't really want two damage-boosting, really backline mechs. I don't think it's a good idea. You already have too many backline mechs, I think, in general. I much appreciate it. Hold on. Let me just make sure, Tim didn't... We're friends in game cold in here. Yeah, okay, but, like... I'd rather not go hunt you down. Are you online? Oh, here we go. Yeah. If you could just give me your idea anyway, that'd be good. I found you, though. Yeah, guys, even if we're friends in game, I would really greatly appreciate it if you put your ID in, because that just makes it easier. The Rexio... I'm probably butchering that. I'm sorry. I'll get yours next. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so 12K. Hold on. Oh, yeah, this is definitely your I love that. Massive Blockhorn Glazer, bro. Maxed Overdriver 16. Wow. Revoker Surge, sure. Revoker Eclipse, sure. Here's the thing. This is really good, obviously. Stormwreck Deathwalker. Good implants on that. This. Good implants on that. These two, no notes. Revoker Eclipse, if you're playing free-for-all, phenomenal. Maybe even like 5v5 or Hangar Showdown. But I'd say a lot of 5v5 maps and most CPC maps, it's not that good anymore. You have to get you have to get really close in order to make Revoker really good nowadays. And Eclipse can't do that nearly as easily as it used to. So, like, well, like, you know, it got nerfed a little bit, but it's mostly like the Revoker nerf, right? So it used to just be that, you know, if you're within 40 meters, Revoker will absolutely murder you. But now it's like if you're within like 5 meters, Revoker will absolutely murder you. And that makes it a lot harder to use Revokers on Eclipse, in my opinion. So if you could use something like maybe Overdrivers on Eclipse, I think that would probably be better. You do have your Overdriver rank 6, so if you get your Eclipse to max level, that would probably be a decent one to put on there. If at very least, I think you should give it a go for like maybe 10, 20 battles, and see how you like it. If you really hate it, you can go back to Revoker, obviously, but I think it's a good one to try. Strike Rocket Blockhorn. When you max out your Dreadnought, I would give Strike Rocket Dreadnought a try. The reason that I use Strike Rocket on my Dreadnought on my free-to-play account is because I've seen it do really well on maxed accounts. So I would give it a try, honestly. I would. All right, yeah, I got you. Okay, hold on. I think there's somebody else I missed, though. I think there's somebody else I missed. Yes, Rex. Okay. I'm trying to make sure I got all you guys. What is this? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I would mostly just do that. Otherwise, I think it's probably okay. Getting like a Lacewing or a Hemlock, or like Lacewing, Hemlock, Solus, I think are the three other really good mechs you probably want to go for. Hemlock and Solus both cost credits. Solus with Strike Rockets is really good. So I would consider those. Well, to be fair, hold on. You do have Lacewing. I'm just going to check. See if you have any of the other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so just rank up your Lacewing and then also buy Hemlock Ants. Honestly, buy both of them. They cost credits. Like, why would you not, right? Okay, Rex, I got you. Hold on. And then someone else as well. Let me just find it in the chat so I don't forget it. Here we go. Okay. Oh, someone else. Let me see who that is. Gucky, much appreciated. How am I? I'm doing fine, thank you. All right, yeah, I'll get you right after this other guy. This other guy had you first, just a second ago. So let me get through a couple more, and then I'll get to yours. Let's see, 3, 4, 4, something, whatever. You have a surge, but it's not in all of your presets. Okay, well I have to figure out what all mechs you have. This is garbage. And okay, so clearly you're just having fun with the all close quarters hanger, but Revoker Orion is really garbage. Pretty obviously. I cannot imagine that you're using that unironically. Hold on, you have Orion, Stalker, sure, whatever, Killshot, Seeker, Tengu, Gatecrasher. Gatecrasher's gonna get buffed, but I still don't think it's gonna be good, to be honest. It's mostly just Orion. We also have rank 6 Tengu, okay. Orion, Tengu, Killshot's kind of like the main ones. So, yeah, I go with... What is this, 12? Yeah, Revoker 6s, which I don't know if you have, but you should buy them. They only cost credits. Revoker 6 is on Surge is a good one. The Revoker Seeker is a very good one. And then the other 3 should probably be like more ranged stuff. So the Killshot's fine. You could use... What else do you have? If you really want to go degen with the Helix rack, I guess you can do that. Podgun's not bad either. EM rifle or railgun on the Orion, on this Orion here, is going to be ideal. Get a bit more range on that. And then the Tengu can be okay as well. Going like tripling down on close quarters, like sort of brawly type builds, is not always bad. In fact, that's mostly what people do in really high SP hangars, but it's dangerous because you can potentially burn through all of your mechs really quickly. So what I would probably do at this point is I'd probably try to replace this Killshot, because it's like it's another like sort of aggro build, but it's not that good, right? Like it kind of dies immediately compared to these two, I would say. So I would probably replace the Killshot with like an Aegis and try to have a bit more survivability so that you can stand your ground for a bit longer in situations where that's called for, right? Because, yeah, like being aggro is very good, but if you're over aggro and people are able to survive it, then it's just like all of your mechs are gone and there's nothing you could do about it. So that's what I would say about that. Hold on. Next one. Mystic. Let's see, what do you got? 4,000, 4,000. Nice, Burrow Beam 12 and 6. Okay, so you bought the Battle Pass, that's not bad. A Blizz Frost, that's solid. I have to assume this is his main one, okay. So, all of these mechs are very good. Honestly, you could probably just keep these mechs the way they are. The Voltaic RPG, I'd probably just use a Stormwreck 6, because I don't think there's any point in using Voltaic RPG 8. I'd probably just use the Stormwreck 6. Revoker, sure. Burrow Beam, sure. Revoker, sure. I would maybe swap these two weapons. Now, I do think, just so we're clear, I do believe that Burrow Beam is probably better than Revoker on Surge at max level, right? However, I think that in a lot of cases, Revoker Eclipse is not Eclipse is not fast enough to use Revoker super well. So even though I think that Revoker Surge is slightly worse than Burrow Beam Surge at max level, anyway, I don't even know. At 4,000, it might even be better. But let's just assume, right? Even though I think that Revoker Surge might be slightly worse, I think that Revoker Eclipse is rather significantly worse than Burrow Beam Eclipse would be. So I think by swapping them, the two of them to as a pair become slightly more effective. And then this is fine. And then this you get you could wait and duplicate your Stormwreck 10, or you could just get the Stormwreck 6. Because realistically, you're probably gonna end up going with 2 Stormwreck builds eventually anyway. And then the minigun Blizz Frost, it's okay, but I'd probably go with Pod Gun. Do you have it? You also have Secret. Dang, man. I don't know if you have Pod. Yeah, I would go with Pod Gun 8s on Blizz Frost instead, or 8 and 10, whatever. However you want to do that. And hey, much appreciated, DJ. Fully free to play, going for Stormwreck 12. I mean, good luck with that. Just yeah. To the best of my abilities, I'd say just skip Stormwreck 12, go for the 16, and then try to do your best working around the 16, 6, and 10, because you can work with those 3 that are all credits, and those are super cheap. The 12 is definitely a long-term item you're going to want to get, but if it might cost you 2 energy, 4 energy in some cases, but I think it's worth it to just skip the 12 for as long as possible. And at this point, even more so, because at some point there's going to probably be, let's say a Stormwreck 12 Crate Rush event where you can get the weapon for 7,000 Acorns, which is cheaper than what it actually is. And then, and it probably won't even cost 7,000. It'll probably cost less than that. You'll need 7,000 to guarantee it, but it'll probably only cost you maybe 3,000 to 4,000. So you could probably get it significantly cheaper that way. I think just holding off on the 12 for as long as possible is probably the way that I would recommend doing it. Now let's go to Gucky here. Online a week ago. Are you sure this is your ID? All right, let's see. Let's just make sure. Wow. Okay, Stray Crockett Stalker. I'm gonna... Yeah, Shinga. Okay, so these are probably achievement builds or something. This looks like your main. So, Stormwreck Deathwalker, very good, right? Stormwreck Redeemer. Probably wouldn't bother. I'd probably go with Search. Gemini Orion is pretty good, but again, if you have something better, I probably would go with that. Hold on. Miniker, Hemlock, Salver. You could buy Solus if you're probably in tier 8 by now. You could buy Solus with credits. I'd buy that, to be honest. I would definitely buy that. And then you could use the strike rockets on it. You have the it's the 10? No, it's a 12. Yeah. So Gemini, I wouldn't go double Gemini. Burrow Beam Eclipse is probably really good, I'm sure. Yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't go double Gemini. On Orion is okay. On Nomad, I'd go Revoker. Yeah, Revoker's getting nerfed, but still better than a lot of other things, especially on something like Nomad. The Redeemer, I'd probably replace with Lace Swing or Hemlock once you get it maxed out. You don't have it yet, but you will. You do have a... You don't have Surge. It doesn't look like you have Surge. You should definitely try to get that at some point. You should definitely try to get that. And then use, like, either Burrow Beam or Revoker on that. Yeah, this is fine, though. Yeah, I think it's a little bit too passive because you got, like, these two, and then you got this, which is kind of not that aggro, and then you got this, which is kind of not that aggro. Well, like, it is sort of, but, like, not really. You can only really take down, like, one guy at a time with that. And then this can only be aggro in bursts, so... I'd go with probably Revoker Nomad. At very least, you should use Revoker Nomad. That's what I would say. Or I think I'm caught up with that. Check yours, please. Sure, I got you, bro. All right. He's got one preset. Very, very, very helpful. Thank you for that. Railgun Orion, very good. Stormwreck Lancer, sure. Okay. Podgun Aegis, solid. Revoker Zephyr, sure. Strike Rocket, was this a 10? Okay, 10. And looks like you're prepping to duplicate this as well. It's very good. You're thinking long term, I like it. And then a Helix Dragon Solus. All of these are solid except for this. This is going to be your worst one for now. You're going to want to replace this with... Having a Revoker build is good. Zephyr itself is kind of not that good. And you also don't have anything that can be, like, super aggro. Like, here's my thought. Here's my thought. Let's say, as an example. You're playing on some arbitrary map and someone grabs your home beacon. What do you spawn with to stop them? They grab your home beacon and they start spawning on it. What do you spawn with to stop them? All of these things are very passive. All of these things are meant to be kept at a distance. You don't really have anything that can run in there, deal a lot of damage, and grab that beacon back. You really don't. And Revoker's a really good weapon for doing it, but the Zephyr, unfortunately, is not a great mech for doing it. That's not really your fault, because you don't really have any great mechs. Like, there really aren't very many good epic mechs that can even do it. Killshot's kind of like the only one, but if you don't have mods, then it's kind of GG. There's no point. So try to get yourself, like, Surgery Eclipse, obviously. That's, who would have thought, right? But until then, I think this is probably okay. You're just going to want to keep in mind that, like, you need something that can be aggro. And if you have anything that you think could be, like, even if it's like a rank 6 freaking, if it's like a Tengu or a Slingshot, right? So if they have mods, if they're rank 6, they're tanky enough to where they can do a lot of freaking damage. So even either of those would be fine. But you just need something that can do it. Because even though all of these builds individually are fine, you don't really have anything that can take care of a situation like I just explained, right? Like I just described. So that's something to think about. Something to think about. This is a missile. Hold on. You have 2 missile pilots. 2 legendary missile pilots. That's not bad. That's not bad. Interesting. If you have... Hold on. Because if you have Hornet 8, it might even be... Like, if you got Hornet 8 from that one Credit Creators event a while back, it might even be better than Podgun, simply because you have this legendary 40% damage boost on it. And you don't have it on the Podgun. That is another thing to think about. That is another thing to think about. I'm a reborn chicken. Wow, that's great news, I think, probably. Thank you very much. First Hanger preset, got you. All right. 6. I do kind of want to see what else you have. Okay. You have Volti as well. Volti's pretty good. Though not... The higher SP you get, Volti gets a little less useful. Revoker Seeker's very good. Revoker Blizzfrost is okay, but Blizzfrost is not like super fast, so it's kind of hard to chase people. It has the same problem this Eclipse has, essentially, where it's kind of hard to chase people down, and Revoker got, after the couple nerfs that it got, it's still really dangerous, but instead of being really dangerous at like 40 meters, it's now really dangerous at like 5 meters. And so it's harder to kind of chase people down with that. Though, to be fair, if you get someone in your radius, they can't move, so it's not like they can run away from you. And I'm sure it works okay. I've definitely seen some good work with Revoker Blizzler, but you might consider using a bit more range on it, like maybe Podgun or something. Yeah, you have double Pod 10s, and you have Podgun 8. I'd say probably Podgun on that would be better. Continuum Orion, there's no chance that this works that well. There's just no way. No. If you don't use Podgun on Blizzfrost, you could use Podgun on Orion. I'd probably do better. Continuous, like, it doesn't do that much damage that quickly. And, like, sure, it has a lot of damage output after, over time. But I'm going to say what I said before. I'll just kind of repeat myself here. Is that Orion has the capacity, more than anything else in the game, Orion has the capacity to kill stuff in one single shot. Continuum Orion is one of your best mechs. If you had something with more immediate damage, it would be even better, is what I'm trying to say. Orion has the capacity to kill something immediately. If they are marked, it has the fastest kill time, period. So using that ability, using that mech, with a weapon that just by default inherently deals slow damage is, in my opinion, a waste of the ability. So, now, okay, sure. You have your own preferences, right? I'm giving my take. That's what I'm here for. Everyone's free to have their own preferences. You should not just blindly do whatever I tell you to do. If it doesn't make sense, then you can, you can ask me, clarifying questions, or you can just be like, nah, I don't feel like doing that. But I think it is worth it for the sake of your own knowledge as well to at least try using weapons that are a bit more burst damage oriented. Just to see if I'm right? And then if you don't like it, you can go back to this. I don't care, right? But like Stormrack, you have the reload? Yeah. So Stormrack, Podgun, Railgun, I think are the top 3 outside of like, EM Rifle, Tetra Rifle. Those are probably like the top 3 really high damage burst weapons for Orion. So if you have any of those 3 that you'd be willing to put on there, I would definitely give it a go and see how you like it. Perobi Mimicer's funny. I can't imagine this does super well, though. It is a Mimicer. It is a Mimicer. Unfortunately, Mimicer's kind of mid. I like it. I like it a lot. In fact, I like it a lot with Tetra Rifle specifically. Don't ask why, I just do. But a weapon like this doesn't have a lot of range, so I'm not sure how much use you'd get out of it. I feel like probably not a lot. If I had to guess, it probably you'd probably, you could get maybe like 2 or 3 kills with it, but most of the time you're only going to get like 1 or 2. I would say, like, sure, you'll have the standout matches. Now everybody's going to have the standout matches. Don't ever take what I'm saying as like you're never going to get a lot of kills. No, surely sometimes you will. I mean, I got like 4 kills with autocannon Redox during that one challenge. It doesn't mean that it's good. It just means that one time I happened to get lucky, right? So 7 kills minimum with the Mimicer. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. I think it does. I think it doesn't have enough range. I think if you used more range, then it probably would do better. Podgun is a good example. $5 hanger reviews text include a much appreciated archduet. I'm not charging people, but if you do send anything, no matter what the amount is, if you do send it, I will prioritize yours because I very much appreciate all the support you guys give me. But yeah, all I'm saying is like I don't expect this to do phenomenal, to be honest. Because I don't think it has the range necessary to keep Mimicker alive for that long. Now, maybe I'm wrong. If you can use it if you get good results with it, that's fine. Like, can't argue with results, right? But I would encourage you to, if you have not already, at very least try some other things. Like you have pod guns on Mimicker here. I expect that to do better personally. It is 20 energy versus your 24 energy of Burrow Beam, so fair enough, right? But it doesn't even have a pilot, so like what the heck is that? Yeah. I think a lot of these would do better. I think both of these would do better with a little bit more range. This would even be okay with Burrow Beam. And then this would do better with a bit more burst damage. That's all I'm going to say about that. And then in terms of the mechs themselves, I think they're mostly okay. Blizzfrost is like sort of a tank. It's pretty good for standing ground. Otherwise, apart from that, you probably want something that's a little bit more tanky. I would maybe even replace the Dreadnought. Because you're at 6k, you're probably fighting quite a few mods. And also at some point, you got to keep in mind. Who is that? Hold on. Hey, much appreciated. Thank you. I got you. Yeah, right after Archdemon. You also got to keep in mind that at some point, pretty soon, fellas, they're going to be changing it. They're going to be changing the mods so that every mech at rank 3 can use mods on it, which means the bots will as well. Which means all of these things that are currently doing really well against all of these unmodded bots, and you're farming out the bots with it, like this continuum. This continuum Orion probably does pretty good against the unmodded bots. It's probably really good at farming those out. I don't think that it will after that change. You've used many different combos for all the mechs and hangars I'm using right now. It's the top one I enjoy the most. I mean, if it works, then it works. But I mean, like, pretty obviously, it's not the sort of thing that people normally use, right? Like, obviously, you have your own preferences. So I'm just giving you my 2 cents on what I would expect, how I would expect these things to perform. And maybe you're just really good with some of these, or maybe you're just really bad with the alternatives, or maybe it's just the way that you play that you prefer certain things. Or maybe I'm just wrong, and maybe some of these things are actually really good. I don't know. But certainly I'll give you my reasons as to why I think certain things should be probably perform a bit better. You play for fun, not meta. I mean, that's fair as well. But if you're asking for a hanger review, I assume that you want meta advice. So, very interesting hangers you have there, though. Let me check Orange Demon here. 15, 13, okay. Pretty good. Okay, Burrow Beam Surge, yeah, for sure. Continuum Eclipse. I don't know about Continuum Eclipse, but I guess so. People have been sort of glazing it recently. Revoker Nomad, for sure. Revoker Seeker, for sure. Gemini Lace Swing, for sure. Okay, not bad. You do not have Deathwalker. You also have Outlaw. Not a maxed Souls, but you do have Souls. Yeah, I think Deathwalker is kind of the only thing that you want to get yourself now. Because you have, like, 2 ultra-aggressive things here. You got, like, 3 sort of passive things here. Because, like, this can be sort of aggro to the extent that it has a brawler weapon, but you keep teleporting back into your, previous location. So you can't really, like, push much with that. These 2 are pretty passive. You don't really move. And then this one you can move. You can, take advantage of certain things. But for the most part, it's just these 2. And then in terms of holding ground, you don't really have anything to hold ground with. But late game at max level, that's kind of not as big of an issue. So it's probably okay. But, I mean, Deathwalker is meta for a reason. So, like, probably you should get that at some point. And replace probably the Seeker, if anything. Yeah, probably the Seeker. Not bad, though. I mean, you got a good thing going on here. This is definitely going to be good sometimes, but I think this is going to be fairly map dependent too as well. So that's maybe not a good one to keep in every hangar preset. All right, and then Robert. I'm sorry it took me so long to get to you. First preset, he said. Okay, this one. I do want to check what else you have, though. You do have a Nomad. And... yeah, the Dreadnought, okay. And... a Vortex, okay. So you have a Nomad and a Vortex. Revoker Surge is fine. Yeah, that's good. Stormwreck Deathwalker, that's good. Overdriver Bliss for us, I think that's probably fine. Quasher Hemlock. I kind of doubt... ooh, my bad. I kind of doubt Quasher Hemlock works that well, to be honest. And I would probably prefer Nomad over Dreadnought, to be honest. Especially the higher SP you get. You're going to be fighting a lot of people with a lot of mods. And this is another thing, too. Is like you only have one thing that even can use mods on it because it's the only rank 6 thing. You're going to want to start ranking these things up. Like at least one of them. Probably the Surge above all else. Because it just multiplies the effectiveness of it. It just becomes so much better. Deathwalker is okay to get, but Deathwalker is probably the one you could wait the longest for. It's not like super important because it just dies over and over and over again anyway. It doesn't really matter. Nomad would be another good one. Hemlock would be another good one. Yeah, these are all good mechs. These are all good mechs. You have some decent weapons on most of them. I don't know what this is about. And then this is, it could be okay, but I don't know. The damage delay on Quasher is just, I'm just not really sold on it. But it could be okay. But you kind of want to rank these up to get some mods on a lot of these, especially. And then I probably would replace this with the Nomad. I probably would prefer the Nomad over Dreadnought, to be honest. All right, let's see. Your account is chopped. Hold on. Now, what do you mean by that? This guy says his account is chopped. That's... no, it doesn't look that bad. That's not that bad. Burrow Beam Aegis, it's okay. The Railgun Orion itself will probably just single-handedly carry you through, I don't know, at least 50% of your battles. Revoker Zephyr's okay. Stormrank Lancer's okay. Revoker Killshot's okay. You can have some, like, sort of mid builds here, and you're really lacking on pilots as well. So at, like, 4,000 SP, you're kind of lagging behind in terms of pilots. And, I think that's mostly what it is. The Burrow Beam is also kind of like, I'm not... Burrow Beam 8s I don't think work that well. You'd probably do better with Podgun 8s if you have them. And if you don't, then I probably would... no, you do. You do. Yeah, you should probably use these. Well, they're only rank 4? Why are they only rank 4? Hold on, what else does he have? Oh, Berserker 8s. These work well. Those work well. I think Berserker's better than Burrow Beam at this SP. Especially if you don't have a beam pilot. So I would use... oh, you have some decent implants. But I would use Berserker over Burrow Beam at this SP. At least on Aegis. Especially. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. These are all okay. But you're going to want to get a couple more pilots for these too. You're sort of lagging behind in terms of that. Pilots make a pretty significant difference, especially if you get like an epic one. Like even a rare one. It's 20%. Like rank 5, it's 20%. You get 20% more damage and 10% more HP out of it. That's a pretty sizable advantage, right? And that's just with a rare. So if you had an epic or a legendary, these would be significantly better. And not having them really does kind of hurt you a bit. So, yeah. Hold on, let me just make sure he doesn't have... I mean, you have an epic one right here, bro. You have an epic one right here. Why not use it? Here's my thing. You have Case, right? Epic pilot. You don't have any heavy duty weapons, but like, who cares? A rank 5 epic, if it's not specialized, is still better than a rank 5 rare that isn't specialized. So you may as well be using it. And then you just like you're gonna have an unspecialized pilot no matter what. So you just throw something on for the HP boost and for the implant slots. So yeah. Mjolnir much appreciates, sir. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, so yeah, I would definitely get pilots and make sure that like you have an extra pilot that you could be using. You're not even using it, so like that's kind of that's a thing that you should keep in mind. Let me get yours next. Five. Okay, these are all pretty similar. Reaver rank 5 Reaver 8s. Okay, this is probably your main one. It's between these two. Reaver, Burrow Beam, Revoker. I would do this. I would swap the Burrow Beam and the Reaver, probably. I would maybe swap the Burrow Beam and the Reaver. And if Burrow Beam Surge can't guarantee you kills, then maybe swap these instead. Because the thing is, like, Reaver might even be better than Burrow Beam at this SP. Because the thing is like, okay, let's say that there is an enemy somewhere. There's just an enemy that exists where you go up to them, you use your ability, whatever. You're an Eclipse, a Seeker, a Surge, whatever. You're fairly close. You fire at them, you fire your entire mag, and it does not kill them. For Burrow Beam, that takes kind of a little while. It takes a couple seconds to unload, and then you have to take another couple seconds to reload. It's kind of a big deal if you don't kill it in one magazine. With Reaver, it's not as big of a deal because the unload time is much shorter, and then you have a really short reload, and then you could just keep going. And so it's a lot more of a brawler weapon. Though you could just double down on Revoker because it does seem like you have the 10 and 6, so you could just use double Revokers if you wanted to as well. But I almost feel like Reaver's more worth using than Burrow Beam. So you could do like Burrow Beam on Seeker for the damage boost to guarantee that you get kills. You could do Reaver on Eclipse and then Revoker on Surge. Reaver on Eclipse for the little bit more range because Eclipse isn't as fast as Surge. It can't close distances as fast. And then these two are okay, but I would prefer Stormrack on Deathwalker. And Gemini Blitzfrost is also probably fine, but Podgun might be slightly better because you don't have to rely on a target lock. Let's see. Yeah, okay. It doesn't look like you have any Stormracks. So I would probably do it that way. The mechs themselves look pretty good, though. Taco, much appreciated. Hold on. I got you. I see Savant on Lacewing. Okay, which one? I mean, probably not that one. I'm trying to figure out which one is your main hangar. Probably this one? Yeah, that doesn't look like a main hangar. This looks like probably your main hangar. You got the Silence build. Silence glazes Strike Rocket Lacewing a lot, and I don't really know why, because it never does anything, but he does. He likes it. Stormrack Deathwalker is very good, right? That's very solid. Gemini, I feel like this is kind of a waste. Like, you got 3 guided builds here. I don't think you should be doing that. I think Gemini Orion, you could justify that. It hits like an actual truck. So that's fine. That's fair enough. The Strike Rocket Lacewing, doubling down on guided weapons, I probably wouldn't do that at this SP, but okay, fair enough, right? You got 2 of them, that's fine. Definitely I would not do 3. And even if you did do 3, I wouldn't put it on Surge, really. I'd go double Revoker 10 if you have it. Let's see. I don't know if you have it. I can't tell. You do have double Tetra rifles on Stalker. That's pretty decent, but I'm not sure how well that's gonna hold up at this SP. He's got a max cheetah. That's great. I love to see it. I want to max my cheetah, bruh. Gemini 16 Guardians, kind of gamer. You got a lot of really fun builds in here, but yeah, in terms of like optimizing, in terms of meta, I'd replace this with something else. Some other S tier legendary mech, so like you know, like Eclipse, Blizzfrost, Hemlock, Solus, whatever. So I would probably do that. And you could even put the Geminis on that and then put the Tetra rifles on Orion. I think that'd probably be potentially better. And then I would replace the Geminis on Surge, or I would put Revokers instead. And then this is fine, obviously. You don't have a legendary reload implant. You're going to want to get that at some point, but I'm sure you know that. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure. I want to make sure I didn't miss any donations here. No, I did not. All right. Timmy, 4,000 A coins in tier 8. Oh, he's got the Strike Rocket Scorpius that I got, which did I make the? Yeah, I uploaded the first video, but the first Scorpius video. So garbage, dude. It's so bad. It's crazy. Burrow Beam Hemlock Platinum says that it's really good. I don't really see it, to be honest. I feel like it doesn't have the range. But I guess it kind of makes sense. This is really good. This is not bad either. I've actually who is it? It's Cax. Cax uses. Oh, yeah, I've seen him use Overdrive or Surge. It's the first time I've ever seen Overdrive or Surge, and he did really well with it. And I was like, oh, actually, that kind of makes sense. If anything, Tetra Rifle Stalker. I'd probably get rid of the Tetra Rifle Stalker. If you could replace the Scorpius with a better mech that doesn't suck, that would probably be ideal. Even Panther, bro. It literally replace it with Panther. You'd be better off. I'm not kidding you. I've tried it. So yeah. Replace Scorpius with Panther just because it's not garbage. The Vortex rank 3. That's not good. That's rank 4. Okay. Replace the Stalker with Orion, because like why use Stalker when you could use Orion? It's literally the same thing but worse, and it's the same rank too. So yeah, replace this with Orion for sure. And otherwise, it looks like you got a good thing going. I definitely would not keep this Overdrive or Surge long term, but you could keep it for a little while. You could replace this with like an Eclipse at some point, and then probably replace the Orion. Like you would probably replace the Orion or like one of these two. You replace with an Eclipse and then put the Overdrive on Eclipse, and then like Revoker or Burrow Beam on the Surge instead. But I think as it is, it's probably okay. Stormrack on Hemlock, I think, would probably be better, though. I don't know if you have it. Stormrack on Hemlock would probably be better, and then you could put the Burrow Beams on, maybe on Surge. I don't know. Overdriver's more likely to kill stuff, and though is the thing. But still, Stormrack, I think, is probably better. Yeah. Yeah, you got some good things though. Like you got some good things. I don't have Nomad or Hemlock, so it's you're doing pretty decent, and you do have mods on all this stuff, so not bad. Aim Red, much appreciated. Also, hold on, 43 months is ridiculous, bro. 43 months. I'm surprised that I've had that open for 43 months. How long is that, bruh? It's 3 years is 36. So that's 7. It's 3 years and 7 months. That's ridiculous. This guy. He says I think the main one is his red one. Yeah, this one, okay. So this is his free-to-play account. He's got the really garbage, stupid skin on Lacewing. I'm judging you for this skin. Yeah, I don't care what you think. It looks bad. He's also got the Squasher Hemlock. There's no way, okay, there's no way it works good, right? It is stupid. Shut your mouth. But, like, Squasher Hemlock, is it actually that good? I'm sure it's okay, but it's like, is it like, noteworthy? Is it the sort of thing where it's like, you should probably try that, because it's pretty good? Or is it the sort of thing where it's like, I don't really have anything better? It's alright? Okay, yeah, it's probably the sort of thing where it's kind of just, you don't have anything better. It's fair enough, fair enough. Okay, Stormrack Lacewing, sure. Burrowbeam Deathwalker, sure. Probably Stormrack Deathwalker's better. Revoker Surge, sure. Podgun Outlaw, sure. These are solid. These are solid. Have you tried swapping these by any chance? Oh, well, no, you can't, because you have a 12 and 6. It's 18 energy. Yeah, you can't. Fair enough, fair enough. You do have a Rogan Orion. And you do have the Hornets. And Podgun 8 and 10. Okay. I feel like Podgun's going to do better than Quasher. Almost certainly. And then this is probably... The rest of these are probably okay. Well, oh no, your Podguns are on here. Never mind. What would I say in that case? You could use Hornet technically, but I'm not sure that's a good idea. I guess it's okay. It's probably the best that you can make for now. It's probably the best that you can make for now, but you're probably going to want to at some point double down on Stormrack for something. Like, all three of these mechs work best with Stormrack, and that's kind of the problem there, is that you kind of don't want to use all three of these mechs in the same hangar for that reason. You end up using, like, either these two or these two, depending on the map. And then these two are kind of fine. The Outlaw's sort of mid. Maybe even replace the Outlaw with, like, Railgun Orion, depending on the situation. Yeah. Not bad, though. I mean, you get some good stuff. It's not like Sanji level luck, but it is pretty good. Use Hornet on Hangar Showdown with the implant. It's absolutely bonkers. Oh, let's go. I forgot you had that. I think Hornet is actually legitimately good now. I think Hornet after the buff is actually legit. You're going to sleep. You'd be surprised if your ID is only 1.5 months old. Okay. Okay. Your ID is only 1.5 months old. This doesn't really surprise me. Here's the thing. Is that over the last, like, 2 or 3 months especially, is, like, the bulk of almost everyone's progress as a free-to-play player. Like, I've been playing for basically a year, but the last couple months were the bulk of my progress, simply because there's all those Crate Rush events. It does not surprise me that you got a lot of good stuff, right? It doesn't surprise me at all. And even then, it was only... Like, it's really only Burrowbeam, Revoker, and Deathwalker that you got, right? Yeah, I mean, you got, like, a Viper 16, but that's not, like, a big deal. Yeah, it's only, like, a couple stuff. Like, it's... I mean, good for you, though. Good for you, though. It's fine. This is fine. Not the most ideal, but it's better than the other way around. This is good. This is... What? Why would you rank it up? Like, I get it. I get it. You put it there because you have the extra energy capacity, and you may as well. I get it. But why would you rank it up? That's the question that I have. Why bother? And also, by the way, instead of Autocannon 4, here's what you should do. You should use Thermal Lance 4. Because if you can apply the weaken effect from Thermal Lance, it will multiply your Viper damage by 50%, and you do way more damage. You do have to hold the beam on them for a little while, but it's not a big deal. It's way better than autocannon, right? It's better than, like, the, completely basic. You're basically healing them with this damage, so 133 damage per shot. Like, come on, bro. So, yeah, I mean, even if you use autocannon, which is fair enough, I definitely would not upgrade it. And, but I would probably use Thermal Lance 4 instead. And then in terms of these two, those are fine, but I think, did I see you had... Yeah, you have Podgun. Did I see Gemini anywhere? I did not. Okay. So, I would probably put pod guns on Aegis instead of the burrow beams. I doubt that these can kill a whole lot of things. Because you look to be in the exact same situation that I'm in, which is that you don't have any phenomenal burrow beam implants. You don't even have a beam pilot. You just have the weapons at rank 5. Which, sure, it's nice to have them, but they probably don't kill very many things. So I would go with pod gun instead, because it should be a lot more reliable, at least for now. And then the Revoker on Deathwalker is not the most ideal. I think Deathwalker prefers to have a little bit more range, but you don't really have anything better to put Revoker on, so to be fair. Also, a tanker hanger? Come on, bro. Absolutely cringe. You have a trick to climb the building in Imperial Temple with Tengu. Yeah, you can go to the side and climb on top of those little trucks that are on the side. And then you jump up from there. You can also do it from the stairs, right from the spawn, but I'm not good enough to do it. I've never been able to do it. I know that it's technically possible, though. You don't know where to put burrow beam. The most likely answer to this, I'm gonna check yours. The most likely answer to this is that you shouldn't be using it at all. I think people get it and they're so excited to have it. They're like, oh my gosh, it's clearly super OP, so I'm just gonna use it, and then they realize that it's not that good because it's just the 8s and they don't really have a good pilot, and then they realize it's not that good, so they're trying to figure out what to use it on, but realistically they should just not be using it at all, to be honest. Is this a tanker hanger, or is this just like something weird? What's going on, fellas? Come on. Are we for real? Oh, right. Okay, this probably makes most sense. Yeah, double revokers on this versus he's got disruptors on that. That's okay. It's probably okay. Overdriver, Vortex. Vortex is mid. I probably wouldn't bother with it, to be honest. Do you have, he has Lancer. Is it maxed? Yeah, it's maxed. Okay. Double Stormak 10s on Dreadnought, that's okay. I would probably put the overdrivers on Aegis and the burrow beams on Vortex. But you could also just replace your Vortex with something else, like Orion, and then use like Podgun or Railgun on that. And then, like, there's a very good chance that the best choice for you is just to not use burrow beam yet. Just to not bother with it at all. It looks like you've already upgraded it a couple times trying to make it work, but it's probably just not going to work for now. Right, and that's okay. It's completely fine for that to be the case. And that's definitely the case for me. For me, on my free-to-play account, I have it. It's garbage. I don't like it. I stopped using it almost immediately because it's just really bad the way that I have it right now. Eventually, I'll use it, but for the time being, I'm just not going to. And that's probably the case for you as well. Yeah, your worst mech here is probably Vortex, which is unfortunate. It's rank 5, too. Mods going God mode today. Yeah, whoever's modding right now looks like Caledosia mostly. Whoever's timing out all these spammers. I can barely even tell who's spamming because there's so many people saying things. So I appreciate your contribution. Okay. Just that guy. You used to be... I think this guy used to be in my my free-to-play clan, but then I kicked him out because he was inactive for like 2 weeks. I'm sorry about that, by the way. Okay. Let's see. What in the world? What in the Revoker Panther is this, bruh? That's crazy. Okay. Because some good stuff. This is good. This is solid. No reason to change that. This, I think, is just like... I think this is just like a personal favorite of his. Which is fair enough. Yeah, you were. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think this is just a personal favorite. Because I see him with it all the time. So I'm gonna assume that this is off the table. Like I'm gonna assume that you don't want to change your Gatecrasher, which is fair enough. It's gonna get buffed anyway. It might even be good after a while. Stormwrack Lancer, Podgun Orion, Overdriver Tengu. Okay. Revoker 10, Spro Beam, Ember Guns, Podgun 8, Overdriver. Okay. I'm just trying to see what all you have. Okay, so this is good. This is fine. This is also okay. I would probably maybe put Burrow Beam on the Tengu. Maybe that would work. I mean, you do have that in one of your other presets. I don't know how good it is, but any spammers caught will get a 30 bird. Only one hangar can be reviewed at a time. Spamming IDs won't help you move up the list. Yes, thank you very much. You can, like, if you want to repeat yourself, totally fine. Listen, there's a difference between repeating and spamming, right? Repeating is like, I sent it a minute ago, so I'll send it again. I'll send it again. Spamming is like, I'm going to send it 4 times literally in a row within a 2-second times period. Like, don't do that, bro. So, oh, he's going to replace the Lancer, by the way. Changing Lancer for Eclipse soon. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. That's a good choice. Do you have Railgun? If you have Railgun, that'd be better for Orion. You have Needle Launcher 12 and 16. Okay. Yeah, this is an interesting one. You don't really have any tanky things. Well, I mean, Tengu is actually kind of tanky. Never mind. It is kind of tanky. And then, like, this is also kind of tanky, and this is also kind of tanky. So it's like you have 3 things that are, like, sort of mid-tankiness. And so I think that's kind of okay, and you don't really need anything that's particularly tanky. That's sort of the case with, like, late game as well. Is, like, after a while, you get to the point where it's, like, most of the stuff that you're using, you have, like, Nomad, like, Blizzfrost, what's it called, Deathwalker, but even just, like, Eclipse and Surge, like, they become fairly tanky just because you have a lot of mods on them. So everything becomes, like, sort of tanky to the point where you don't actually need a dedicated tank thing. The Parasite is still, like, a good one to have as well, but yeah, you don't really need it, is what I'm trying to say, for that reason. I guess it's okay. Yeah, I'd probably put, like, the overdrivers on Eclipse once you replace it, right? Or the overdriver or the pod gun, whichever one. And then you put, you could put the Stormwrax on Orion if you put the pod gun. And then if you put the overdriver, you could put the Stormwrax on Tengu. But you could also do, like, Burrow Beam or something. Or even just double Revoker 6s or something like that. Some type of, like, higher DPS. Because Tengu's got really good... Tengu's really good up close because you're going to head out. All right. Take care. Thank you for being here. Tengu's really good up close because if you can jump, like, behind somebody, you apply stasis. It keeps them from being able to turn around. And you could just kind of just do circles around them the entire time. It's really hard for them to do much. But also your ability damage is solid. Like, it's really good. So, like, it's really ideal to be as close as possible with Tengu. So having weapons that are good with that is ideal. Drun XYZ. It's those drunks. Oh no, I don't know. He says his account's about to be 6 years old though. That was wild. You're not going to expect that, is what he says. No, I'm not surprised. This doesn't surprise me. You have mostly, like, old school stuff. An old account doesn't mean you have high SP. It just means that you have mostly. It just means that, you know, you'll have a low rank kill shot, a low rank Panther. These aren't bad. Let's see. The Vortex. Wait, that's still rank 3, right? Yeah, okay. These aren't bad. You shouldn't do... Wait. Got, like, a Stormwrack 10 and a Revoker 6. I mean, I guess, but if you have Stormwrack 6, I would probably do that. Burrow Beam Orion, I probably wouldn't bother with that. Maybe swap these two. Because if you don't kill somebody in a single Burrow Beam magazine, you can at least do, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 magazines per Panther ability, so it shouldn't be a problem. And then Pod Gun on Orion. It keeps you from taking damage. Though you do have mods on this, so it's, like, not as big of a deal, but it's still. Discluncher Stalker, that's okay. Revoker Killshot, that's okay, especially since you have mods, it's okay. You're gonna wanna... Don't bother ranking this up. It's cheaper now. There's, like, the repricings and whatever. I don't bother ranking up the low-tier stuff, I would say. Get rid of your Zephyr. Replace it with probably Aegis. Or the Panther. You could replace the Panther with Aegis as well. That's also a good one. You could try to use the Vortex, but I'm not sure it would do very good. Yeah, I mean, basically, you're just picking up from where you left off 6 years ago or whatever the frick it was, right? So do the best you can. You're starting in a sort of weird spot, but it's not really a big deal, right? Like, you're kind of just trying to catch up, trying to do a little stuff. Get some. It's mostly the mechs. You have some decent weapons here already. Disc Launcher's kind of mid, but the rest of these are okay. Like the rest of these are good. So it's mostly just the mechs that you need to catch up on. You have, like, your Panthers rank 3, right? I wouldn't rank it up. It's not really worth it. So yeah, you just go for, like, the legendary mechs. Replace the Panther, replace the Zephyr, replace the Stalker eventually. These two can probably serve you pretty well for a while. And yeah, it's about it. Slammer. Alright, Slammer. Hold on. He feels like he underperforms, is what he says. 7,000 squad power. 0, 4,000. Okay. Assuming this is his main one. No legendary reload implants. That's gonna hinder you slightly. The Guardian's always. I can tell you right now, the Guardian and the Redeemer are both garbage. Don't even think about it. You're gonna run into an army of Glazers for both of these mechs to the point where you'll probably gaslight yourself into thinking that they're good and worth using and worth upgrading. They are not. They are not. The people who glaze them, they operate entirely in theoretical battle formats. It's all of a, well, if this happened, then I could do this, but it never actually happens in practical combat. Like in actual battles, it's, like, so impractical to make good use of them. So don't even bother. This is fine, though you will eventually need to get higher energy weapons for your Orion, which is going to be a problem. I would probably go with Pod Gun 10s on it instead of Rail, because, like, buying Railgun 12 is not really worth it, to be honest. So yeah. Starmax here, that's good. The Revoker Nomad, that's good. These three are good. You're gonna need to, again, you're at that SP where you're gonna want to eventually rank up this to rank 6, and then you're gonna want higher energy, and it's gonna be kind of difficult to use double 8s and make good use of them, but you're also not gonna want to spend 7,000 Acorns on a Railgun 12, so I would probably go with, like, Podgun 12 or something. Go with the Savant. These are not bad weapons, but I would probably replace the mechs, to be honest. What would I replace them with? Aegis isn't bad. What else do you have? I mean, even Tengu's probably better. Yeah. Panther, Aegis. Panther's probably better than Aegis at this point. Like, here, the thing with Panther and Aegis, I think Aegis is better early game, Panther's better late game. You're probably at that point where Panther's going to start to be slightly better than Aegis is. So I would probably go for Panther instead of Aegis. And then the other one, I'd probably replace the Guardian. And then the Redeemer you can keep for the time being, but then just replace it with whatever legendary mech that you can get your hands on. The next one that you can get your hands on, the next good one anyway. Yeah. I think it's mostly just those two mechs. They're overglazed, and people will have you believe that they're way better than they actually are, is the thing. You've been asking for so long. All right, well, I got you. I'm not purposely ignoring anyone, by the way. If I haven't gotten you, I'm sorry, but there's a lot of people here. I'm certainly not going to be able to get everybody. So you have to just understand that it's just not possible for me to go through everyone. So I'm just picking people basically at random. Of course, if someone donates, then I'll prioritize them because I appreciate that. But that's about it, right? So yeah, don't take it personally. It's not personal. Burrow Beam Zephyr, okay. Burrow Beam Killshot, that's probably not good. Disruptor Lancer, that sounds okay, actually. Disc Launcher Sentinel, Railgun Orion. Okay, this is the only, like, definitively solid one. The rest of these are kind of iffy. Disruptor Lancer, the only thing that I have against this is that Lancer tends to prefer to stay on top of buildings for stuff. And if you're on top of a building, you can't reach a lot of things with Disruptor because it only has 91 meters range. So I would maybe even swap these two. So put Disc Launcher on Lancer for just the slightly longer range, and then put the Disruptor on Sentinel. I think that would probably be slightly better. In terms of these two, Burrow Beam Zephyr is probably good. Burrow Beam Killshot is probably not. I would probably go with Revoker 6 and 10 over that. And then you have 2 tanker hangars, which is cringe. Yeah. I would go with a close quarters weapon over Burrow Beam on Killshot, to be honest. You've been here for an hour? Alright, well, I got you, bro. Let's see. He's got 1 hangar. Okay, good. That makes it easy. Overdriver Blockhorn. Cool. Podgun Aegis. Fine. Burrow Beam Parasite. That's also fine. Stormrack Redeemer. Give up on Redeemer, guys. It's pointless. Revoker Nomad. Sure. So this is the only one that I would say don't even bother with, bro. It's probably okay. But simply because it has double Stormrack 10s and it's fairly fast. Like anything else that's fairly fast and has double Stormrack 10s would probably be as good or better than that. Let's see. You have a lot of tanky stuff. You don't have a lot of stuff that can move quickly. So I mean, like, to that extent, sure, the Redeemer's okay, but it does, like, when you use the ability, it brings you it brings you back to where you were, so you actually don't have a lot. It's kind of like Seeker, where it's like technically it moves a lot, but it also technically doesn't move a lot. So that's, yeah, it's kind of a problem sometimes, especially when it comes to grabbing beacons, right? Like if you want to backtrack to protect yourself while you're grabbing a beacon, you are suddenly just like way back where you were, and you're not even anywhere near that beacon anymore, probably. So yeah, the Nomad's gonna be the better one for that sort of thing. The Redeemer's kind of just a Stormwreck platform at that point. These are all fine. Yeah, I think these are all fine, but you're going to want to replace this with something else that's fast and can do better work than this. So probably Surge or Eclipse. Yeah, you probably wouldn't use the Stormwrecks on it specifically. But depending on which one you get would kind of determine that. You could use Overdrivers on Eclipse and then Stormwrecks on Blockhorn or something. You figure something out. But yeah, I wouldn't go with the Redeemer long term. I wouldn't bother with it. Fitter. All right, let me see. Let's see what you got. Your first hangar is the main one, and then your third has some extra mechs and weapons. Okay, I got you. Okay, this is your main, and then this is just like random stuff. So charge rocket's kind of pointless. Legendary. Thank you very much. That's much appreciated. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you. Charge rocket. That's not that good. Suppressor. I'm a suppressor glazer, but depending on what else you have, you may or may not want to use the. Bro, what is this? Gemini. Okay. Squasher. Okay. Tetra rifle. Okay. And then you also have Outlaw and Seeker, rank 4. That's okay. Good to know. Podguns, Blockhorn, not bad. I would maybe replace the Dreadnought with Seeker. Yeah, probably. Or even Aegis, to be honest. I feel Dreadnought's kind of... It's very... For me, and I'm just speaking based on my experience, I'm a similar SP as you. I also have a Dreadnought that's rank 4, no mods, right? It is incredibly hit or miss. And the most reliable form of Dreadnought that I've found has been Strike Rocket 10s, which kind of tells you how it works, right? Where it's like, you just be super passive. Strike Rocket can work on anything. It's like using Gemini, right? It's like, there's no such thing as a mech that does bad with it. It's just a matter of, you know, whether it's the most optimal. So, yeah, I find Dreadnought to be very hit or miss, which is unfortunate. I think Aegis is more reliable, and I think Seeker also would probably be maybe not more reliable. Seeker is also pretty hit or miss, but I think it would at least be able to take out priority targets easier. This is fine. This is also okay, but I think the ideal would be Storm Rack instead of Burrow Beam. You could use Burrow Beam on Blockhorn. And then the shadow. I'm gonna go out on a limb and just say that the shadow is non-negotiable. It's so out of place that I can't not think that. Caladosia, bro, this man's cooking them. I appreciate it, bro. I'm gonna go on a limb and say that this one's non-negotiable. It also is the only mech that has mods, so it's fair enough, right? I'll just ignore that for now. But yeah, I'd try to put Stormrax on this because I think it's better. I'd probably replace the Dreadnought, to be honest. And I also don't think Dreadnought's a good long-term mech. Because, what's it called? They're going to change the mods to where everyone can use mods on rank 3 stuff. Mods really, really ruin the effectiveness of Dreadnought. They do. They turn it from like a one-hit killing monster to like just a thing that's just like, oh no. A couple of my layers are gone and I'm EMP'd for 2 seconds. It does a small amounts of damage to me. That's so sad. And then they kill you. It's not that good. So, yeah. I don't think this is going to be one that you want to keep. I'd probably replace that. And that's about it. Okay, Ghosty. Let me get you. You're free to play. Gonna unlock Surge soon. You have more than 8,000 A coins. Okay. You're in Platinum's clan. Let's go. You got 2 hangars here. This one seems to definitely be... This one definitely seems to be better, yeah. Okay, this is fine. This is also good. This is good. This is good. This is good. I would give up on the Redeemer, guys. I get it. It's a fan favorite. People like it. It's fun. And there's like an actual army of people who are willing to glaze the crap out of it. But it's not that good. It's not worth using. I would replace it with, I don't know, almost anything. Well, you do have a Solus. I would actually replace it with a Solus. You have a Solus and an Outlaw. Yeah. I'd replace it with either Solus or Outlaw, but I'm guessing Solus would do better. That's my guess. And then you could keep the pod guns on it. It's only the 8s, but like, so what, right? It's fine. Solus ability is really useful. So, I'd probably do that. Otherwise, like, it looks okay. You have the makings of like a late game hangar. But you it's just kind of taking a little while. You've been here for 2 hours. Well, you could be lying about that, but I'll check it. I'll check it. Hold on. He's only got one. Okay, good. He makes it easy. Railgun Orion. Okay. Stormwreck Lancer. These are good. This is good. This is good. This is okay. This is okay. What's pretty good at this SP? They're not long-term builds really, but they are very good at this SP. Much appreciated. Thank you. I will get to yours in just a second. Yeah. So these two are very good, but they're not like long-term builds. Dreadnought is another one that's like probably not a long-term mech that you'll use, although you do have a mod on it, so that's nice. And yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. I prefer, see, here's the thing. I prefer to use like more passive stuff on my Dreadnought. Now mine doesn't have mods, obviously, but that's just because I don't know. I just find that it tends to work a little bit better. So if you want to try it, you could swap these two weapons. I don't know if you've done that already, if you tried that already, but I would try using pod guns on Dreadnought as a little bit more passive, and then Overdriver on Aegis, which works basically the same as pod gun does. It's like they work basically the same. So your Aegis doesn't lose value, but your Dreadnought might gain small amount of value. That's kind of the goal with potentially swapping those weapons. And then the rest of these are fine for now, although the Lancer, eventually you'll replace that with another like legendary mech probably that you get. All right, let's see. Hold on. Hey, much appreciated. Sumitsantra. Dang, bro, I can't read that. I'll try my best. The first is your main, and the third is your OG. Okay. So the first one is the one that you want me to look at. I'm assuming. I got you. Moving on, much appreciated. You got your ID? I'll take yours next if you got it. All right. What does he have? He has Parasite. He has Bastion. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to see what else he has that's not... No, they have the same mechs. Okay. This is good. Sure. This is... I like Bastion, but I don't think it's that good. You're probably going to want to replace that at some point. Parasite's really good. Disc Launcher's not, though. I would get rid of that. Beam Eclipse, sure. Revoker Search, sure. What other weapons do you have? That seems to be like... It seems like you've really gone like really heavy in on like a couple different weapons and mechs. And that's fair, right? That's fair. But I don't think Bastion's that good, to be honest. Overdriver's good. But I don't think Bastion's that good. And I don't think Disc Launcher's that good. So I try to replace both of those... things. The Bastion... I'm be honest, even Aegis might be better than that. Which is an epic mech. Even Aegis might be better. And then the Disc Launcher, I would go with Pod Gun. I think Pod Gun's a very easily accessible weapon. Yeah, 6,000 SP. The 8 and the 10 for Pod Gun are both for credits, so you should be able to get those without too much trouble. Ezreal, hold on. I got you. First is the fun one. Second is the one your main one, and the third is the Dream Hanger. Okay. Got you. Hold on, I don't think I missed any. Yeah, Movie Night put his in. I don't think I missed his ID though. He didn't include his ID. If you wanna put your ID in, then I got you, bro. Otherwise I appreciate it. So the second one is the main one, is what I'm hearing. Okay, let me just make sure I get an idea of all the mechs. So these are all the same. You have just a couple garbage ones besides that. Well, you also have Eclipse, okay. You have rank 4. Burrow Beam, Blizzler, that's fine. Maxed Surge, okay. Podgun, Hemlock, Stormwreck, Deathwalker, Missile Rack. I mean, the Missile Rack Seeker's gotta go, bruh. The Missile Rack Seeker's gotta go. You could honestly Burrow Beam Seeker, I think, is pretty good. That's what Platinum says, and I can understand that too, because the damage boost from the Burrow Beam kind of just ensures that you get whatever kills that you're going for. So that sounds pretty decent. Missile Rack, I doubt, is going to kill a lot of stuff. But otherwise, apart from that, I'd go with Revokers, if at all possible. This is a Sultan missile. Okay. Podgun, Hemlock, I don't think is great. Ideally, you'd use Stormwreck on both of these, I think. And then you have... Do you have any other mechs or weapons? Yeah, you do have Eclipse, I suppose. I think Eclipse... I think maybe in some hangars, you probably want to replace Eclipses. Like, especially for free-for-all type thing. You definitely don't want Seeker. Seeker's not that good, I don't think. So you'd want to go for Eclipse instead. But yeah, I think it's mostly just the Missile Racks. The Missile Racks are kind of garbage. And then Podgun Hemlock, I think, is also kind of mid, personally. You could use Podgun on Blizzfrost. I think that'd be okay. Let's see. I'm just trying to make sure I didn't miss one. All right. Napoleon. All right, I got you, bro. Yeah, again, guys, I see some of you are starting to go all caps now. I'm sorry, I cannot get to everybody. There's no chance I'm getting to everybody this stream. It's just not gonna happen. I can't do that many. Like, yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize, right? It's not personal. I 100%, I'm not ignoring you. So if I don't do yours, it's not because I'm ignoring you. It's just because I'm just picking them randomly as I see them in the chat. I'm just picking them randomly as I see them. So yeah, don't freak out about it, and don't take it personal. What is this? So it's because it's just between this Burrow Beam Zephyr and Disruptor Cheetah. This is definitely better. Okay. He has mods. He's on like an older account. Podgun there, Revoker there, Berserker there, Gemini there. This is kind of a really poorly managed. Like, these are kind of really, really... I don't want to say they're bad. You got some good weapons and you got some good mechs, but they're not put together very well, I would say. Get Aegis in here. Like, if you have Aegis, get rid of this freaking Sentinel. Like, I don't care that Sentinel's cheaper, okay, fellas? It's garbage. It is so bad. My rank 4 Ares is probably better than my rank 4 Sentinel. It's that bad. So, yeah, don't go around thinking, well, I'll just get Sentinel and use that because it's cheap. Nah, it's kind of garbage. I mean, you can do that, but you're not going to have a good account that way. So you should try to get Aegis if you don't already have it. I would definitely get that. What else is it that's worth getting? Panther and Killshot are also decent. Though you could... Yeah, I think Aegis is kind of just the best one to start with. Berserker should go on Sentinel, and then you replace the Sentinel with Aegis if you get it, and then you use Berserker Aegis. It's very effective. It's very good. Revoker goes on Zephyr. The burrow beams go on probably Stalker, and then the pod guns on Orion, or you could put the pod guns on Stalker and the burrow beams on Orion, whichever one you prefer. And that's how I would set this hanger up. That's how I would set this hanger up, without changing pretty much anything. Like without changing any of the mechs, I would just swap those weapons around in that way. And then, yeah, apart from that, the Zephyr is kind of a mid-mech, so you're probably not going to want to use that for too much longer. This is garbage. You shouldn't use it for that long. This is also kind of so I probably wouldn't use this for super long-term either. This can help you for a little while. The most long-term one that you have is the Orion, to be honest. And Berserker on it, I don't think is a great choice. Because again, like Orion, you said you've been here for an hour and a half, so you would have heard this multiple times already. Orion has the ability to kill stuff instantly in a single shot. So why would you then use an ability like that? Why would you waste it with a weapon that deals slow damage? Because you're not killing somebody in a single shot. You still end up taking return fire. You still end up taking damage back. So, well, not all the time, but sometimes for sure. So it just doesn't make sense to me to do it that way. Now, obviously, everyone has their own preferences. If you really like it this way, then you can keep using it. I'm just giving you my 2 cents, right? So I think it doesn't make sense to use Berserker on Orion. I think you should put, yeah, just like to reiterate, right? Like Berserker on Sentinel, Revoker on Zephyr, Burrow Beam on Orion, and then keep the pods here, or you could put the pod guns on Orion and put the burrow beam here, whichever one you like better, and then this is fine. Yeah, and that's how I would do that. Zulfikar Hussein. Okay, I got you, bruh. First is for free for all. Second is your general one. The third is your just random stuff. Okay. Using Outlaw because of Deathwalker. Okay. Gotcha. I thought I saw something else. All right. So the first one's for free for all. The second one's his main one. And then this is just like a couple other random stuff. So he has Eclipse and Orion with Railgun. This is his main one. Tetra Nomad, I think, is probably wouldn't use it. This is decent. This is decent, though I'd prefer Stormrack over that. I prefer like probably Stormrack here, Revoker here. The pod guns here are fine. Overdrivers here are fine. I'd probably put Revokers on Nomad as well. You could keep the burrow beams on here and then put the Revokers on here. Like between these two, burrow beam should probably do better on Surge than it would on Nomad. I don't think it would do that good on Nomad. But yeah, the thing with Deathwalker is like you have to try to chase people down with Revoker, and it's honestly not that easy because Deathwalker is not really that fast. And people send you back. Like as soon as they see you coming, a lot of times they'll just send you back. So it's like you're scaring them, yeah, but you're most of the time not even that close, not even really close enough to actually get kills with it. So having radius and a bit more range with Stormrack is in my opinion way better. And then this is his free-for-all one. This is good. This is good. This is fine. This is good. This is interesting. I wouldn't expect this for free-for-all, but it seems okay. Probably better than pod gun because it does damage immediately. I guess that's fair. Maybe try Tetra Rifle on Orion for your free-for-all one. That might do better. Or Railgun, I guess. I mean, Railgun's probably better because it does all of its damage immediately. And then you do have Eclipse and you do have Stormrack 6 and 10. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So I put Stormrack 6 and 10 on Deathwalker. And then you do have Eclipse, so you could choose to use Eclipse instead of Outlaw in like on certain maps or certain modes or whatever. Yeah, and that's about it. He said he was using Outlaw because of all the Deathwalkers running around, which is fair enough. Much appreciated. Can I do yours again, but the third preset? Okay, I got you. Let's see. This. Let me just refresh myself on what you have here. Oh, yeah, it's the Continuum Orion Glazer. Okay. Railgun Orion, yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing with Railgun Orion is that you have to buy the 12 in order to make it work, which is kind of cringe. Burrow Beam Dreadnought, sure. Stormwreck Seeker. Podgun Blizzfrost, this is good. This, I don't know. I always thought that Stormwreck Seeker was a good one to have, but I've heard kind of bad things about it. I feel like people tell me that like Revoker and Burrow Beam are way better. So maybe that would be the case, and maybe you should swap these two, perhaps. And or probably put the Stormwreck on. Well, I mean, Savant Hemlock's not bad. Wait, can you? What other Savants do you have? If you could put Savants on Dreadnought, that might be decent. And then Stormwrecks on Hemlock. Yeah. That's probably fine. You could, I mean, alternatively, well, it's 16 and 8, so no. Okay, no, never mind. I understand why you have it this way. Never mind. Yeah, because it's 16 and 8, it's kind of awkward. You can't fill 20 energy with that. You'd have to use, like, only, like, double 8s or something. That's not that good. I guess. It's not the most ideal. Like, you wouldn't keep it like this long term, but the way that you have it now, I guess, is fine. Right? It's fine the way that you have it now for now. Although the railguns. It's unfortunate. You might consider Tetra Rifle instead, simply because you can get the 10s. Or the Continuum. I mean, I know you really like it, so fair enough. Yes, the pod guns, yeah, Gemini, sure, okay. Yeah. Like, I understand why you have it the way you have it. Too broke for Max Seeker, yeah. Yeah, after looking at it for a little while, like obviously, like, you're not going to want to keep it that way, but I understand why you have it the way you have it currently, essentially. All right, let's see. Let's check this guy. Atomic Bomber. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, much appreciated. Okay, I got you next time. I'll have you right after this. He's got a Scorpius. He's got a Quasher Vortex. Podgun Gatecrash. This is a gamer. Fellas, we've found a true gamer. Long Arm Paragon. We found the true gamer. None of us are gamers. It's this guy. Well, it's got a kill shot, but so long as we ignore that. This is the gamer that we've all been waiting for. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't join today. These are some interesting builds. This I feel like probably wouldn't do bad. This I don't think would do too bad. This has got to be garbage because it's Scorpius is so terrible, dude. Like, I don't know. This probably is fine. He's got 12 energy. Can you do double Revoker 6? Because that would be better. Right? It'd be better than Revoker 10 and Shotgun 2. If you could do double Revoker 6, that would be better. I don't know if you can, though. But yeah, I don't actually think this would be that bad. I don't think this would be that bad. This is definitely pretty good. And it's mostly just this one. This one's kind of trash. You have, what do you have? He's got long arm 12s. I love it, bro. Tetrashore. Okay. He has Gemini 6s, Hornet 8s, Helix 16. Actually, so maybe Gemini 6, but also like double Hornet 8s or Helix Rack 16, or if you have like 12 and 8 as well. I think guided weapons on this like there's no way that this is surviving almost any encounter, bro. It's a wild decision. The more that I look at this, the more I want to try it because it looks hilarious. But there's no way that it works. There's just no way that it works. So I I'd probably go with Hornet above all else because it has a lot of. It's kind of similar to Podgun, right? It has like homing to it, and it has good range and whatever. So that'll probably keep you alive for the longest amount of time. Or you could just freaking swap your Scorpius for this long arm Paragon. Low key, it might even do better. I don't know. Or the kill shot. The kill shot's also okay, probably. Like almost anything would do better than that Scorpius. It's sad, but it's true. Okay, hold on. I think I got one more to catch up on. Yes. Let's check this guy. I got you. 10,000 with a max Chungus. Fellas. Are we seeing this? That's great. It's got carbines as well. His ID, like, look at his ID, though. It's a 6-digit ID. And so I kind of expected this. Because Carbine was actually really meta back in the day. This is like a really OG player, right? So like Brickhouse was one of the only, it was the only legendary mech for a while. Carbine was really meta, so I imagine he got all of that stuff back then. Same thing with like Guardian Railgun 16. Those were very meta back in the day. He's got a much better hanger that's lower SP down here. He just needs to upgrade some stuff. That's fair enough. Yeah, the Guardian you're not going to want to keep. The Railguns you're not going to want to keep. The Disc Launchers and the Killshot you're not going to want to keep. This is good. This is garbage. I love it, but it's garbage. The Hemlock is good, but the Missile Racks is kind of not that good. Strike Rockets are fine, but the 8s I probably wouldn't bother with. Revoker, Nomad is good. Revoker Seeker is good. I would go with Stormrack Deathwalker. And what else do you have? Ooh, you also have Stormrack Solus. Okay. Yeah, go with Stormrack Deathwalker, Revoker Nomad. If you can, also Stormrack Hemlock. Probably Burrow Beam Seeker, or another Revoker, whichever one works better. You have 20 energy. Yeah, you'd have to upgrade it a little bit. You could use like double 8s on it though. Burrow Beam Seeker, and then the last one probably like Surge or something. Or no, you could put Solus in here. Yeah, you could replace this with Solus. And then the Lace Wing's also good. So you could, yeah, I guess this is either a Hemlock or a Solus. Yeah, I don't know. You got like 6 good mechs though, is what I'm trying to say. So you got these 4. These are good mechs, and then this is kind of not that good. You also have Hemlock and Solus. Those are good mechs. This works best with Stormrack. This works best with Burrow Beam. This works best with the Revoker. This is best with Stormrack as well, but you could do Strike Rocket, I suppose. And then Solus is much appreciated. Solus is best with Strike Rocket or Pod Gun, in my opinion. Yeah, but you're gonna want to also get Surge at some point because it's kind of just like one of the top 2 mechs. So yeah, I would do that. So, I mean, it's a good start though. Like probably the last like 2 months, you got most of that stuff. Use all 3 presets depending on the map. Okay, I got you. Okay, they're very similar. Is essentially it. Minigun Eclipse. Let's go. Let's go. Stormrack Deathwalker. Okay. Revoker Surge. Stormrack. No, I wouldn't do that. Gemini. Panther. I guess that's okay. Strike Rocket. Strike Rocket Orion. Hold on. What are the differences between here? So all 3 presets have these 3 mechs the same. That's fine. That's honestly good. That makes sense. You have a 16-8. You could use, at this SP, you could also use Burrow Beams on Surge, but it's not maxed out, so you'd have to wait until it's maxed out. This is good. This makes sense. And then this I would probably replace with Revoker Nomad. Yeah, I think having Revoker Nomad here is like a second Revoker build. Keeping these three the same. And then having this be either the Lace Swing, depending on the map, right? Either the Lace Swing or probably a Strike Rocket Orion. Or I guess you could do Panther as well, whichever one. But basically, like on the maps where Lace Swing's really good, you keep it. On the maps where it's really garbage, you use something different. Probably something a little bit more aggro. Hello? Oh wow, okay. The game almost crashed, dude. I told you to make changes, so you did. Can I take a look? Bro, I want to stay away from... Like, there's a lot of people that I haven't gotten to. I told you what to do, doing it and then telling me to check it again is kind of wild. Dubus. Alright, first is your main. Second will be the main after Revoker nerf. Do you think Revoker's going to fall off that hard? Third is for your idea that I have these things. I'm not sure what that means, but okay. So this... right, okay. It's not even... The upcoming Revoker nerf isn't even what would make me take Revokers off Eclipse. I think you should just take Revokers off Eclipse in general. Revoker works really good on Surge and Seeker. I'd probably do that more. So I'd consider this one to be your main one. This is good. This is good. This is also decent. This is good. This is good. They're all okay. Yeah, I would say all of them are decent. You don't have like the best stuff in the game, but like it's still solid, right? You do have mods on everything. That makes sense. Yeah, I think the only thing that I would do is like there are some maps where Lace Swing is like kind of legitimately just garbage. It is. Like let's say the Mech Arena map where like there's all those little buildings, you can jump on top of them, but it's not really helpful because you just get immediately shot a billion times. So like just spawning Lace Swing, it's kind of useless. You're just using it for the weapon at that point. The ability kind of doesn't do anything. So I'd have like one preset where instead of the Lace Swing, you have something different. Maybe the Aegis is, Aegis is a good one that I can point out just right off the top of my head. These two are rank 3, so that's not as good. You could also go with Kill Shot. Actually, Kill Shot would probably be better because you have a passive here, a passive here. This can be aggro, but it's kind of slow. And then this can also be sort of aggro, but you might want a Beacon Runner, to be honest. So, yeah, I'd probably replace this with Kill Shot at least in one preset, and then put the Revokers on it, maybe. Screw Kill Shot, yeah. Obligatory. Mr. Trooper. He says his first is his main, but something, I think his message got cut off mid-sentence. But his first is his main, so we'll go with that. I do want to kind of check to see what else you have, though. Oh, rank 3 Reavers, let's go. The Wild Panther build. Okay. Rank 4 Vortex. I don't think the Vortex is really worth ranking up. The Ryan, sure, that works fine. Tetra Rifle, I probably wouldn't double down on sniper builds, to be honest. I probably wouldn't. So I'd probably just go with this one instead, and then leave this one for something else. I'll check your other stuff in a second. This is fine. This is fine. This is probably okay. You do have a mod on it, so it does probably work okay. Though it's not the best mech. Okay. Storm Hags, this, whatever. You have Zephyr. Okay, so I mean, like, yeah, you don't have a lot of better options, but yeah, these are fine. I'd probably replace that Tetra rifle with, I don't know, really anything. You might even like, you're at that SP where you're gonna get completely harassed by guided weapons, which is my SP, and I know this because I get harassed by guided weapons constantly. So you kind of have to counter harass them. I feel like getting strike rocket 10s would be really good for you, I think. But if not, at least getting pod gun, I think, would be the ideal thing for you to do. Because even late game, it's really beneficial to have at least one of those two weapons. It's just very good. They're just very good weapons to have. So, yeah, I'd probably ditch the Tetra rifle and go with either pod gun or strike rocket 10. Try to duplicate, like buy and duplicate that, use them on Panther until you can, I don't know, maybe find a replacement for Panther, but it should be okay on Panther for now. He hates kill shot, but still promotes it so he can kill more kill shots. Well, nah, I just because I dislike it doesn't mean it's not useful. You plan to rank up Blizzler to unlock mods and put dual gravitons on it. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that, graviton. And I plan to replace Outlaw with Solus. I've been waiting. Okay. He's got strike. I should have checked this guy sooner. What do we have here, fellas? He's got a strike rocket 12 redox. Let's go. Okay, so he wants to rank up Blizzler to rank 6. It's a little bit dangerous to do that, to be honest. Particle 10s. I love Redux, dude. It looks so good. But it's garbage. It's completely garbage. Shotgun 8s. This is ridiculous. Okay, here's the thing, is that all of your other stuff is rank 5, rank 4. Having something that's rank 6 as a legendary, right? Like, so you have 2 rank differences between. Redux is gamer mech, I agree. The problem with having like one mech that's rank 6 and the rest of them having lower rank is that you may or may not get completely awful matchmaking as a result of that. So I would, if you're going to get a rank 6 mech, I would at least make sure that all of your other mechs are at least rank 5, probably. I don't think working with, like, 1 rank difference, I think is probably the biggest you should try to go for. In terms of legendary stuff, right? Like, if it's like a rare or whatever thing, then you can do that, whatever, right? Like, if it's an epic, then having rank 6 is not a problem. If it's a rare, then having this maxed wouldn't really be a problem. But yeah, the fact they're all legendary, I think so. So wait, he also has Surge. Okay. So, I mean, outside of the Redux, I'd probably replace the Outlaw with Surge, if anything. Outlaw is kind of, it's extremely niched. It's like kind of almost exclusively only good against Deathwalker. It's really good against Deathwalker, but if there's no Deathwalkers around, Outlaw's just kind of, I don't know, it's kind of mid. Surge is more reliable. So this is good. This with double Gravitons would be okay. This, honestly, at this SP, this probably slaps, so I'm not even going to judge it. You should probably use Revokers on this. You don't even have it. You got suppressors. Let's go. Particle beam 10s. Bro, you could use particle beam 10s on Blizzfrost? That's ridiculous. You could use particle beam 10s on Outlaw, too. Have you tried it? It's probably OP. Burrow beam Surge. Stormrack. Yeah, it's okay. You got some decent mechs, you got some decent weapons, but yeah. I would just be careful. I mean, don't go for shotgun 8, because here's the thing, is that you can invest in it. It's going to be kind of cheap. It's okay. But there's going to be a point where it just stops being useful, and it's like you have it maxed out, so you can't do anything more with it. There's going to be a point where it's just performing at max capacity, and at that point you have to just go ahead and buy Revoker anyway. So you may as well just go for Revoker first. Like, there's no point, I don't think. So I would just ditch the shotguns sooner rather than later, is essentially what I'm trying to say. And then just be careful with ranking up stuff too far from each other, right? Like, because these are rank 5, that's fine. But these two are rank 4. Having two that are rank 4 along with one that's rank 6 is going to be maybe kind of bad. It's just 2, so it may not be the worst. But yeah, I would just be careful with that, is what I'm saying. We need the beams emoji, yeah. Can I check your hangar? Yes, I can. Nilsson, 7K. You got a Lancer or a Hemlock. Okay, Hemlock's kind of better. Burrow Beam Hemlock. Platinum says that's really good. I'll trust his take on that. Stormrack, that's good. Stormrack, that's good. Podgun, honestly, that's pretty good too. Revoker, that's pretty good. I would say all of these are solid. Maybe you swap these two. Maybe you swap these two. Weapons, right? Perhaps. Especially since this has no mods on it, which means that it's very squishy. Being able to use something with a little bit more range and something that has homing would allow you to deal damage without exposing yourself. So that's just a less risky build to use. So I would maybe swap these two. I'm assuming you probably have the Podgun 8 as well. If you don't, then use Gemini instead, right? I think that's fine. Yeah. If you don't have Podgun 8 and 10, then you could just use Gemini 12 and 6, which you're using elsewhere. So that's okay. This not having mods is fine. This, you're going to want to get mods on this pretty soon. This not having mods is not the biggest deal, but you're going to want to have it at some point. All these are good builds, though. I mean, yeah, this is solid. Solid. The Burrow Glaze is crazy. Tell me you're trash without saying you're trash. I mean, it is good late game, though, because it bypasses all the mods. Early game, it's not that good. Because you don't, like, there's not very many mods to even bypass, so who cares, right? So you sacrifice damage for mod bypass, and if there's no mods to bypass, then you're just sacrificing damage. So, like, in, let's say 4,000 SP, like where my free-to-play account is at, I agree with you, Burrow's not that good. I even made a video saying that it's not that good. But it is really good late game, and you know how I know that is because I have a maxed account. And I know other people who have maxed accounts. And I'm not an idiot. So, there's gonna be a bit of Burrow Glaze, yeah. Hoping that Burrow Beams will always be meta in that way because I love beams. I also love beams, but I think it's kind of stupid to introduce mods and then just create a weapon that completely bypasses the mods. It's like, why would you even bother doing that, dude? Like, I don't mind a beam meta. What I do mind is the mod bypass. I think it's kind of stupid. All right. Next guy. Okay, this is clearly your main hangar. Charge-Rock 8, Stormwreck 10. If you have Stormwreck 6, I would just go 6 and 10. I wouldn't even bother with the Charge Rocket. It could make you faster. It could be okay, but I doubt it really helps that much. Disc Launcher Stalker, and Disc Launcher's kind of a mid-weapon. It's kind of garbage. This is probably okay. It's only rank 4, but it is a good sniper weapon. This is good. And this is probably okay, although at this SP, Burrow Beams might not be that good. So you actually want to swap this, because the damage boost on Seeker will guarantee that the Burrow Beams actually are able to kill more things. As opposed to Surge, which is like, it has a 3 seconds, because like, let's say, hypothetical scenario here, right? You dash at somebody with a Surge, you have 3 seconds of EMP time, which is about just enough damage to get a full magazine of Burrow Beam out. If it doesn't kill somebody, not only are they now out of EMP, you are also reloading, waiting for your next thing. You're probably dead. If you don't kill them in one magazine, you are probably dead. And that's the situation with Burrow Beam Surge. Now with Seeker, it's not as big of a deal. Because the damage boost will be more like, it's more likely that you'll actually kill stuff when you teleport. You get the 50, or is it? No, it's 30% damage boost. Unless you have an implant. You do not. You have a 30% damage boost. So it's more likely that you kill stuff, right? But even if you don't, you'll teleport back after a little bit. So it's not like the biggest deal in the world anyway. So I think that's the more ideal. I think swapping these two would be the more ideal thing. And then, yeah, Stormrack 6 on this would probably be slightly better. And then, honestly, get rid of the Stalker and the Disc Launchers. I think they're kind of trash. I would replace this with, honestly, anything that's good. Anything that you have that's good. Probably Podgun. Podgun's a solid one. I really want Particle Beam buff to make the meta. Bro, Particle Beam meta would be wild. A Particle Beam meta would be wild. Though, to be fair, I feel like it's got a really inconvenient weapon for mobile players, so I wouldn't love it, but it would be hilarious. You have one hangar. You're thinking of upgrading weapons. Okay. It says he's in a battle, so I hope he's paying attention to the stream at the same time. Because if he's not, that'd be wild. Charge Rocket Arachnos, bro. There's no way. Okay. Javelin Rack Lancer, okay. Burrow Beam Killshot, Revoker Search, sure. I mean, it's like, what? Clearly you have a new account. You used the download link for PC that gives you a free Surge and Revoker. And it's just kind of the end of the story. There's not a lot else to be said. You are clearly extremely early in your progression here, so there's not a whole lot to optimize. In terms of the gear hub, I think it's something that like a lot of people kind of don't really appreciate, is the fact that when it comes to like the first 4 tiers of the gear hub, you can do pretty much whatever you want, and it's fine. There's like almost no optimizations to be made in the first 4 gear hub tiers. Like, there's pretty much everything is okay to get. You can upgrade it a couple times, maybe. You can use pretty much whatever you want. Like, so long as you don't, like, you know, hyper invest in really garbage stuff like Puma, like, it's kind of hard to make bad decisions in those tiers because they're just so they're kind of nothing, right? Weapons should you use for Vortex? Okay. Well, let me check. Most likely you should just get rid of Vortex. 4,000. Okay, let's see. Trying to see what your best hangar is here. So, all of them have this. And then you have this. This is good. At this SP, Berserker Aegis is really solid. Podgun Orion's pretty solid. I would not bother with Revoker Redeemer. Squasher Sentinel. I don't know about that. I think Redeemer in this hangar would be okay to replace the Sentinel. I think Redeemer in this hangar is okay because you don't have a lot of speed. And, I mean, Vortex is not the best, but these 3 mechs kind of work to make up pretty much all of your speed, right? None of them are, like, great. These 2 are, like, not that fast. And then this one, even though it's fast, its ability just puts it right back to where it was, so it's not actually that easy to capture beacons with it. Sometimes. It's especially not easy to be aggressive and push beacons, right? So these 3 all, like, you know, together as a whole is okay. So I don't think you should get rid of the Redeemer. But I don't think Revoker Redeemer is very good. This is fine. This is fine. What would I say? Does he have? Yeah, does have Quasher. Hey, much appreciated. You're right. All right, I got you right after. Instead of Revoker 8s, maybe go with Podguns on Redeemer, Quashers on Orion. and then possibly Revoker on Vortex if you think that it's better than Viper, but you'd have to test it, right? I think that would maybe... So essentially this hangar, except the Orion's here and the Redeemer's here. And then maybe you use Berserker instead of that. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. All right, let me see yours. Meteorite. All your hangars are for CPC only. Okay, I got you. Scorpius, bruh. Howler Surge, Disruptor Deathwalker. Okay. So are these the hangars that you use seriously though? That's the question that I have. Like, are these your are these unironically the hangars that you use, or are these just like things that you're having fun with? I am curious to know. Check his win rate, you'll know right away. That's it's kind of valid. It's not that bad. That's not that bad. It's hard to tell. He definitely uses this sometimes. Absolute gamer, yeah, exactly. Very much seriously used, he says. Okay. Alright, these are 16s, yeah. Striker, Scorpius, Howler. I mean, this is good. This is good. This is probably okay. These two were iffy on the first one. I mean, in terms of missile weapons, Disruptor's definitely not better than Stormrack. Stormrack's kind of way better. But Disruptor will get a buff, so you'll be chilling at this like 4 days. This Tuesday is a stream day for me, so I'll probably stream it. Maybe I make a video and stream it. Maybe I make a video Tuesday and then stream it, or the other way around. I don't know. Whatever. It's gonna be soon, is what I'm trying to say. So maybe it'll be good, but probably Stormrack's gonna be better. Howler Surge. I just don't. It's just not a long-term effective build, because if someone has a maxed perimeter multi-layer, which you almost do, you have 8 layers on this. It would take a full magazine for you to take down those layers. It would take a full magazine. So that's 2 seconds of firing, plus another 3 seconds of reload. I don't know what reload implant you have on here. You don't have any. So plus another 3 seconds of reload. So it's 5 seconds just to get through their shields. And then another 2 seconds of unloading again to probably kill them with that, right? So that's a 7-second kill time, but your ability is only 3 seconds. I don't think it's gonna work out. I don't think in most cases it's gonna work in your favor, is what I'm trying to say. So Revoker's kind of way better. This is, I mean, Graviton Eclipse is actually not that bad, especially lower SP. Quantum, sure. Oh, you got Gemini 12s, that's good to know. And he has Solus as well. Right, okay. I would maybe keep this hangar, but replace the Solus with Surge. Put... Let's see. I mean, Gemini on Solus would actually probably be really good. Maybe you do go with this one. I'd say between this and Gemini Solus are probably your 2 main options. Gemini Solus might actually be better than this one. This is good, obviously, right? But like, you probably want to maybe double down on Revoker, but if you don't want to double down on Revoker, that's understandable. Try to get like Burrow Beam or something, and then replace this with Stormrack if you can, because it's going to be way better. And that's what I would say about that. Been playing for a while, but you could use some help. I got you. Okay, okay. Gatecrasher. And Eclipse, Nomad, Lace Swing, and Surge. Because you got a lot of good stuff, you just don't have it all in the same hangar. So replace this with Surge, and that'll be all of your best mechs in one hangar. I think, yeah. Okay. That's a missile rack 12. What is this? 20. Do you have missile rack 6? You shouldn't be buying weapons. I see that you're buying weapons at low rank. You shouldn't do that. Don't waste your money on it. It's actually worse. Like me as a free-to-play player, I'm better off because I bought them at a higher rank for in-game currency. Like I'm just better off that way. So yeah, I wouldn't buy weapons low rank. It's a waste. Because like even if like let's say for example, Disc Launcher 8 was actually pretty decent weapon to get. Let's just say it is. I don't think it really is. At this SP, it's probably okay. But even if or we could just imagine it's a different weapon. It doesn't really matter. I can buy this with credits and I get it rank 5. You, on the other hand, would have to rank it up twice to be as good as mine, which would cost you like 4,000 to 5,000 A coins, which 100% is not worth it, right? Absolutely not. You would never do that. So that just means that because the A coin investment isn't worth it, your weapons are by default worse than mine because I'm buying at rank 5 and you're buying at rank 3. And sure, you get the convenience factor of being able to get it without having to spend in-game currency, but without having to save a lot of in-game currency. But the convenience factor doesn't really make up for that. What I'm trying to say is that you're actually worse off buying low-rank stuff. Low-rank weapons. Low-rank mechs are really good, though, because you will invest in these, and you can continue using them over the course of time. You will not continue using Disc Launcher 8 over the course of time, because even if it was a good weapon, you'd slowly move into 10 energy weapons, and then 12 energy weapons, and then 16 energy weapons, and you wouldn't need the 8s regardless. So the weapons, because of energy especially, are not worth buying low rank. But anyway, if you have Missile Rack 6, probably worth using 12 and 6 on Gatecrasher. It's 12 energy, right? Yeah, okay. This is max, just launcher 8s, that's probably fine. Fragment gun 6s, you get Ember gun 6s for like dirt cheap, so I would do that instead of fragment gun, but fragment guns are also decent to be fair. Fragment gun on Lacewing, I would definitely not do that. I would put... It's rough. Well, you do have pod gun 6s. And you do have missile rack 6s, okay. And minigun 8. And... minigun 6, that's probably not worth it. So, yeah, put the search here. Missile rack 12 and 6 on Gatecrasher. Pod gun 6s on Lacewing. Fragment gun 6s on Nomad. Ember gun 6s or Revoker 6s on Surge here. You're going to want to get the Revoker 6s. Once again, you're not going to want to cheap out and buy them for money. You're going to want to go the full route and just spend the in-game currency because you get it rank 5. It's way better. And then, oh wait, I don't think I said anything about Eclipse. You could probably use like minigun 6s or something, I guess. It won't be the best, but it also won't be the worst, so. Yeah, your minigun 6s are rank 3. Alternatively, you could use like a Graviton Beam 12, like a single Graviton 12. That also wouldn't be... depending on what. Either one. Neither is going to be great. That's the problem, is you're now kind of... you're in a bit of a bad situation because you got yourself a bunch of really garbage weapons. So even if you had a good mechs, even if you had good mech weapon pairings, your general damage output is just extremely low, and that's just not very good. It's better to have good weapons than it is to have good mechs. Like, the weapons matter much more. So if I had like super OP weapons on garbage mechs, I would do much better than I would if I had really OP mechs with garbage weapons. And what you have is the latter, unfortunately. Your friend upgraded his Tengu. Can I check his hangar? Well, I have no guarantee that he's going to see my review of his hangar. If he's not here, like, he can check it himself. If he's not here, then he doesn't know. M5. Okay, I got you, bro. Thank you. Much appreciated. Let's see what this is. One hangar. You're making it easy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Stormrack, Podgun, Overdriver, Burrow Beam, Revoker. Not bad. Not bad. You know my opinion on Revoker Deathwalker, but to be fair, you don't have any other mechs that do better with Revoker, so I think this is fine. Can I check yours? Yes. Absolutely. Right after this. Thank you. I appreciate that. The Podgun Rhine is good. It's not my favorite. I like Railgun better. But Podgun Rhine is good. Stormracks are nice. These are solid. This is honestly, is a very, very solid start. I think that there's not a whole lot to say about this. It's clearly not the best hangar that you're ever going to make, but from what I can tell, I mean, I don't see any of your other stuff, but from what I can tell, this is probably the best that you got, right? And I don't see any glaring issues with the weapons. You're making the best use of your weapons that you can. Seemingly, you're not using really garbage weapons. All of these weapons are pretty decent. Even the burrow beams, which I don't think are phenomenal, but the fact that you have high energy, 12 and 8 as opposed to double 8. Double 8 at this SP I don't think can kill very many things, but 12 and 8 should be able to kill quite a few things. And you're using it on Panther, which has full protection while it's, you know, for like 10 seconds. So you could get out multiple magazines probably without taking any damage. Should be completely fine. And yeah, no, I mean, not bad. Right, let me get yours. Herclev. And let's check this. Okay, just 2 hangars here. Is this strike rocket 6s? No, it's 8s, okay. I don't think the 8s are really worth investing in. Sure. Tetra rifle. Okay, that's not bad. This is pretty good. Oh, he's one of these guys. Fella, he's one of these people that has the maxed Paragon with double Javelin 16. I would like to be one of those people, because honestly, it sounds really good. I just can't be bothered to rank up my Javelin 16s. This probably slaps. It probably does. It probably slaps. He also has an Onyx rank 3. That's probably not worth ranking up. It's probably not worth using. Yeah. This is probably the best you got. You do have the Strike Rocket 8s. I'd probably put Strike Rocket 8s on Stalker. That can make up for the fact that you didn't buy the 10s. The double 10s are about, like, and we could check, right? Let's see. Damage per magazine. I'm gonna check this. I just want to make a point here. So the damage per magazine, 39,000. This is for a rank 6 Strike Rocket 10. 39,000. For a rank 5 Strike Rocket 8, it's 23,000. So 23 to 39. That's pretty significant. That's 69 nice% better. Almost basically 70% higher. So my double Strike Rocket 10s are about 70% better than the rank 5 Strike Rocket 8s. You could rank up your Strike Rocket 8s, but you're not going to, because that's a stupid idea, right? It's the same argument as like buying weapons low rank. It's not a good idea to rank them up because it's not worth the A coins, but they're just generally weaker, and so you're just stuck using stuff that's generally weaker. So that my double 10s are about 70% higher than my 8s, or than your 8s. In order to make up for that, let's see, I should have your ID still copied, yeah. In order to make up for that, you could put it on Stalker and use the 50% damage boost. Easy, right? Easy. If you want to use Burrow Beam, you could use them on Parasite. Parasite's really, really freaking tanky, so it should be capable of using them without too big of a deal. Otherwise, just keep using Overdriver. Tetra Rifle here is fine. Those two are fine. So yeah. I'd probably just replace this with Strike Rocket mostly. Yeah. Ash Fire, much appreciated. Thank you. You've been you're almost 3. I'm sorry, bro. Again, like I'm not purposely ignoring anyone. I'm not purposely ignoring anyone. There's just so many people here, that I really can't get to everyone. So when I'm done picking one, I just pick one at random unless somebody donates. If somebody donates, then I'll give them priority because I appreciate the support. You have rank 6 kill shot because should you use twin like double 10s for strike rocket? Yes, double strike rocket 10s way better than strike rocket 8s. That's why I got, and I knew that before I even bought them. That's why I bought the 10. I didn't even bother getting the 8. Usually I get the 8 energy weapons because I have a lot more 16 energy mechs than I do 20. Right? I only have a couple of mechs with 20 energy. Let's check these. Okay, he's got 2 hangars here. Dread shots. Oh, bro, dread shot 8s. There's a 50% damage modifier on these, but they're still garbage. He has Blockhorn. Okay, so it's just Dreadnought versus Silverthorn. Dreadnought versus... What are your mods? Oh, those are decent. That's also decent. It's pretty much the same. Silverthorn versus Dreadnought, I'd probably say that Dreadnought's better. Like, even if you were just using the same weapon, like, even if you're just using Gemini on it, Dreadnought's probably still better, right? Because it's like, so if somebody gets close, it's basically, it stalls them out for a couple seconds, because you get the 2 seconds of EMP time. Even if there wasn't any ability damage, like, first off, I'm sure Dreadnought's ability damage is way higher than Silverthorn's is. But even if it had no ability damage, it just stalls them out for a couple seconds, and it gives you time to, like, fire again. So it's really solid, right? This is a good mech, but it should never be used with Revoker, so don't do that. This is a good one. This is also a good one. I would say this hangar is probably the more ideal one, though. Yeah, so this is fine. I would use the Gemini on Volti. I would use... You could use Revoker. You could use the second Revoker on Parasite. That would still do very well. You could use the second Revoker on Parasite. Wait, what are your other weapons? Pretty much nothing. Okay. Keep the Overdriver on Blockhorn. This would have Gemini. And then I guess keep the Dreadshot on Dreadnought. It's not going to be phenomenal, but it's kind of the best that you can do. Yeah, that's probably how I would work that. Let's see, I think there was one more. No, that was Ashfire, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I got off. Can I please check yours? Yes, sir. Good Game is his name. All right. It looks like you're in kind of the earlier tiers. It looks like you just got to tier 5 pretty recently. I doubt you bought that cheetah. You probably just got it for free from the daily login thing. So, yeah, the first, like, 4 tiers, you can kind of do whatever you want. Kind of use whatever you want. Reaver, rank 3, I don't think it's a great one to use. This could be okay to keep using. These could be okay to keep using. I'd probably replace these at some point. These are pretty good to keep using. You're gonna replace your mechs, right? Like you're gonna replace a lot of your mechs just as you progress. That's fine. I'm not gonna worry. I'm not gonna focus too much on that. But like the savants are nice. Cheetah's garbage. I wouldn't invest in you're upgrading these quantum gun 8s. Don't do that. Don't invest in the epic stuff. It's kind of most of the time it's a waste of resources. The Reaver 8s they're only rank 3. They can be decent weapons, but since they're only rank 3, it's just not worth spending the A coins to make them good. So you leave it. You just don't bother with it. The Squasher 12, that's actually solid. Yeah. And then Helix Rex. Yeah, I mean, they're okay, but yeah, don't bother upgrading them. So like you're spending a lot of credits. Here's the thing, is like over the course of all this time, We could even do the math and figure out exactly how much you've spent on random upgrades. And I think you'd be surprised. I think you'd be surprised. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I am curious. How many of you do you guys actually want to see how much? Because I think everyone would be surprised by this. Do you guys want to see how many credits has been wasted on random upgrades? Because I could do the math. I think it's a good lesson for people. I'm not calling you out either, because I've upgraded a bunch of random crap as well. Like, don't get me wrong. But I think people lose track of it. Yes? Okay. Let's pull this up. So this is the upgrade calculator. I have the link to this in the description. You could just type in a thing. You just type in a thing and put the starting rank, the ending rank, whatever. And much appreciated, Indominus. If you got your idea, I can check yours. So let's just say, just starting off with this Guardian, right? Guardian starts at that, yeah, and he upgraded it to that. Let me mute that tab. I don't really want to hear that. So what did he spend? He spent 48,000 credits. I can write that down. But if someone else wants to add this, someone else wants to like slowly do the math while I'm doing this, then feel free. And then Reaver 8s. He also had that. Reaver 8. I mean, it doesn't really matter. From rank 3 level 1 to rank 3 level 6. This is going to be kind of expensive. Almost 100,000. Even just that one. So 98,000. Write that down. And that's just for the Guardian. We'll now go the Stalker. Again, I'm not trying to call you out. To the guy, to this guy that I'm looking at his hangar. I'm not trying to call you out. This is something for everyone. This is for myself as well. It's just a nice reminder that you shouldn't just be upgrading random stuff for the sake of upgrading it, just simply because it's cheap. Because it adds up very quickly. It's another 48,000. And then missile rack 6s. Missile rack 6. From rank 4, level 1 to level 5. Rank 4. 42,000. He spent over 200,000 just on this these random stuff alone. And then these. The legendary ones, especially the high rank legendary ones, those are the ones that's going to cost the most. So, Ares... well, it's the same as the other two. Should be another 48,000. 48.5. Because all the rare mechs cost the same. Savant 6. From rank 5 level 1 to rank 5 level 3. It's just 2 upgrades, but it's 85,000 credits. I leave 2 upgrades and it's 85,000 credits. How many of you guys would spend 85,000 credits on like a single random upgrade? You probably wouldn't. But you spend that amount over the course of multiple small upgrades. Because you think it's doing more than it is, and you're not realizing how much it's costing you. And this right here, epic. I'm just trying to make a point here, guys. We'll get through. We're just gonna do this one hangar. He's got other stuff as well. Zephyr from rank 4 to rank 4-7. 129,000. Basically 130. It's not Acorns. He's not spending Acorns, but he's spending a crap load of credits. Plarium 8. Rank 5-1 to rank 5-2. Another 37. I hope somebody's keeping up with this and adding it together as we're going. But I'm writing it down, don't worry. Cheetah. From rank 4-1 to rank 4-4. 20. That was pretty cheap, fair enough. 28,000. And then the Viper 16 was not upgraded at all. Right. Okay. So that's just this one hangar. He also has this, where he's got Quantum Gun 8s that he upgraded. And is that it? Yeah, I think pretty much. Well, also the Helix racks were upgraded a bit. But what was that total? Has anybody got the total for me? I'll add it together. So 48 times, was it 3? Yeah. 3. 565, Cybertron says. I'll just take his word for it. 560, that's a lot. More than 500,000, yep. So basically, that whole thing was just to kind of make a point where it's like, it doesn't seem like you're making a couple upgrades. It doesn't seem like you're wasting a lot of credits, but you actually really are. You really, really are. From his from his entire inventory, I'm sure I wasn't seeing his entire inventory, but from the entire inventory, I'm sure he probably wasted. Again, I'm not trying to call you out. I've probably wasted even more than that. He's probably wasted about 1 million credits over the course of the entire account. There's probably about 1 million credits have gone into arbitrary random upgrades that have never actually mattered. And I want to make that point to show everybody how quickly things can add up. Because I don't think people looking at that, they look at a couple upgrades and they actually see anything wrong. I think most people are just like, oh yeah, that's normal. I think most people see that and they think it's normal. Oh, I was going to check yours, but Caledosia timed you out because I guess you're spamming. That's wild, bro. Intervention. All right. What should you use on Outlaw? Okay. Mr. Stark. Won't feel so good. She's got EM rifles. Not that. You don't use that, that's for sure. Let's see. Surge, Nomad, Eclipse, Outlaw. He does have Vortex, but that's not great. Rank 4 Panther. Panther Killshot. Yeah, this is probably the best mech lineup you got. You're going to want to put mods on your Surge, for sure. This is fine. This is fine. This is probably fine. This is okay, but you might want to use, like, Overdriver or something. If you have, like, Overdriver 8s or even Viper 8s to put on Eclipse, would probably be better. Let's see. It doesn't really look like it. To get EM Rifle 8's rank 4, that's not great. And then on Outlaw, I would try to put, like, you have Pod Gun, even Disc Launcher. Well, that's only rank 4. Disc Launcher, EM Rifle, probably your two best options. I don't, like, super love either of them, but they're probably better than this, right? So, yeah. And then, I mean, you could put this scuffed, like, assault type build on Eclipse, and then the rest of these are probably okay. You don't have a lot of, like, holding power, though. You got a lot of fragile scouts. So if somebody was able to, like, it's good for you to have a lot of fragile scouts because you can throw yourself at enemies and put pressure on their, like, home beacons, for example. But if they put pressure on your home beacon and you lose it, there's kind of nothing you can do outside of just, like, die a lot of times. So, yeah. You don't enjoy giving timeouts. Yeah, there's a lot of people spamming, so don't blame Kaladozia. He just doing his job, bruh. Yours only has one hanger. Okay. This one guy goes all caps. I've waited too long. Look, again, it's not personal. I can't get to everyone. You're gonna have to be chill about it. And the fact that you're like actually crashing out means that I'm gonna ignore you. Like I purposely skipped yours because you're crashing out. Yeah, he does only have one hanger. Sure, railgun 16 around. That makes sense. Double eights is better because you can fire one at a time if the situation requires it, right? Overdriver Surge is not bad, but I'd swap these. There's no reason to have the ranged weapon on a dash mech and then the really close quarters weapon on a mech that has to try to like run you down. There's no reason for that. You should swap these. It's way better. And then this is okay. It's kind of weird to have an Overdriver 8 on there, but I guess you probably don't have anything better. If you have Stormrack 6, I would put that there. Actually, no, I wouldn't. Just Stormrack. Ah, dang. Stormrack Deathwalker would be so much better. But your Panther's higher rank, so I guess it's okay for now. Yeah, that's not the worst. You also, again, same as like the last guy, all of your mechs are very fragile with the exception of this one. But even this one, I consider it to be somewhat fragile to some extent. And the reason that I say that is because if you go out and you die and then someone happens to be close to your respawn point, it's basically guaranteed that it's GG for you. So, like, it's very unlikely. You're not really tanky to that extent. You can be very aggressive, but you're not really that tanky to the extent that you can hold a position very well. So all of these are pretty bad at protecting anything, and that leaves a very obvious hole in your hangar, just in general, right? So you'll be very good at certain things, but you won't be very good at that, right? So you might consider replacing probably the Panther with something that's able to hold down the fort a little easier. Ghost? Okay, I got you, bro. There's suppressors on your lacewing in the second hangar, if that helps. Oh, I didn't even read that before I chose that one, but it makes me just not regret my decision. Let's go. I can glaze a suppressor lacewing build. Let's go. What is the difference between these, really? Not much. Okay. So you got one with Overdriver, one with Revoker in terms of hangars for the Eclipse. That's fine. This is good. This is good. This is good. Even if you had Revoker on it, it's probably fine. This is good. This is probably okay. I actually don't know how well this is going to work, to be honest. But all of them seem decent. You also have these three mechs, which are kind of way better. Epics are maxed. Seeker, Solus, Lacewing. Honestly, yeah, once you get those ranked up, Seeker, Solus, Lacewing, I would replace one or both of these with some of those. So, like, instead of, you could replace the Solus, and like, instead of Orion, you have Solus. Instead of the Aegis, you have Seeker. And instead of the Orion, you have Lacewing, right? It's like pod guns on Lacewing, pod guns on Solus, very good. Burrow beams on Seeker, very good. Otherwise, it's solid. No, it's solid. Hold on, I saw some angry faces, so I'm gonna... Oh, okay. How could you improve your hangar? Don't say anything about the Hemlock Tetra rifle. I don't like tanks due to slowness. So I don't like this thing because I just don't like it. I don't care if it's good. What kind of advice do you expect me to give if I can't give you the advice that I want to give? Am I therapy for you? Just trying to tell you what you want to hear at this point? Like, if I think it's the best thing, then I'm gonna tell you that I think it's the best thing. Let's see, he's got Tinker Hangars. Like, if you can choose not to take my advice. Anybody here, by the way, which, I mean, like, all you guys, if I haven't gotten you to your hangar, and I might not get to it, right? If I haven't gotten to your hangar, if you've been here just watching, you probably know what you probably can guess what I would tell you to do if I did check yours, right? You probably can guess, because you've been seeing me see all these guys, right? So you could probably guess at this point. But, you can choose to not take my advice if you really don't like it. That's fine. I'm still going to give it, though. If you're going to be like, no, I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to do that. So that's fine. But I'm still going to tell you what I think you should do. This is your main hangar, looks like. This is okay. This is okay. This is... I wouldn't go with Stormrax on Solus. I think, yeah, Stormrack Hemlock is way better. Railgun Orion is fine. I wouldn't double down on sniper builds. We'll see, not really much of anything. And then probably Podgun Solus, so it'd be the way that I would set up the weapons on these mechs. But apart from that, yeah, generally, and there's a good reason for this as well. Generally, late game at max level, there's basically no hangars that run both of these mechs at the same time. There's basically no hangars that run both Solus and Hemlock. Most of you either pick one or the other, almost always, because there's other mechs that are just kind of better. The Panther's, you know, not the greatest, but it's fine for now. But I would probably replace one of these or the Panther with, if you could get Deathwalker, that'd be good. If you could get Eclipse, that would be good. Even Nomad, obviously, having something tankier would be ideal. I'm not sure what you have, though, that could even really make that work, to be fair. The Vortex, it's rank 3. It's not really going to work that well. Much appreciated. All right, I got you. 1 second. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could be aggressive with this. You can... you got some decent mechs here, right? Some good mechs, some good weapons, but... I think it's leaning very much toward the stay back and the mechs that you kind of like hang back with, and it's very fragile, which can definitely work, especially at this SP. I think it's not necessarily the end of the world, but you're gonna want to at least try to get some of the other better mechs and replace at least the Panther, and you also probably won't end up using both of these at the same time. It's just something I'm just gonna, you know, put that out there. It's not usually ideal to do that. All right, Felix, I got you. Let's see, what are the different... Okay. This is my current favorite. So, this is fine, this is fine. With mods, Revoker Killshot's fine. This is interesting. I guess it's not bad. This, I would just go Stormrack, full Stormrack on Redeemer. Because you have, what, 6 and 10, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'd go full Stormrack on Redeemer, wouldn't bother with Burrow Beam. And then do you have the Burrow Beam 8s? You do, yeah. So here's what you do. Railgun here. Revoker here, that's fine. Stormrack's here. Burrow Beam 12 and 8 here, instead of the Gravitons. The problem with Graviton Aegis is that Aegis is stuck in one place. If it wants protection, then it has to stay inside its dome. It has very, very, very little movement. Like, it has very little like leeway in terms of how far it can move. It's kind of stuck in one place. And it's really easy for people to just kind of duck behind to cover. You can't chase them down as an Aegis, because first off, we want to stay inside your dome, but also you're not that fast. You can't chase them down, so it's really easy for people to break the beam before it actually builds up to the real implosion that actually deals your good damage. So it's very easy to get away from a Graviton Beam Aegis. I would recommend Burrow Beam instead. Much appreciated. Flecko. All right, I got you next time. Next one. So, yeah, Burrow Beam here. Railgun Revoker Stormrack. And then this can, I suppose, stay as Overdriver, though to be honest, Vortex is like kind of not the best, but you have it. I don't see any other better mechs that you have, so it's probably the best that you have, in which case you can just keep it with this. And I think that would be the best way to go. Oh, you could also do Strike Rocket Vortex. If your Vortex dies really quickly, which I would guess that it does, if I'm being honest, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that it probably does die pretty much immediately. You could go with Strike Rocket on Vortex and Stun. Probably not the worst idea. All right, Flacco, let me get you. Much appreciated. 8,000, 4,000, 4,000. Okay, I'm gonna assume this is your main. Minigun Eclipse, love to see it. Let's go. Revoker Nomad, sure. Stormrack Blizzfrost, sure. Overdriver Deathwalker. Stormrack Deathwalker's kind of better. Burrow Beam Hemlock. I've not really tried Burrow Beam Hemlock, but I hear good things about it, so I'm gonna assume that this is pretty good. Although at the same time, you could swap these, and I almost feel like it would be better, perhaps. Well, I don't know. If you haven't tried swapping them, then try swapping them and see how you like it. But you might end up using it the way that it is. That's probably fine. At long term, you definitely want the Deathwalker to have Stormrack instead of Overdriver, because the radius helps you to reach people who are trying to escape you. But currently, it looks like you just have the 6 and 10, so that's fair, right? It's like using these, that's fine. But long term, you're going to want to use Stormrack on it, I think. And then this is fine. This is fine. And then these two. I'm not sure what. I feel like swapping the weapons would probably be better, but I mean, you can try it, right? That's kind of up to you. Parasite Outlaw, Lacewing, and Seeker. Okay. What would I replace? I think you want a Surge in here. Would I replace? I don't know. Probably replace one of these three should be replaced with Surge, probably. Maybe this one. But I'm not sure. I mean, it's the sort of thing you want to play around with and see. Right, because the Surge is kind of just like one of those must-have things. And I would definitely recommend, like, you know, investing in it, like upgrading it, making sure it's good. But Blizzfrost is also really solid, so I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure which one's better at this point, no matter Blizzler. I feel like potentially Blizzler. He should change Hemlock. Yeah, I mean, it's really good in certain situations, not super good in other situations, right? Hemlock's the sort of thing that usually I say that you should have one preset with it, but then then you should have other presets that don't have it. It's kind of the same with Lacewing. You don't know where to put your Burrow Beam. Okay. There's a good chance that I'm going to tell you that you shouldn't use it at all. There's a good chance. Because on my account, I'm not using it at all. It's just not that good. I don't have a good pilot for it. I don't have good implants for it. Doesn't look like you do either. Well, yeah, okay implants, but yeah, no pilot. You have Surg. You had what? Oh, Helix Rack. Two of your 3 presets have Helix Rack Zephyr, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why that's the case. You probably shouldn't do that. All right, this is fine. This only Epic Reload Implant level 2, so probably not. This is okay. I mean, if anything, I'd swap these two. Like, you don't want a Brawler Lancer, right? It just doesn't make sense. You don't want a Close Quarters Lancer. It does have a mod, so it could be okay. But, like, Zephyr clearly has the more Close Quarters ability, right? And Lancer can get up to really, really ridiculous places and just spam Helix Frags, right? If it gets up to a ridiculous place, there's a very good chance that the Burrow Beam doesn't have the range to reach it, because it only has 80 meters max range. Most of the time, you need, like, 100, 120. Something between there. Yeah, okay, Ember gone. Pod gone. This is fine, too. Yeah, I'd probably just keep this. I'd probably just make this your main hangar. You could try Burrow Beam on Zephyr, and it might do okay. The EMP time should give you enough time to get out basically a full magazine, so as long as it's able to kill something in one magazine, you should be okay. If it can't, then you're probably going to want to stick with Ember Gun. Otherwise, yeah. The Orion is also... It's not great, simply because it's such a long reload time, so... I hate to see such a good ability being used with a weapon that has such a long reload. So, it's unfortunate, but so if you get, like, Railgun 8s or something like that, that would be better, I think. But this should do fine for now. It should do fine. And then once you get Railgun 8, you could put, like, the Stormrex on Lancer instead or something. Expecting a super chat? No, I am not. I'm not expecting anything, but if someone sends one, then I'm going to prioritize theirs if they sent their ID. Been playing for a year, but only log on like 3 times a week. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, you're in my clan too. How about that? Okay, so what's the difference between these? Okay, it's just one with Revoker, one with Burrow Beam. There's basically no way that the Burrow Beam does better. Revoker's going to be better in this case. Especially at this SP. It's just, yeah, it's just kind of not even close, I don't think. This is fine, this is fine. The miniguns are nice, and I even use them in Hangar Showdown because it automatically maxes them out. But I probably wouldn't bother with it otherwise. I really like using Graviton 10s, but I think now that Strike Rocket 10 is a credit weapon, it's really, really good one to go for. So I'd probably go with Strike Rocket 10. This is fine, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. Yeah, they're all fine. I think they're all good. It's like a solid hangar to have at this stage. Yeah, again, I probably wouldn't bother with Burrow Beam at this SP, and I probably wouldn't bother with the low-rank miniguns either. How can you get in my clan? There's not really, like, a specific way. And it's also full, so... The time he reads my chat, it's a filler chat to not get timed out. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Again, like, I can't read that fast. So, like, I'm doing my best, but there's a lot of chats that I'm not seeing. There's a lot that I'm not seeing. I'm completely missing them. And also, while I'm, you know, checking someone's hangar, I'm obviously not reading the chat at the same time. I can't. So, let's check this. Hold on. Did he say anything specific? Once I get Blitzfrost, because it's the last mech I need, which mech should I replace it for? Surge or Gemini or Ryan? Currently working on. Okay. So... he's currently working on Surge and Gemini Ryan. I guess. The Burrow Beam Surge, yeah, this is good. This, I don't know, I feel like Revoker on Eclipse, unless it's free-for-all, kind of lost some value. This is very good, this is very good. This orientation might be the better one. And then this. So I think, like, let's just say that this is your main hangar, right? You could swap these two weapons. You should just not have. You should just have one hangar that has Blizzler, one hangar that has Lace Swing. That's what I think. Because there's some maps where Lace Swing is just kind of pointless. Like, there's just kind of no reason to use Lace Swing at all on certain maps, and on those maps you can just use Blizzler, and that's easy, right? That's probably the way that I would do it. You joined after an hour, but I still didn't check your hangar. Well, yeah, it's because I can't get to everybody. It's not possible. I'm not gonna. I mean, like, I'm not gonna promise to check yours prematurely. Let's check this one. I appreciate it, ready, by the way. Let's see. It looks like he's fairly new. Yeah, he used the Vortex promo code, and that's about it. Also looks like he bought Surge, but that's pretty much. Oh, and Deathwalker. Okay, thought maybe you got that from the crit rush. No, fair enough. Fair enough. Hold on. What are the differences here? Oh, it's just between. It's just between this. Okay, and then these are just the skins, right? Yeah. Alright. Charge Rocket, Gemini. I mean, this is good, obviously. This is okay. This is okay. You might even swap these two, because... I mean, Zephyr, in order to use the EMP, it has to get really close, so it's going to be pretty much within Revoker range no matter what. Deathwalker has to chase people down, and that's kind of inconvenient. So you could use Burrow Beam on that instead, and it might do better. Alternatively, you could use Charge Rocket, but I don't think Burrow Beam Killshot would do very well. So I probably wouldn't bother with that. So yeah, maybe swapping these two would be better. This is good. This is fine. Yeah, no, it looks solid. It looks solid. I mean, you're working toward getting better weapons. One thing I will say is, like, it does appear as though you're buying some low rank mechs, right? Rank 3. Don't make that mistake with weapons. There's a lot of people who make that mistake with weapons. Do not make that mistake with weapons. Buying low rank weapons is completely it's a waste of your time. It's a waste of your money. Just save up your credits, especially the credits. Just save up credits for the free to play weapons, because there's basically every good weapon that you could ever want can be bought with credits. It's not that hard. Just hit tier 7. Sure. Okay. Just hit tier 7. Can I help with the next steps? Well, what's the difference here? Stormrack, Podgun, Strike Rocket, Burrow Beam, Revoker, Railgun, Gemini, Disruptor. Okay. Okay. So this is probably my favorite hanger out of all of them. Yeah. Revoker, again, I'm going to say what I said before about the Burrow Beam Surge. It's very good late game, but early game I don't think so. And the reason is because there's not a lot of mods involved to really make it worthwhile. And if you happen to fire a full magazine at somebody and you don't kill them with Surge, it's kind of just GG, right? It's like a 7-second cycle time. Like, you have Burrow Beam Surge, if you don't kill them in one mag, it's like a 3-second kill time. Or whatever. Or it's like 2 seconds. And then, what is the reload time? It's reload 3. Okay. Yeah, what was the unload time? Like 2 or 3 seconds? Something like that. We'll say it's 2. So if you kill them in one mag, it's a 2-second kill time. You're fine, right? You have 3 seconds of EMP, you kill them in 2 seconds, easy. If you don't kill them in one mag, it's a 7-second kill time. In which case, they're long out of EMP and they've been smacking the crap out of you. So by the time they're out of EMP, you're also reloading. It's just not a good thing for you. So putting it on the mech with a damage boost is a good idea. Also, guided, like long range guided type weapons on Solus is also very ideal. Railgun Orion's also very good. Stormrack Deathwalker's also really good. What's your strike rockets on here? Double 10. Double 10 strike rocket is way better than pod gun, I would guess. Well, unless you don't have... Hold on. What's your pilot? Ah, okay, fair enough. So the pilot's not that good. But I'd probably still go for strike rocket over pod gun on Solus, because the strike rocket has slightly longer homing range. This only has 100 meters. Strike rocket has 110, but if you have a range implant, which you do, 19% on top of 110, which is like 132 or something like that. It's probably like 132. So pretty good range, right? And you can stay as far back as you need to with the ability, because the ability has really long range as well. So yeah, pretty much just this hangar, but with Storm Racks on Deathwalker. I would probably go with that. And then he said he just reached tier 7. I mean, you already have Surge. It's not much to say about that. You could get Eclipse, but I'm not even sure it's worth buying Mechs at full price anymore, considering all the crate rushes that have been happening. The weapons, you got 12 energy weapons, I think, in that tier. The legendary ones, most of them cost just like an absolute ridiculous amount of A-coins, and you're probably not going to go for it. In terms of like Stormrack, for example, yeah, you're probably going to want to get Stormrack 12 eventually, but it's a better idea to just wait until you're in tier 8, get Stormrack 16, and then basically put off getting the 12 for as long as you possibly can and hope that you can get it for cheaper in a crate rush. That's basically what I would do. You feel like you're kind of stuck. All right, well, I got you. One hangar, okay. Makes it easy. Railgun Stalker, wouldn't bother with it. People see me glazing, again, I'll repeat myself. People see me glazing Railgun Orion a lot. And they think that it's because of Orion's damage boost that it makes railguns really good on it. It is not. It has nothing to... It has very, very little to do with the damage boost. It's the shield piercing of the ability. That's what it is. As the Orion, when you mark someone, you also get shield piercing. And that's what allows you to kill things, even if they have high-level multi-layered mods, or any multi-layered mods. This, if I were to, if this were shooting an enemy that it was basically exactly itself, right? 4 layers right there. You'd have to spend 4 of your shots just taking down the shield. And then you'd have 2 shots left to kill it before you have to wait like 9 seconds before you get another shot again. Like, clearly you understand how massively inconvenient that is. And that has nothing to do with anyone doing anything special. They literally just existed with a multi-layered shield, that's all. So, Stalker not good. Orion is good, Stalker not really good. Podgun Aegis, that's good. This is fine. Low rank, interesting. The Storm Rank Deathwalker, that's good. Revoker Eclipse, that's also pretty good, but you might want to have another build with a little bit more range on your Eclipse for certain maps. There's certain maps where Revoker would work fine. A lot of CPC maps it won't, though. Like, for example, say like the Mech Arena map, right? It's like, in order to chase someone down to get the range to use Revoker with Eclipse, it kind of takes a lot of work, and you'll probably take a lot of damage just trying to close that distance to the point where it's not really worth it. So you probably want to use like Overdriver on it instead. And then you could use like the Revoker on this. Basically, you mostly just want to replace this with Orion, I'd say. Everything else is like mostly fine. It's not the most ideal, right? It's like not the best hangar I've ever seen, but and you'll improve it and you'll change it over time. But as it is, I think it's fine, right? Can you please be next? Well, you didn't put your ID in that message, so you want me to go find it or what? What's going on? Your main is the black one. Okay. Let's see. Okay, this one. What's the difference between these? Okay, he's got Quasar, Burrowbeam, Gemini, Berserker, Minigun. Yeah, it's kind of garbage. Okay. Okay. So this looks pretty decent. Yeah, this looks pretty decent. I'm trying to see. Do you have Stormrack? It does not look like you do. I'd try to put Stormracks on Deathwalker instead of the miniguns. Miniguns are okay, but they're not really ideal. And also, they're only rank 4. You're not gonna rank them up. It's not worth it. So yeah, try to get like Stormrack 6 and 10, or even just 10 and to duplicate it, right? And that would be the best way for that. These other ones look mostly fine. Like this is good. These two look okay, and this is maybe not one you'll use forever, but you'll definitely find good use of it for now. Yeah, and you're not using Burrowbeam, which is, I think, okay. You might actually maybe Burrowbeam on Deathwalker instead of Minigun. Simply because, hold on. Simply because it's a rank higher. Although you do have a heavy-duty pilot, legendary heavy-duty pilot. Yeah, I whichever one you prefer. I don't know. Either Burrowbeam or Minigun on Deathwalker until you can get Stormracks, but otherwise, yeah, this hangar's mostly okay, I would say. Maybe swap these two weapons as well. You could at least try that. Should you max your Blizzfrost and get double Burrowbeam 12 to replace Orion, and give Lacewing double upgrade to give it double Stormrack 10 to replace Seeker? Let's see. This is good, yeah. This is decent, but you would do better with Burrowbeam or Revoker. This is good. This is okay. Yeah, the Orion at this SP is not going to do as well as like Lacewing, Stormrack Lacewing. So I put like probably the Lacewing here. He wants to max his Blizzler as well, which... What other weapons do you have? Anything, really? Doesn't really look like it. EM rifles on Blizzler wouldn't do good. But, yeah, Lacewing here. And then probably put like the Burrowbeam Seeker here. And then have like one hanger with that, and then one hanger with, instead of Seeker, have Blizzler. And that probably makes sense. I think he has double Burrow 12, though, is the thing. You'd have to max out your Seeker. So, I mean, it's stretch goal. Stretch goal. What's better on EMs than Railgun? What do you mean? Night Fury, I am not going to go out of my way to find your ID now. What should you focus on next? Okay, hold on, check this guy. Alright, this looks interesting. I like these two. This one's kind of mid. I kind of like this one as well. It doesn't look like you have Stormrack 6, but that's okay. You're making the best of it. These two, I mean, you're kind of doing the best that you can with these two, I guess. Like, Gemini's a good weapon. Sentinel's not really great, but I'd probably try to go for a bit more speed here. Swap one or both of these for something that's a bit faster and able to be aggressive, because all of your stuff, you know, you got some decent holding power here. You 2 more tanks as well. But then these two are very passive, right? They can be very good mechs, but they're very passive. And if it comes down to I need to be pushing someone else's beacon, or I need to be aggro for, I don't know, 5v5 or free for all or whatever. There's lots of cases where you need to be aggressive. Vortex can kind of do that, but only for a little bit. It dies pretty quick. Sentinel definitely can't. So I'd probably try to get something a little bit more aggro in here. Even if it's just a kill shot, because it looks like you have mods access on low rank stuff. Even if it's just a kill shot, like a rank 4 kill shot with Revoker 6s might even be better than Vortex with Revoker. I'm not even gonna lie. It might even be better. Just because it can at least get to its target quicker. And that's the problem with Vortex, especially with close quarters, is that it kind of just can't get to its target very fast. And there's a good chance that it takes a stupid amount of damage just trying to get there. Do EM rifles have any advantage over railgun? Not in my opinion, no. No, I think railgun's just kind of better. Stormracks are getting nerfed? I mean, that's not confirmed, though. Nobody said that. Fancy pants? Alright, hold on. I got you. Yeah, Night Fury, hold on. What's the difference here? It's just the Orion versus the Tengu, that's it. And then the... Oh, it just swaps sides, okay. It's just Orion versus Tengu, okay. I got you. He does have a lot of tanky stuff. So Vortex, I think, is kind of not worth going for. Nomad is good because it's basically like... You know how I was like comparing like Vortex versus Killshot? Nomad's kind of both at the same time. It gets to its target really quick, and it's about as tanky as Vortex while the ability's active. So Nomad's kind of just better. This rank 3, he's got a rank 5-10 though. That's not that bad. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. And then Overdriver Blockhorn. I think the Tengu might do better. Wait, why aren't you using double Revoker 8s on Tengu? Oh, because you got this. Do you have Revoker 6? You could use a 6 and 8. It would do better than this, I think. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, I'll probably get rid of the Vortex. Replace it with... I mean, a Surge or an Eclipse would definitely do you a lot of favors. You could put Revoker or even potentially Reaver on a Surge or Eclipse. That would do pretty good. And yeah, otherwise it's like mostly okay. Having these two at the same time, even just these two at the same time, is like kind of sketch. It really tanks your mobility. Like no pun intended, but it really tanks your mobility. So having at very least the Tengu on top of the Nomad, I think is ideal. Even though Vortex is more mobile than both of these, I still think these two are just more effective in general. So probably Vortex would be the one to replace. But you might end up replacing. You probably should replace the Aegis as well at some point. You're only 6k SP, so it's like your Aegis can still do really good for a while, but at some point it's not. It's going to stop doing very well. So you just kind of gradually replace those with, like, you know, Deathwalker, Surge, Eclipse, that sort of thing. Is Vortex not that good? No, it's not that good. I thought you ranked it in S tier in your tier list. No, I don't think so. Not for a while. I mean, I did at one point, but that was like a year ago before mods existed. I mean, I like Vortex. It's very fun mech. I like it a lot, but I don't think... I don't personally think it's that effective. Alright. Night Fury, hold on. Miniker. Revorker Tengu. Blizzler Lacewing. Okay, so Surge is better, right? That's obvious. Podgun 10s versus Graviton. You should probably put the Podgun 10s on Deathwalker. I mean, Stormrack's better, obviously, but Podgun Deathwalker's actually not that bad. It's fairly popular. So this hanger, I think, is probably the best one. So these two are good. This one's good. Pod guns on Deathwalker. Gemini on Blizzler. Is that what I would say? Yeah. Yeah, that's mostly fine. And the thing is, like, yeah, late game hangars are basically all scouts. But, like, this, and this all work toward being tanky, right? You don't need a dedicated tank because you have 3 things that are all fairly tanky on their own. And they're also fast at the same time, so it's like, why not, right? You basically get the best of both worlds. You might replace this with something a little bit more brawlery, but that's fine. Like, I don't think it's necessarily the biggest deal. Maybe Savant 16. Savant 16 might actually be better than Gemini 8, because I think Savant 16 can be it's a little bit more of a brawler weapon than Gemini, in my opinion, and it's also a rank higher. Savant, actually, after the buff, actually became really good. I don't know. I think Savant after the buff became really good. So, probably worth using. And then the rest of this is mostly fine. I would just probably put pod guns on here instead of graviton beam. It's kind of the same, like, Deathwalker is kind of the same thing with, like, Aegis, where it's like, it's not really fast enough to chase people down who are trying to escape your beam. And so you end up losing connection pretty easily. And so you don't end up getting the implosion stacks off. And the implosion stacks are what you're really after with the weapon. So, yeah. Yeah, okay. That's fine. You just won Podgun 12. Let's go. You don't know whether to use it on Panther or double 8s on Orion, playing since 2020. Okay, gotcha. Playing since 2020. Bro took like a 7-year break. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, nah. Rank 3, don't even worry about it, bro. Don't even worry about it, bro. This is fine. You got a lot of good weapons, but you don't really have good mechs for them. You also got a tanker hanger, which is kind of cringe. Max Lancer, okay. I'd probably put the Lancer instead of the Sentinel. So replace the Sentinel with Lancer. Probably do Revoker Zephyr, that's fine. Burrow Beam Aegis, I guess, is fine. Podgun Orion, I guess, is fine. Although, alternatively, you could do Disc Launcher Orion and Podgun Panther. I think that's the better way of managing these weapons, so that you're not using some scuffed hybrid. And Disc Launcher, so long as you're firing at someone who's marked, it's like, it's not a big deal, right? They'll still take a stupid amount of damage. So... Yeah, probably do that. And then the Lancer... Oh, jeez. He's got a rank 3 Rogue 10. Okay, that's kind of... What would you do the Lancer? Stormer... You gotta get Stormer X6 or something. Like, you got a lot of close quarters weapons, but you have no close quarters mechs outside of this one. That's kind of the situation that you're in. That's the problem. So, you could try to you could upgrade like your Tengu if you wanted to, but I think you need a bit more. I think Stormrax is just a weapon that you should get regardless. So the 6 or the 10 or both. Even Sanji. Wait, was Sanji here? I didn't see him. Oh, there he is. Let's go. I got you, bro. Something you might need to save up for. That's true. It's true. He just bought, was it Revoker 10 yesterday? Let's see. Why is this even a thing? Why do you have a hanger without the Revoker 10? Clearly you can use it. He probably just forgot to update it. Okay. Gemini 6 is on MD. Sure. Barobi Orion, okay. These two. This was for his barrage achievement thing, though, right? Continuum, what, 6s? Yeah. Podgon. What do you normally use? You have an update. Yeah, what do you normally use on your Solus? I forget. Like, do you normally use Podgun and then use something else on your Aegis? I don't remember. Oh, that's right. You have Burrow Beam 12 as well. I forgot about that. Hey, much appreciated. Yeah, sure. I'll get to yours. Right after this one. It's true. He has Burrow Beam 12 as well, fellas. It's kind of crazy. But would it be worth it? Has he tried Burrow Beam 12 and 8 Dreadnought? I think that's the real question. If he hasn't, then he should. And if it's garbage, which it might be, then I would say probably Podgun Solus, Burrow Beam Aegis, keep these the way that they are, and then buy Railgun for Orion. Probably what I would do. Or maybe Tetra Rifle, since Tetra Rifle you can get the 10 pretty easily. I think Railgun's better in terms of performance, but Tetra Rifle's technically cheaper long term. Burrow Beam or Nades, yeah. I don't think either one's necessarily super ideal. Solus wants to keep its distance, and Burrow Beam kind of doesn't allow it to do that, so I don't think it would be that good, though. Yeah, I mean, maybe, I don't know. You could like beam them to death while they're blind, so. I haven't tried it, but I don't imagine it would be that good. Pro gamer, you've been here since the start. Well, let me see. Let me find your ID. All right, hold on. Let me get this guy real quick. He's kind of crashing out a little bit. You'll try Burrow Beam Dreadnought? All right, Cipher. Okay. I got you. Much appreciated. The 211, yeah. Thank you, sir. Also, I think I missed a... Hold on. I missed a super chat. That's right. Right after. I did not forget. Sorry. Bro, is it a minigun 10? Okay. Yeah, minigun 10 Chungus. Burrow Beam 12 Vortec. He's got the Charge Rocket 8s as well. Burrow Beam 8s. Viper 16. All those are solid. Okay. Stormwreck Deathwalker, good. But 3 Revoker builds, are we for real? I don't think you need 3. I think this should be replaced with something that has a little bit more range. Maybe Bro Beam. Bro. Yeah, probably, actually. I think that makes sense. Though you could also use Charge Rocket 8 and go super speed if you really felt like it. But yeah, I think Burrow Beam Eclipse would probably be better. Unless you're playing free-for-all. If you're playing free-for-all, this is good. But, like, generally speaking, trying to run people down with a Revoker Eclipse is, like, not that easy. Especially since all the nerfs it got, and it's going to get another nerf. The thing is, like, it went from being super... Again, it's like the way that I see it. It's like it went from being super deadly from, like, 40 meters away. Now it's super deadly, but only from, like, 5 meters away. So, and as an Eclipse, you can't really close that distance that quickly. A Surge and a Nomad definitely can, right? They have no problem with that, so that's fine. But Eclipse has a little bit more of an issue with it. So I'd probably do that. Otherwise, I think it's mostly okay. You also may or may not want to replace your Orion with something a little tankier, but you don't have anything that's good that's tankier, so yeah, you can keep this for now. All right, hold on. I got you. Killer. Okay, let's go. 2, 3. Oh, a single. Like you guys can see it that well. It's a single minigun 16 on the Surge. It is absolutely massive. Strength 5. Oh, Frank 6 Scorpius. Wow. That wasn't a good idea. Right. Okay. Yeah, the low rank weapons aren't really worth it. I would avoid those, to be honest. Revoker Surge, good. Revoker Seeker, good. Disruptor Bastion. I feel like that wouldn't be good, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Wait, what rank is your minigun? 16. Okay, rank 3, yeah. I would go with Viper 8s on Bastion instead of Disruptor. I would ditch both of these on Scorpius. This is kind of like scuffed. I would go with like rank 12. I mean, hold on. What is this? Damage per shot 7,000. Damage per shot 4,000. Okay, so it's the 8 is still weaker. Not by a lot though. Yeah, so these are fine. Probably put Viper on that. Probably put, what's this, have 20 energy? Yeah, okay. You didn't put yourself in a great spot with these weapons. Like, you kind of got some weird weapons here. I'd probably try to get... I don't know. I don't know. This is hard. What the heck do you use on this freaking... Wait, he doesn't have any better mechs, right? What do you use on this weird Scorpius, bro? Scorpius is such a bad mech, too. It's just kind of sad. You could use, like, a Disc Launcher 8 as well as the 16 on this. It might do better than the EM Rifle 12. The EM Rifle 12, it's just kind of weird, right? It's just kind of weird. Although you could also do, like, Overdriver 12 and EM Rifle 12. Just to kind of, like, use the Overdriver to break their mod shields and then use the EM Rifle to try to finish them off. I doubt it'll work that often, but it'll probably work sometimes. And then this... Oh, dear. You need, like, Storm Racks or something. I think that'd probably be a good idea. But yeah, don't buy the weapons low rank. It doesn't really help you. Because, like, let's say, for example, let's take a minigun 16 as an example. This is a good weapon. I like it. I think that this is a good weapon. And it's worth using. However, it's not worth the A coins that it would be required to rank it up 3 times in order to be able to use 2 of them. So it's not worth using it. So at this point, you just let it rot in your inventory because it's rank 3 and it's not worth the A coins to make it better. So you kind of did yourself a little bit of a disservice by buying it low rank. And this is what I say to everybody: is that buying low rank mechs is pretty good, right? Like it works well. You can use them long term, and they do fine. Buying weapons low rank does not really do that. It doesn't really. It's not really worth it because you have to. Because the firepower is just worse, right? The firepower is just worse. Like, let's say, for example, let's say that somebody's using, like, I don't know. And we don't. It doesn't have to be minigun. It could be anything. It could be anything. Like, let's say, you know, okay, you bought Overdriver 16 or something, and you buy it rank 3. You can use one of those on a 16 energy mech. I can use 2 Overdriver 8s, but they'd be rank 5. My Overdriver 8s would be stronger than your single Overdriver 16. So in order for you to keep up with me, you'd have to rank it up a couple times. It's not really worth it. I would actually be stronger than you in that situation. In a lot of cases, I think most of your opponents actually have more firepower than you do. Even though you have good mechs, your weapons are fairly low rank. Some of them, actually, not a lot of them, only a couple. Only a couple. But, like, especially this one, right? So in those cases, essentially what I'm trying to say, in those cases, your enemies have more firepower, or people who haven't spent any money at all. They actually have more firepower than you do. And they have the same energy capacity, like, right? Like, you having a higher energy weapon actually doesn't mean anything for you, because in order to use higher energy, you have to have a higher rank mech. So you'd have to rank up your mech as well. And at that point, you'd be fighting higher rank enemies as well. And, like, everybody's using pretty much the same rank stuff. in terms of mechs, but in terms of weapons, they just have more firepower. So the TLDR is I wouldn't bother buying low rank weapons, but instead just like save for almost every decent weapon can be bought with credits these days, especially at lower SP. After a while, when you get to like 10,000 SP or something like that, then you're kind of forced to start buying some A-coin ones, and that's maybe when you can spend some money. But like before then, it kind of doesn't matter. Like, yeah, it kind of doesn't matter before then. So I would really, whatever you can do to sort out that situation with the Scorpius and Dreadnought. I don't really know what I would tell you though. I mean, Scorpius does decently. It could probably do okay with like like I said, like the single EM rifle and the single overdriver. It would probably be all right. But then in terms of the Dreadnought, yeah, you probably want to get like Stormrack or something like that. All right, A, B, D. I ain't how the alphabet go. Well, let's see. I wouldn't double down on sniper builds. I think both of these are good individually, but I wouldn't double down on them. This is good. This is okay. This is... I can't imagine this works very well. At this point, I'd probably put the Revoker on Eclipse. And I'd probably put the... I don't know, something else on Aegis. Like Overdriver, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, probably Overdriver. Hemlock does way better with Stormrack as well, unfortunately. But, I mean, there's not a lot you could do about that. You're also going to want to get Surge at some point. I think Surge is probably more of a must-have than Eclipse is. But, well, at least in general. I guess when it comes to free-for-all, maybe not. It's kind of the only exception, probably. Everywhere else, it kind of is better, I think. But yeah, I'm not super sold on like doubling down on sniper builds. I don't think it really works that well. And this Revoker Aegis is definitely not going to do that good. Like you could probably do okay with it sometimes, but I don't think that's optimal. And then these two are fine. This is also fine. Probably swap these weapons at very least, but probably put like Overdriver or something on that. Been thinking of buying Howler 8. Okay. It's going to get another buff, so maybe it's good, but I kind of doubt it. Well, it's better than Voltaic RPG. It's better than this singer. Oh, what you got going on there? Okay. So this is good. This is decent. This is good. This is okay. And this is okay. Yeah, I think all of these are fine. Revoker's a better close quarters weapon than Howler, and I think it probably always will be. I'm just gonna be honest, it probably always will be. Repeater may or may not be pretty good after the buff, but we'll have to see, right? You also have Burrow Beam, Disruptor, Podgun. Okay. So you also have Burrow Beam and Disruptor as two other weapons you could be using here. If you tried Disruptor on Killshot, I feel like maybe it would do better. The problem with close quarters Killshot for you, as opposed to other people, is that you don't have mods. You're like me, you can't use mods on your low rank stuff. So you're gonna like insta-die pretty much anything that you dash at. You're gonna like insta-die to pretty much everything. So you probably want something that is a little bit more passive in that case. If you had mods, then it's okay, but you don't, so it's kind of less ideal. And then the rest of these are mostly fine. They're mostly fine. You don't have anything better than Vortex, right? I mean, unless a cheetah counts. Nah, yeah. The rest of these are fine. I mean, you could put like Railgun on Orion. I think that's better. But, yeah. Like Railgun here, Podgun here. But for the time being, you do like Disruptor here. And Howler I probably wouldn't bother with at all. Your name is Billy Ray. Okay, I got you. You're in my friends list. What doesn't say that you're in my friends list? It said send invite. See? That's weird. Okay, I'm trying to check everything. So Gemini Tetra Rifle. Strike Rocket. Okay. Double 10. Double 10. Okay, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. This is probably fine, and this is probably fine. What is this? Double 10. Okay. Gemini 6, yeah, I probably wouldn't go with the Strike Rocket Hemlock. I don't think it's gonna be that good because you can only do a small amount of damage before their daze is broken and they can start moving again. Tetra Rifle, you shoot them a couple times and then you just do like a huge smack. So you could probably deal a lot more damage while they're stuck. These three are obviously okay, but I would probably just use these. I'd probably use this hanger for the most part. And what is there to say about that? Not a ton. I mean, definitely Tetra Rifle is not the best weapon you could be using. But I don't think there's I don't have any major notes about it. I think it's mostly okay. The Panther you're going to want to get rid of, but that's about it. Everything else is mostly fine. You have mods access on low rank stuff. You should probably get mods on your Deathwalker. You'll be using it for a while. At least get the Hardened Wolf, right? Raikou. Alright, I got you, bro. I got you, bro. I'm sorry, a lot of people are getting very upset that I haven't grabbed theirs. I'm sorry, again, I'm grabbing one, and then I look at it, and then when I'm done, I just grab somebody else's. It's not, I'm not, dude. I know I've missed a lot of them, but I can't get through everybody. These are fine. I think all of this is mostly okay individually. Though this is not, super ideal. And Guardian is kind of garbage. You have it rank 4, I would not rank it up again. You do have mods on it, but still, I probably wouldn't. You're gonna want to get... I mean, the fact that you can get mods on low rank stuff, I'd probably get Killshot, to be honest. That's going to make a lot better use of your Revokers than Vortex can, because it can close distances really quick. But otherwise, it's okay. Yeah, no, it's pretty decent. It's pretty decent. You're 4,000, basically same as me. I don't think there's no major problems with it, but I'd try to get rid of this. I don't think Vortex is very good. It's not worth ranking up either, in case you were wondering. So these three, I think, are kind of your weakest ones, and I'd probably try to swap all three of them out at some point. He's been waiting for 4 hours. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I got you. Again, I would love to get through everybody, or at least get through everybody who's been here for a long time, but I can't guarantee that. And also, people are probably going to lie and say that they've been here for longer than they actually have. What is this? So the mechs stay the same. The mechs are the same in every single hangar. Okay. Storm rack, missile rack, burrow beam here, tetra rifle here. Okay, that's fine. This is also okay. Yeah, it's Ember 12, I suppose. I'm not sure why you'd bother buying that, but fair enough. Tenant 6. Buying Storm Rack 6 would be not a bad idea. 20 energy missile rack 8 and 12, sure. Burrow beam dreadnought. It's not bad. You also have disruptor and big boy disruptor. Oh, 12, okay. And Gemini 6s. If you tried disruptors on dreadnought, though, that's my thought. If you tried disruptors on dreadnought, I feel like it could be pretty decent. Gemini... You might even use Gemini 6s on Lacewing instead of this. That would potentially do better. And then, maybe... You could either keep this or use the burrow beam on that. And then maybe try... Use either... Okay. I would probably do either the missile racks or the disruptors on Dreadnought. One of the two. Because the ability allows you to do like a stupid amount of damage in a really short amount of time. And that really fits with missile rack. With Panther, it's completely different because it's like, okay, here, I'm going to put out a barrier. I got 10 seconds of protection. You fire one volley, it takes like 2 seconds to fire, and then all of a sudden, you're completely worthless for the next 8 seconds of your ability duration. You're just waiting there, waiting to reload. So 80% of your ability is pointless if you're using missile racks on Panther. On Dreadnought, it's different, though, because the entire thing is built on extremely high quick burst, like, you know, high burst damage, right? Fast damage in a really short amount of time. You want to deal damage as quickly as possible. Doesn't really matter for Panther. You probably want to do Burrow Beam or something on Panther, because then you can get out like multiple magazines without taking any damage back, right? And then this is good for Lacewing. This is a good build for Lacewing, but you might also do you might also try Gemini on Lacewing because it might do better. Especially if you can't aim these very well. I'm not sure if you can. Maybe you can, but yeah, you get what I'm saying. And then this is kind of okay. Yeah, it's probably fine. And then this is also fine. Yeah. Good hangars you've seen so far. Let's see. Hellfire 10s on... Who the heck buys and duplicates Hellfire 10? That's wild. That is wild. Okay, so... Don't do Minigun Surge. Minigun Block Run, I guess, is okay, but it's low ranks. Probably not very good. Close Quarters that. Close Quarters that. I'd probably swap this. Because, again, it's a matter of, like, let's say you don't kill someone in a single magazine. That's kind of a big problem for you as a Surge. Because you have 3 seconds of EMP time. It takes you about 3 seconds to fire your entire magazine. If you don't kill them, then not only are you stuck reloading, they're out of EMP and they're actively smacking the crap out of you. Right? That's not good. So with Seeker, you get the damage boost, so it's a lot less likely that they survive a single magazine. But even if they do, you can teleport back if you don't kill them super quickly. So I think Burrow Beam on Seeker makes more sense. And then the Close Quarters Search. And then the Close Quarters Nomad is fine. And then this is fine. Though I prefer something with like homing or radius on Deathwalker, to be honest. Like Podgun or Stormrack I think is better. And then this is... Not ideal, because it's only rank 3. Oh, Hellfire, you could use Hellfire Tens. Okay, actually though. Yeah. Yeah. So you swap these 2 weapons, you use Hellfire on Deathwalker, and you use the Overdrivers on Blockhorn. I think that's the way to get the most out of your mechs. I think that's how you get the most out of your mechs. Hellfire's not a good weapon, but Minigun 8 rank 3 is even worse. So, yeah. But probably I would just do that. Jailbreak, I got you. For every 100 subs in Kick, I give 800 A-coins. The more people, the more rewards. Okay, well, my chat doesn't allow links, but, I mean, you can share your name, I suppose. So long as subs don't cost money, I don't think anyone's gonna spend money on that. Like, if it's, like, Twitch, right? Okay. Let's see what we got here. Embergun, Panther, Gamer, Fuse Mortar, Panther. What am I even looking at, dude? What am I even looking at? Okay, Savant, Gemini, swap these. I actually think Savant Tengu's so good, you should try it. And then Gemini Lacewing has more range than Savant Lacewing does, so it allows you to stay on top of really cringe rooftops and spam people for longer. Stormrax on... Well, Stormrax Surge doesn't make a lot of sense. You should probably put the Stormrax on Lacewing, if anything. All 3 of your presets have Stormrax on. That's a bad idea. I'm just gonna say right now, it's a bad idea. It's not good. It's not good. You got Revoker 6s, and you have Revoker 8 and 10. Okay, yeah. So I think this is fine. You Revoker 10 and 8 on Search. Stormrax on Lacewing. I think Savant is what I prefer on Tengu over Gemini, but that's a personal preference. Maybe you don't. I don't know. Podgun Panther's okay. Do you have the 8? I wonder if he has Podgun 8. He has Viper 8, so that's a... It's like a 10 and a 12. Yeah. Yeah, because his Blockhorn has 20 energy, but his Panther has 24. Yeah, so the Podgun's here, and then just put the Vipers here instead of Dreadshot. Dreadshot's a completely awful weapon. So put the Vipers on that. And then you're good. Yeah. You did ask me to rate yours like 3 streams ago, and I said no. And now I'm doing it. Okay. Sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't do it every stream. And this is exactly why, is because, like, if I did, like, imagine I did one guy and then I stopped. I get so many people mad that I didn't do theirs. I've done like 30 already at least, and people are still mad. So yeah, there's very good reason I don't do it every stream. What do we have here? We got no weapons on Vortex. What's this? There's no pilots on this either. Is this except for this one? What the heck is this? He has Berserker, which I think would probably do better than Burrow Beam on Aegis. To be honest, yeah, I think so. This is good. This is fine. It's a cheetah, so like, what are you gonna do about it? You're rank 3. Maybe Frig, I don't know if he has any weapons. I guess just keep it this way. I guess just keep this the way it is. Keep this the way it is. Probably put Berserker on here instead of Burrow Beam, because I think it's going to be more likely to kill stuff, especially at this SP. Berserker's really strong at this SP, and Burrow Beam is really not. And then it just flips. You know, as you get later game, it obviously flips. So, like, long term, it would be the other way around, but, you know, as of right now. And it doesn't really look like you have anything decent besides that, so probably just keep what you have. It's okay. But I would try to replace, I don't know, either the Sentinel or the Cheetah, one of the two, whichever one does worse. Replace it with like a kill shot or something, right? Something, or even Vortex if you have a decent 6 energy weapon. Something that can be a little bit faster. If you have a decent 6 energy weapon, probably replace the Sentinel. Put the 6 energy weapon on the Vortex instead of that. Put the pod guns on the Cheetah, right? And then if you can get kill shot, or if you already have it, then maybe replace the Cheetah, or even still replace the Sentinel. I don't know. Yeah. And then Berserker on the Aegis. Advice for your 7-year-old son's future hangar. I got you, bro. Let's go. All right. So which one's your main one? I'm assuming... This is... No, double 12. Triple Revoker. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I think this might be better. So Overdriver, sure. Revoker, Revoker, Revoker. Burrow Beam. Burrow Beam does better on both of these. It might even do better on all 3 of these if you had any of them maxed out. You definitely want Deathwalker, though. So... What is the other one? Oh, yes, Seeker, okay. So probably, like, I'd have, like, maybe 2 hangars, right? So you have one Stormwrack Deathwalker here. Probably another Stormwrack Hemlock here. This Overdriver Eclipse is fine. You want, like, a Revoker Surge here. And then... Or Revoker Surge or Burrow Beam Surge, one of the two. And then you could use either Revoker Blizzfrost or Burrow Beam Blizzfrost. And then the other hangar probably replaced the Hemlock with Seeker. And then use... And then, like, swap these weapons. So probably Stormwrack on this, and then either Revoker or Burrow Beam on the Seeker. Yeah. Especially when you're getting to higher SP. The Burrow Beam to bypass the mods is really good. It's not that good on Deathwalker, though, which is unfortunate. I mean, it's okay, right? It's pretty decent, but like it's better on something that can get really close and guarantee that you get all those hits in. For Deathwalker, it's still probably better to use Stormwrack because you can, you know, get people with the radius and whatnot, and it has a bit better range. So yeah, and then Eclipse. Like, all 3 of these are okay with Eclipse, but these 2 are, like, kind of... I mean, it's pretty obvious why Surge and Seeker can do well with Revokers, because they can, like, immediately, in an instant, completely close the distance from 100 meters, basically, to 1 meter, essentially. But these 2 cannot do that. They cannot do that nearly as easily, so using Revokers on them is a bit riskier. Much appreciating. Coffee, let's go. Yes, more caffeine. It is very cold. I forgot about it. But yeah, I kind of prefer a little bit more range on these 2. Max is kind of what I'm trying to say. And Burrow Beam can do that as well. You gotta go now? Alright, take care. Please do yours. Okay, bro, don't put the hyphen and parentheses. I'm not deciphering that. You want me to... Will it... Hold on. If it doesn't automatically remove these when I copy-paste it... Oh, it does. There we go. How about that? That's still really weird. I don't know why you did that. Alright, let's see. Oh, I see some good stuff in here. Double strike 10. Yeah, I like that. Double tetra 10. I thought those were 8s. It's double 10. Nice. Storms like 6 and 10. Podgun 8s. Overdriver 8s. You also got... I mean, those are kind of garbage. Savant 6 is pretty good. Gemini, Graviton. You also got Railgun. Not bad. Not bad at all. I would probably basically use this hangar, except put the railguns on the Orion instead of the podgun. Maybe put the podguns on the Aegis instead of the Overdriver if you felt like it. But otherwise, these two I think are mostly fine. I really like Tetra Rifle Blockhorn. You probably getting some good results with this bad boy. My man, it's kind of underrated. It's this thing. It goes crazy. This should be okay, but it's probably not one that you're going to use super long term. To be honest, Redeemer's kind of whatever. You need to get it maxed out, otherwise it's kind of whatever. And it's not really worth maxing it out, so you're probably gonna replace it with... Wait, do you have any better max? I wasn't really paying attention. No, not really. Not really. But these are fine. It's pretty decent. Pretty decent. All right, that hangar is a bit slow. It is a little bit, yeah. But at that SP, it kind of doesn't matter that much. Pro Hunter, okay. I'm also trying to just get through hangars a little bit quicker than normal. I'm trying to get through them a little bit quicker. I'm sorry. This is a good skin. I like the skin a lot. Stormac, okay. Good. Decent. I would not. Probably I would use something a little bit more ranged on Eclipse, and probably I would not use Stormrack on Solus. In fact, long term, you're shooting yourself in the foot. You literally can't use both of these with Stormrack, no matter what you do. Like if you had a, you know, like theoretically you get 10,000 Aquins or 10 billion Aquins, whatever. There's no amount of upgrades or anything. It's not possible for you to use Stormrack 16 on both of these mechs. So it's just kind of doomed to fail. What other weapons do you have? The Podgun 10s. Okay. 24 energy. Podgun or Strike Rocket? It really depends. If you play a lot of 5v5, I would play it safe and go with Podgun. But overall, I think Strike Rocket's probably better. But like on certain 5v5 maps, it's like completely, yeah, it's bad. It just hits the ceiling. You can't do anything with it. Much appreciated. One of them is your funny spendy account. One of them is your free-to-play account. Okay, well, I'll check your free-to-play account, because I imagine your funny free-to-play, your funny spendy one, I imagine you don't really care about meta progression on that one. I imagine you don't really care if you're doing things optimally. You're just doing it for fun. And that's fair. Yeah, I can respect that. But anyway, yeah, in terms of this, I think you should probably put like either Podgun or Strike Rocket, depending on what modes you'd go with. And then probably something a little more ranged on Eclipse as well. The alternative is that you go for Lacewing and you go for Stormrack 16s on Deathwalker, Stormrack 12s on Lacewing, and that will solve your Stormrack problem as well. or Hemlock, right? So you could go Lacewing or Hemlock and then get rid of the Solus. And you won't have to worry about using Podgun or Strike Rocket if you really don't like them. All right, let's see. You played against me. All right, well, I want to check out that guy's hanger next. Hold on. Let's see what we got here. Decent. Railgun on Lancer is kind of no point. You should use it on Orion for the shield pierce. Because again, like, it's... You got 4 layers on this, like, completely garbage multi-layered mod. It probably cost you, like, almost nothing to get this, to buy and upgrade it. But it's 4 layers of essentially infinite damage sponge. So you'd have to shoot it 4 times in order to just get the shield down. And then you'd have to try to actually kill them with the weapon itself. So it's so inconvenient. So the Orion just solves that problem by giving you, for one thing, a stupid amount of damage boost. But for another thing, it also gives you a pretty significant amount of shield piercing. So you can kill people without even necessarily dealing with their shields too much. And every time you take down a layer, you're also removing some of their base HP, so it takes less shots by the time you actually get to that said base HP. So I put Railgun on here, Stormrax on here, Revokers on here, Podguns on here, Burrow Beams on here. I think that's everything, right? Yeah. You also have Viper. Essentially this hanger. Yeah, essentially this hanger, but probably put the Stormwreck on Lancer and put the Podguns on and put like Revoker on Zephyr. Between Zephyr and Tango, whichever one you prefer, I don't know. Hold on. Somebody said that they fought me. Oopsie. Bro, I didn't even know I could do that. Hold on, I accidentally did a thing. What did I do? Oh, channel activity. I can see how many times somebody has messaged. And how many times I've timed them out. I've literally never checked this. I've never checked this a single time. Probably should have. Oh, already much appreciated. That's crazy. Anyway, this guy says that he's fought me. I don't recognize the name. I'm very sorry. These 3 are very good. These 3 are very, very good. This is also decent. This is also decent. I like what I was seeing. Pretty solid so far. Reaver, nah. Probably wouldn't go with that. This is definitely your best one. Yeah, I think this is solid. Wait, you don't have Railgun or anything, right? He does have Gemini 6s, which could potentially do better than Podguns on Orion. You could also put Gemini on Blizzfrost instead of Burrow Beam if you don't like Burrow Beam that much. But this is a good hanger. This is a good hanger. It's not like the best one I've ever seen, but it's good. You're gonna need... He also has legendary pilots on everything. Yeah. You're gonna replace the Orion at some point. It's the best epic mech, but you're not gonna use it forever. So you're just gonna replace that at some point, and you'll use, like, I don't know, not Vortex. Don't bother with Vortex. Whatever it is that you happen to get. I don't know, like maybe Hemlock, Clay Swing, whatever, right? You know them. You generally know the mechs that are good, that are worth using. I don't let anything in my main hanger unless it's gold, hence the baby accounts. Fair enough. Let's see. I did not play against you, this guy, yeah. I mean, I appreciate your honesty. Yeah, he's got the gold futurist on all of his stuff. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. It's the rite of passage, you could say. So triple Revoker, the Revoker Eclipse. Again, I think it lost a bit of value. Still definitely really good for certain modes and certain maps, especially like even CPC. It's like takes like Smokestacks for example. It's a really good Revoker Eclipse map, but I think there's a lot of other ones that kind of aren't. So maybe a different weapon on it, at least in some other preset. Minigun Blockhorn. I mean, kind of just speaking my language. I can't not glaze this, but at the same time, is it meta? No, it's kind of not. It's not really meta. So I will say I like it a lot, but to be fair, it's not really ideal. Maybe Minigun Eclipse and the Blockhorn. What would I replace that with? Probably like Lay Swing, Soulless, Hemlock, depending on the map or the mode. Yeah. So Lay Swing and Hemlock probably want Storm Racks. Soulless, you probably want like Pod Gun or Strike Rocket 16s. Yeah. I mean, otherwise it's like it's solid. Can't say much about it. You'd be adding a Minigun Eclipse. Just need to train up the pilots because I don't want to lose the Blockhorn. Oh, because so he'll use 2 of them. Let's go. Now that's the gamer move. That's what you really should be doing. I hate pay-to-win players unless they are meta. What in the world kind of statement is that? Wouldn't non-meta pay-to-win players be more beneficial for you? Because then they wouldn't kill you as much. I don't get it. So anyone, can we get a translation in here? I don't know what's going on. Whatever. He's got 1 hanger. Okay. All of these are not bad. All of these are not bad, but it's not ideal either, right? Like, this will probably die really quickly when you're trying to dash somebody because you don't have mods. You'll just die immediately, pretty much. This is pretty good. This, Redeemer is kind of eh, and the ability doesn't really help you in any way. Gemini is a decent weapon. The Podgun Lancer is pretty okay. The Burrow Beam Aegis is okay, but like Burrow Beam doesn't kill a lot of stuff a lot of times, so it's like, yeah, it's alright. It's alright. If this were my hanger and I was working with the same stuff that I always have, I'd probably replace this with Overdriver or something. I'd probably I'd probably put Stormrax on Redeemer to try to back up this as much as I can. Because, like, between these two, you have decent mobility, but this one's the only one that can actually be aggressive, and it'll probably die immediately. So you probably want at least one to back it up, like at least one backup for that, and Stormrax is probably a better idea than Gemini on that. Not that bad, though. It's definitely seen worse. Unpopular take, Blockhorn Minigun is meta. It is in our hearts. In our hearts, it always will be. I agree with you. Thank you, by the way. Much appreciated. Don't forget about you. Okay. I got you. 3,000. Okay, what does he have here? Why? No. Hold on. Why? Oh, because he has the Stormrax on this. Okay. Bruh. I was like, what's going on? What's going on with that? But, like, why don't you use 2 cryo launcher on your area? Whatever. I'm not going to look too deep into that. We're going to say this one. We're going to go with this one as your primary hanger. This looks fine. Stormrack Ares, that's okay. Railgun Orion, that's okay. Podgun Aegis, that's okay. Missile Rack Guardian, mid. Burrow Beam Killshot, unideal. So, the thing is, like, you can, like, let's say you dash up to somebody with the kill shot, right? And you try to kill them immediately. Burrow Beam does kind of slow damage, and it has, like, a delay as well. So it's like you're probably not going to kill them that fast. You'd be better off swapping these weapons and putting, like, Missile Rack on kill shot so that you can dash in, you do the ability damage, and you do all the missile damage, like, pretty much all at once, so that there's a pretty low likelihood that they survive any longer than, like, half a second, right? Since you are a very fragile mech with no mods, you want to make sure that you kill the enemy as quickly as possible. And Burrow Beam is not really the way to do that at this SP especially. So I probably swap these two weapons. The Guardian itself is not ideal, but it seems to be the only thing you have. So, I mean, you can keep it and probably put Burrow Beam on it. Alternatively, you could put Burrow Beam on Aegis and put the Podguns on Guardian, but that's your choice. And then this is okay for now, and then this is pretty good. Yeah, that's what I would do. $30 free memberships for 30K subs. Yeah, but we didn't do it last year. That's kind of I appreciate you, Juggalo. Well, look, to be fair though, what you said before was it was if we could get it before January, which we did not. I very much appreciate you though. That is a lot of people. I cannot count all of you guys, but I appreciate it. I don't have a ton of members only stuff, but I do have some. You can easily check out all of it with the 1 month that Juggalo just gave you. You would have if you didn't take a break. Yeah, maybe. We're gonna get a lot of those. All right, hold on. Can 1745. Can I 1745 check your hangar? Yes, I can. Not 174 times, though. Thank you very much, Juggalo. That's very much appreciated. You shouldn't have. I don't deserve it because I didn't reach it. I don't think I would have gotten it by January if I didn't. Because I mostly it was like the last week of December or whatever that I even took off. But thank you very much. Yes, anyone who got one, please thank Juggalo. And of course, you know, I've got some members only videos and streams or whatever. You got a month to watch all of it. Shouldn't be a problem. There's not a whole lot there. But there's some. Let's see. I think you're hospitalized. Please help. The only way to save him is to review his hangar, guys. It's the only way. Okay. Railgun Orion. Okay. Would Blizzfrost be worth it if a crate rush? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's like a top 10 mech, I'd say. Like, easily. You are also hospitalized? It's crazy, bro. So am I. You can't even tell. I thought it was obvious. Railgun Orion. Revoker Surge, sure. Berserker, Graviton, Podgun. All of these are okay. We also have Strike Rocket. Burrow Beam. Okay. I would probably get rid of the Redeemer, replace it with the Panther with Strike Rocket. And then leave pretty much everything else here the same. Although you are going to want to do like Stormrack 10s on Deathwalker as opposed to these Graviton 10s. They're not that good. Like Graviton Deathwalker, I don't think it's that good. Maybe you think differently. If you do, then that's fair enough. But you're going to want to get the Stormrack 10s eventually anyways. It doesn't really matter. This guy's been spamming. Hold on. Don't spam, bruh. I get to join my first live stream this year. You should charge $2 per rank. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I'd probably just replace that with the Panther, with the Strike Rocket Panther. I think it'd probably be better than the Podgun Redeemer. And then everything else can be basically the same. You have mods on all this stuff. It's worth putting a couple mods on Deathwalker. Like, it's not like a super necessary thing, but it's worth doing, and you're gonna want to do it eventually, so yeah, it's just something to keep in mind. Yeah, not bad though. Not bad though. Oh yeah, let's go. You were on Sanjay's stream last time. Don't bother with the second hangar, it's just for free-for-all. You also have Podgun, Berserker, Gemini 6, Killshot, and Sentinel. Okay. Well, I don't think there's really any world where I would recommend you get Sentinel or, like, use Sentinel. So I don't think you have to worry about telling me that. So the second hangar, he says, is for free-for-all. But it's, like, kind of the exact same, except it has Plarium instead of Revoker. Why would the third one not be for free-for-all? The third one seems like more of a free-for-all hangar. I don't know. Anyway. He has Podgun, Berserker, Gemini 6, and Killshot. Killshot's probably better than Redeemer. Berserker's maybe better than Minigun, although you do have an epic pilot with some decent implants, so that's not bad. He does have Podgun. Stormwreck Lancer's fine. Railgun, that's fine. This is probably fine. I'd go maybe Repoker Zephyr, maybe Podgun Killshot, or Podgun Redeemer. I'd probably put Podgun instead of the close range weapons here. With either Redeemer or Killshot, whichever one you go for. And that's probably fine. You might, I mean, like, you also maybe go with, like, Berserker Killshot, because the thing is, like, it does do a lot of damage. It does do a lot of damage, and also you have no pilot on this, so that's unfortunate. Berserker, I feel like, is kind of not that bad. I really wish that I'm be honest with you guys, I really wish that I got it from that Critic Rate Rush. I really wish that I got it. I missed out. I missed out for sure. You've legitimately been waiting for 4 hours. Okay, hold on. Channel activity. Can I see timestamps? I do see it from a while ago. Yeah, it shows timestamps in the chat. It doesn't show it in the channel activity. Yeah, sure. I got you. I believed you when you said it, but I wanted to use that channel activity thing because I didn't even know it existed. It's kind of fancy. It's like it's probably a thing that my mods can use as well. I didn't even know it's a thing. I've never used it, bro. What a professional I am. Also, what the heck is this Strike Rocket Surge doing? Well, okay, this is good. 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 Although you do have a Surge, you got a rank 6 Surge that you probably should be using. I would probably use it instead of the Orion. And you could use Repoker on it. Wait, do you have... He has Burrow Beam, but only the 8s, okay. Yeah. So you have double Revoker 10 and 8, so you could use Revoker 10 and 8 on Nomad and on Surge at the same time. And then the rest of these are honestly fine. Yeah. I'd keep it the way it is, basically. At some point, and probably, like, maybe you have 2 presets, right? and then one of them you replace the Orion, one of them you replace the Lacewing. Bro, I can't even think of its names right there. But yeah, Lacewing's not very good on certain maps, so maybe you get rid of that instead of the Orion sometimes. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like the Surge should definitely be here. There's no reason for it not to be. And yeah, that's it. Free to play and no access to mods. Looking for good replacement for Aegis. Okay. Stay a while at 5K till I get all the legendary pilots and enough blueprints and stuff. Okay. Oops. It has been a long time, bro. It's been 5 hours. I'm probably gonna stop the stream at some point soon. Hold on, wait, what time? 10. I'm gonna have an alarm go off in 10 minutes, aren't I? Yeah, I think so. Probably. Okay. Well, probably after that alarm goes off. He wants to replace the Aegis, even though it's got gamer weapons on it. Well. Wait, what's the difference here? Okay, it's just a Stormwreck. Double Stormwreck? Okay. It's not a lot of reason for that. So, yeah, this is fine. This is fine. This is okay, but not necessarily the best. I definitely would prefer, like, you got two, right? You got the Podgun and the Stormwreck. I would definitely prefer Podgun on Eclipse over Stormwreck. I don't think Stormwreck Eclipse is that good. And then, I mean, in terms of Aegis, you can replace it with something, probably something. I think for what you have now, I think Aegis is fine. But, you know, when you replace it with something legendary, probably, right? Like the next whatever Cray Rush mech that you get. Which, I mean, I don't know what it's going to be, so whatever, right? If you're in tier 8, then you could probably replace it with like a Hemlock or a Solus. You just buy that with credits. And then use the use pod guns on it, I guess, right? Like these three are pretty well made, right? These three are pretty good. You should probably not change them much at all. These two are the ones that you're really working with. And I don't think there's anything like strictly wrong with either of them. It's just not particularly great. What's this? Yeah, you could use double Revoker builds. You could use a Revoker Eclipse as well as Revoker Seeker. If you wanted to do that. That's probably a good idea, especially for like free-for-all or something. But even just in general, maybe. And then keep this with like maybe Podgun instead. Yeah. But, I mean, pretty much, yeah, you're just kind of like phasing out the last of your epic stuff. That's valid. You want to get your Blockhorn reviewed? Well. I also want your Blockhorn to be reviewed. I like Blockhorn. Let's see. Let's get it viewed. Brobeam 12 and 8. He's also got a Paragon. So it's very interesting. That, what the heck? Okay. Hemlock Surge. Put your Deathwalker here, bro. Was this 1622? What is your Deathwalker? That's only 16. That's fine. Don't do, bro. What the heck is this? Now do 10 and 6. You'll be wasting 2 of your energy capacity, but it's better than having like the most scuffed build known to mankind. So yeah. I would do 10 and 6 Stormwreck on Hemlock. And then this is fine. And then this is maybe fine. I'm actually not sure. Hornet 8. Oh, bruh, you bought them. Okay. You shouldn't buy low rank weapons, or they don't usually work that well. Yeah. Okay. This is alright. It's not the most ideal, because, like, Dreadnought's not that fast, but if you can get close, it's going to be deadly. And then, like, I don't know. Which one even does more damage? 21,000. 41,000. Double 6 is going to do better than... Double Gemini 6 is going to do better than a single Gemini 16. So you could even do like double Gemini 6 on Deathwalker. Or alternatively, you could do Gemini 6s on Hemlock and then Stormrack 10 and 6 on Deathwalker. But yeah, you should probably have Deathwalker in the Singer. Tanish, please you. Okay, I got you, bro. Tanker Hanger, sad. A lot of people got the Burrow Beam 12. It's ridiculous. That's wild. Oh, we got the 6s too from the Battle Pass. Nice. Okay, Revoker Surge, Stormrack Deathwalker. That's not that... Or, Deathwalker, no, Killshot. That's not that bad. Railgun Orion's not that bad. This is also not that bad. I'd say your weakest one is probably even the Vortex. Like, not even the Killshot, it's probably the Vortex. Do you have anything else? He's Killshot tanking, guys. Why is it... Why is it you guys think that I always say bad things about Killshot and Killshot users? It's a very good reason for it. It's a disease, that's why. It's why. It's because the Killshot disease. People who have Killshot, they got the Killshot disease, and it makes them tank and do mean things. And so I say bad things about them in return. Cause, like, come on. What are you gonna do? Anyway. Yeah, maybe try to get something to replace the Vortex, because the Vortex is really not that good. Like, probably Hemlock. Well, maybe, I don't know. Hemlock and Ryan is kind of a little excessive. But, like, maybe Hemlock, because it's really good in Hanger Showdown. Seeker, Eclipse, Blizzfrost. Those four, and Nomad. I think those 5 are all like your top contenders for replacing this Vortex. And also maybe Lacewing as well, so 6. It's a lot of good ones. You don't tank with Killshot? Well, it's probably because you don't have Killshot. You don't use it. You don't have the Killshot disease. You going for Eclipse? Okay, I got you. Review yours. Okay, let's go. 6. He's got 1 hanger. Perfect. Makes it easy. A lot of people, bro. I wish I got Blizzfrost. This is pretty darn good. Maybe there's an A-Coin Crate Rush event for Blizzfrost somewhat soon. If there is, I will try my best to get it, because that would be pretty good. Stormrack Deathwalker, that's good. This is Overdrive Eclipse, I think that's fine. Revoker Search is fine. Podgun Salver, that's fine. Revoker Blizzfrost, honestly, also fine. This is solid. This is very, very solid. Now, Salver is not that good. It's the worst out of the 3 major supports, right? So between Hemlock, Solus, Salver, Salver's the worst one. So if you could get Hemlock or Solus to replace it, it would probably be better. They both cost credits in tier 8, so it shouldn't be a big issue for you either. But yeah, sadly, Salver is not the best. But the rest of this looks solid. You just need to get like, the other Stormracks and whatever. Like when you get to tier 8, you can get like Stormrack 16. You may or may not end up getting the 12 as well. But like I've been saying a couple times already during this, I would try to avoid getting the 12 for as long as possible and just work with the credit ones, the 6, the 10, the 16. Those can get you very far. And try to avoid getting the 12, because the thing is that you might end up getting it for basically for free from a crate rush event at some point. So if you can put it off, you may as well. It'd be a ton of A coins that you'd spend if you bought it for full price. It's like kind of not worth it. So yeah, I would try to go for, what is this of 24? So you could use a 16-8. So you bet the 16 that costs credits. You ditch the 10, use a 16-8 on Deathwalker. You could even like rank up the 10, use double 10s on Lacewing or something, right? If you want to use Lacewing instead of the Salver or even Hemlock, right? So you got some good options here. It's mostly just like get to tier 8, getting some of that stuff there. You've been here for 3 hours. Okay. I got you, bro. Uh-oh. Don't look at that one. Let's see, which one do we think is his main one? Probably this one. Oh, my alarm is going off. Yeah. Repoker. Burrow Beam. Podgun. Stormrack. Solid. Hold on. No, that's the cursed one. He has Eclick and Hemlock. Okay. Eclick and Hemlock. So, Lacewing isn't good on every map or in every mode, really. I would say it's kind of garbage in Hangar Showdown most of the time, so I probably wouldn't bother with it. So, instead of Lacewing, you could go with either Eclipse or Hemlock, depending on which one you prefer. People tell me that Burrow Beam is better than Revoker on Surge, but to be honest, I'm sure that that's true, but I'm sure that Burrow Beam is way better than Revoker on Blizzfrost because it's not as fast. So having it in this orientation is probably still better off for you overall. Podguns on Parasite, I'm not really sure about though. I do like Parasite. It's really fun. But I don't know about Podguns specifically. I feel like that's not the best. You should also put mods on it. It's a good mech. It's a good one to put mods on. Because it'll 10x your mod HP. I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know how many of you guys know that, Gemini. That's great. I don't know how many of you guys know this, but when a mech has damage resistance, like Blizzfrost or Parasite or whatever, it'll give your mod shields resistance as well. So instead of your mod shield having, dying to one hit, it's like incredibly difficult to take down Parasite's mod shields while the ability is active. It's not like Deathwalker where it's like, yeah, you throw on a thing and it like really helps it for like, 2 seconds and then it's gone and you never use it again. It's not like that. It's a complete opposite. It's like becomes absolutely super tanky. So it's worth doing. But I would probably put something a little bit more brawlery, like especially once you put mods on it. I would probably put something a little bit more brawler-ish type of thing on Parasite instead of the Podguns. I don't think Podguns suits it super well. I'm pretty sure I've tried it and I didn't like it very much. But I don't really know what you have. You've been here since the start? Well, all right, hold on. Let's see. He hasn't. He has said multiple times that he's been here since the start, but he hasn't said very many things. He has not been spamming at all. For sure, he sent like maybe 10 messages total. I respect it. All right, let's see. Hemlock and Aegis and ooh, okay. So you got some decent options here. They're just not all in the same hangar. Okay. I'd probably, at this SP, I'd probably ditch the Burrow Beam. Revoker Nomad, very good. Railgun Orion, very good. Do you have Surge? Is this ranked up? No. Okay. What rank is this? 5. Good. Okay. So I probably... That's rough. That's rough, because I don't know what I would replace with the Hemlock if I said to if I wanted to put a Hemlock in this hangar. I probably wouldn't replace this, because this is some really heavy firepower you got here. It is. But then again, like, you could put like Overdriver 8s if you have them. You could put those on Eclipse instead. Maybe get rid of the Aegis, put the pod guns on Eclipse, put Stormrack Hemlock in here instead. You would be sacrificing a little bit of your tankiness, but I don't think it would be a big deal, because you have a lot of mechs that are able to really prevent people from getting very far. So like Hemlock, Orion, Panther, and Nomad, just as a general tank, can be very good at just keeping people from getting very much ground. They can't themselves, they themselves can't really push very much, but they can definitely keep other people from pushing. So that's probably okay. It's probably okay. Though I do like at this SP especially, I do really like Aegis as an anti-spam mech more than Panther even. So yeah, maybe oh crap, maybe get rid of the Panther on one of your presets as well, and just see which one you like better. Like if there's one hangar that you always use, and you find yourself never really going for the other hangar. I did the same thing, by the way. Like I had 2 hangars set up. So there was one hangar that I had set up for certain maps, and then there was another hangar that I had set up for other maps. And I found myself pretty much always going for the same hangar no matter what the map was. So I just was like, oh, okay. I mean, at that point, I'm just going to delete that other preset, and then I'll just work with what I have right now, right? And that's fine. Like that's a good way to figure out what it is that you like using and what it is that works well. Anyway, I think we're going to call it here. I think we're going to call it here because it's been almost 5.5 hours. It is 3:30. I've got other stuff I need to do. And yeah, I understand that a lot of you guys were hoping that I would get to yours, but I didn't end up getting to yours. There's a lot of people. I think over the course of the stream, there's probably like, I don't know, it's probably like at least 500 different IDs that went into the stream, and I doubt I even covered 100 of them. I probably only covered like maybe 50 at most. And I apologize about that, but like obviously I think we all kind of know intuitively that I wasn't going to get to everybody, right? So, and if you've been here for a while, right? Like if you were here from pretty much from the start, if you were watching the entire thing, then all of the advice that I gave to other people, you could probably attribute that to your own hangar, and you could make a very solid guess as to what I would say about your hangar. You'd probably be right, right? You'd probably be right. So, yeah, like the things that I say say it for a reason, and I try to explain myself at least moderately, as opposed to just like just do this, do this. I try to explain why I think certain things, and at least just to a small degree, so that other people who are in a similar situation can kind of be like, well, I kind of have a similar thing, and so this kind of also applies to me, and they can take that for themselves. But legit 1.5 hours waited. Yeah, well, that's unfortunate, but I mean, I think there's a lot of people who waited longer than that. Again, I apologize. There's absolutely nothing against anybody. I'm just grabbing. I grab an ID. I check it. By the time I'm done, there's a bunch of more IDs in the chat. I just grab one and then I check it. I'm not ignoring anyone. If I didn't check, like I'm not ignoring anybody on purpose. I don't have anything against anybody. It's just a matter of, yeah, I just have to grab them. I'm just grabbing them, kind of basically at random. So yeah, hope you guys understand. But let's see. So any final thoughts that you guys have? When am I going to do another? I'm thinking of doing like one a month. I'm thinking of doing like one a month. Cat was reviewing people's hangars for 5 hours straight. So a lot of people like kind of crashing out about me not choosing theirs, but like I get it. I get it. It wasn't that bad. Orion with Savant 16-8. I mean, I guess it could work, but Savant doesn't really have that good of range. I don't like Savant. I don't like Orion with weapons that don't have good range. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna end the stream. I appreciate everybody who stopped by. Again, if I didn't check yours, I apologize for that, but I can't get to everybody's. I still appreciate you for stopping by. I appreciate you for hanging around. If you were paying attention, you probably learned a lot of stuff, even just by me checking other people's hangars, right? And that should be okay. I also appreciate everybody who donated and Juggalo for all of those memberships once again. If you got one, there are some members only stuff that I have, and you can watch those. Should be pretty easy watch, to be honest. But yeah, I'll see you guys. What is today? Friday? Yeah. I'll see you guys probably Tuesday. Actually, yeah. So Tuesday is when the rebalance is going to happen. The rebalance is going to go live on Tuesday, and I'll probably stream that day, unless it takes them a long time to roll out the update. I'm not sure. It depends. I would like to stream the update. But that is also Sanji's birthday, so that's cool. And yeah, I hope to see you guys Tuesday. But if essentially I'll be waiting to stream until the update actually happens, and if it takes too long, then I probably just won't bother. So like my normal streaming hours, essentially. But hopefully I'll see you guys Tuesday. And yeah, appreciate y'all. Take care.